Good morning, everybody, and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning. You're taking a live look at Capitol Hill this morning. It is just past 5 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and you're taking a look at some of the top stories we are following today. The Supreme Court is expected to release more opinions today that could include a ruling on the controversial Dobbs versus Jackson case. It's a decision that could overturn Roe versus Wade, which guarantees a woman's right to an abortion. So again, those opinion rulings are set to come down at 10 o'clock this morning, every 10 minutes. Also developing in Washington, D.C., the Senate has passed a major federal gun safety bill. It's the first major gun reform package to pass the Senate in decades, clearing the way for a House package. It's a bipartisan gun reform package, and we do know that if passed, it would enhance background checks for gun buyers ages 18 to 21. It would also provide funding for states with red flag laws and also money for mental health services in communities and schools. So again, it did clear the Senate yesterday, and it now heads to the House. Also, we do know that the war in Ukraine is now going on day 121. The United States just yesterday announced additional plans to send an additional $450 million in security aid to Ukraine in this latest package. But we do want to give you an update on the January 6th hearings that we have been following from the get-go. We heard some bombshell testimony yesterday in what is the fifth hearing on Capitol Hill, the fifth public hearing about the January 6th riots just in this month alone. We did hear from three former members of the Trump Justice Department administration. They told the committee members about the pressure campaign by former President Donald Trump to try and overturn the results of the 2020 election. Trump reportedly spoke with them almost daily about allegations about fraud from the election. They claimed just 3 days before the attack on the Capitol that former President Donald Trump proposed replacing the acting attorney general with someone who supported his false claims of widespread voter fraud. The officials who testified say that they immediately threatened to quit if that happened and warned Trump that hundreds of other employees would follow, each one of them describing the pressure campaign to overturn the election. Here's more from our Fox News correspondent, Caroline Shively.
Members of the committee praised the men for standing up to the president and refusing multiple requests to invalidate the 2020 election.
I said, Mr. President, we resign immediately.
Stunning new testimony from three Trump Department of Justice officials who described their conversations with the former president and his pressure campaign to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Former acting attorney general Jeffrey Rosen said the president spoke with him almost daily about election fraud allegations.
That he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
Thursday's hearing centered around former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, who supported the president's claims of widespread voter fraud. In an Oval Office meeting 3 days before the Capitol riot, Trump proposed replacing Rosen with Clark as acting attorney general. The DOJ officials threatened to resign immediately and said hundreds of other employees would follow.
I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I just declared was completely incompetent.
On Wednesday, federal authorities searched Clark's Virginia home.
There was loud banging at my door, insistent banging, so I just rushed down as fast as I could. I quickly figured out that there were agents there.
Republican Congressman Mo Brooks, who's been subpoenaed by the committee, announced on Thursday he will speak to the panel, but only under certain conditions. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. Again, those three Trump-era Justice Department officials recounted persistent badgering from former President Donald Trump, including day after day of directives to chase baseless allegations that the election was won by Joe Biden. So again, those three former Department of Justice officials testifying during yesterday's January 6th committee hearing about the Capitol insurrection. Let's go ahead and listen in to their full testimony.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021. With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years. Mr. Donahue was a United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We are also joined by Mr. Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear unaffirmed under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with 1 or 2 exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting attorney general before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe, on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president, what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. One of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures in Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the President summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the President, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness, and we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the President on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he in fact won the election, and the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr announced on December 1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the President to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the President's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new Attorney General to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they?
Missing in action.
Is the DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you where they are.
Republican congressmen echoed the President just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit. Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
And so there's widespread evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works. The ultimate arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise, because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false, that is not true, and to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that said 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties. But there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation, that in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President's example of what people are telling you that is not true, and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor-trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect. We did an investigation with the FBI interview witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true. So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of others, mostly in swing states. Of course, he wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia, the State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said it, fraud staring you right in the face.
Were any of the allegations he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset the president made an allegation I had not heard. I'd heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I wanted to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate, and that's why I started taking those notes, and then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, "Where's DOJ?" just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities, so we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman, not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of the Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, "DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election." How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very quickly and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So let's now put up the notes where you quote the president. As you're speaking to that, he said, the president said, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing. Even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud, did the president keep saying that the department was, quote, "obligated to tell people that this was an illegal, corrupt election"?
That's also an exact quote from the president, yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud, none of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president, throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations, was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting Attorney General, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, with him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did, and then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to how does the president even know Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up?
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the Civil Division and head of Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had had no prior involvement of any kind with regard to the work that the department was doing that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from like the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on the screen that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark. Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged. But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
I don't remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities.
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Justice Department was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's not frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Mr. Donahue, when you told the president that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud, was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White House in late December and early January as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know. And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry, and that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval. He found himself at the Oval Office, and he was apologetic for that. And I said, well, you didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized, and you didn't even tell me after the fact. You know, this is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again, and that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Ringo, from your perspective, why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department, and that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipollone told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipollone and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House, Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration, we've got to get going. Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done. Mr. Meadows responds with, I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position. Representative Perry then texts, Roger, just sent you something on Signal. Just sent you an updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark? Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
He wanted to talk about Pennsylvania in particular. He gave me some background about, why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard of him before this conversation, but I said, sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me. And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that, but I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at it. He was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was zero to that, right.
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff. And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to read both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it, and I did understand it for what he intended, and I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office, but he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office, and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
And what was Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face-to-face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting, probably around 1800 that night, in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but yes, that was said amongst other things.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did, but between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. He got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, you know, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than the Justice Department meddling in an election, his reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with John Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing specifically talks about some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, The purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. Committees also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election, and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter, in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that in fact contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Fifth.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
All right, everybody, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the latest January 6th Capitol hearing where we did hear from 3 former Department of Justice officials testifying before the House committee investigating the attacks that they felt pressured by former President Donald Trump to try and overturn the 2020 election. We do want to take you live out to Capitol Hill, where just yesterday, the bipartisan gun reform package that we've been talking about has officially passed through the Senate. It's the most comprehensive piece of gun control legislation to be passed in the Senate in more than 30 years. It's a, again, bipartisan gun violence bill on its way to the House after the Senate approved the measure. The final vote was 65 to 33. We do know that 15 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, voted to pass the bill, which devotes $13 billion to toughen background checks and institute red flag laws, as well as several other initiatives, again, in that bill. It is just before 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll have more on this story when we come back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is just before 6 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. You're taking a live look at Charlotte, North Carolina, the Queen City. We also have a beach shot here from the Sunshine State, Clearwater, Florida, and the Arches there in St. Louis, Missouri. A beautiful sunrise over there on this Friday morning. We do want to get you up to speed on some of the other stories that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. Some pretty big news coming in from Capitol Hill. We're talking about that comprehensive gun control legislation which passed the Senate yesterday. It's a bipartisan gun violence bill which is now on its way to the House after the Senate approved the measure 65 to 33. We do expect the House to approve this bill, which was introduced after the mass shootings in Uvalde and also in Buffalo, New York. And it is being hailed really as the first major decision on guns within the Senate just within the past 30 years. And for more on this story, let's head to our Caroline Shively.
It's a major victory for gun rights advocates. The Supreme Court striking down a more than 100-year-old New York law regulating who can carry a gun in public. The 6-3 opinion was split along ideological lines, with the court's 3 liberal justices in dissent.
The lawful and legal gun owner of New York State is no longer going to be persecuted.
7 states have similar laws requiring people to prove why they need to carry a firearm. Proponents calling them common sense gun safety measures at a time when gun violence in cities nationwide is rising.
The gun laws in 40 of these states are still in place based on the decision. Not good enough, but I think it's a bad decision.
The ruling comes as Congress moves forward with a bipartisan gun bill aimed at keeping guns out of the hands of those deemed a danger to themselves and others. The legislation cleared a procedural vote just hours after the Supreme Court released its ruling.
This bill will strengthen our red flag laws and amplify them. It will strengthen our background check system.
However, some critics are calling the bill an overreach that steps on Second Amendment rights.
So what we should do is we ought to be increasing funding for law enforcement. We ought to be increasing the penalties for gun crimes.
The House must still pass the bill before it heads to President Biden's desk. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise is pushing Republicans to vote no on the measure, but Fox is told there are a handful of GOP members that could vote yes. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. As you heard, Congress is working to advance that significant gun control legislation. It passed through the Senate, now moves to the House, and this all comes as the Supreme Court hands down its most significant gun ruling in a decade. As you heard from Madeline's package from her story, the court struck down New York's restrictive regulations for its concealed carry law. It's a move that expands gun rights and rules in favor of gun owners. And it is, as we said previously, being hailed as the first major decision on guns by the Supreme Court in more than a decade, with a 6-3 opinion by the justices ruling that Americans have the right to carry firearms in public. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on the mixed reactions that are pouring in, plus a look at how the decision could affect a handful of states with some of the strictest gun laws.
In the wake of several devastating mass shootings, the U.S. Supreme Court voting Thursday to increase gun rights, ruling Americans have the right to carry firearms in public to defend themselves. The High Court's decision highlighting an ongoing political divide, with all 6 conservative justices outnumbering the 3 liberal ones, to strike down a more than 100-year-old New York state law requiring people to prove they have a legitimate need to carry a gun in public for their self-defense.
It'll even out what happens between states that have more strict rules against states that have more normal Second Amendment federal rules.
Now, New York and 6 other states with similar laws, including California, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, must decide how best to proceed.
You have no forewarning that someone can hide a weapon on them.
With Democratic lawmakers in the Empire State aiming to define and bolster, quote, sensitive locations where people still will not be allowed to carry a concealed weapon. And while gun rights advocates praise the Supreme Court's decision, opponents warn more guns in public could pose serious threats.
You might not have people trained to de-escalate a dangerous situation.
Meanwhile, the Senate on Thursday approved a bipartisan gun violence bill, which, among several things, would strengthen background checks for gun buyers. The House is expected to take up the measure fairly soon. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. We, of course, do want to take you live out to New York City, where, as you heard, the Supreme Court has struck down a New York state law that limits residents' ability to carry concealed weapons in public. We do want to head to a full press conference and reaction from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. She was speaking yesterday about a completely different topic when that Supreme Court opinion ruling came down. The governor having some harsh words for the Supreme Court justices.
Right and responsibility to protect its citizens. With a decision which we are still digesting, which is frightful in its scope of how they are setting back this nation and our ability to protect our citizens back to the days of our founding fathers. And the language we're reading is shocking. I will make some remarks as my counsel finds the exact language I want to. Where's Liz? We had language. I want to read this because I think everyone should know what just happened here. Highlighted language. Find it. As governor of the state of New York, my #1 priority is to keep New Yorkers safe. But today, the Supreme Court is sending us backwards in our efforts to protect families and prevent gun violence. And it's particularly painful that this came down at this moment, when we're still dealing with families in pain from mass shootings that have occurred, the loss of life, their beloved children and grandchildren. Today, the Supreme Court struck down a New York law that limits who can carry concealed weapons. Does everyone understand what a concealed weapon means? That you have no forewarning, that someone can hide a weapon on them and go into our subways, go into our grocery stores, like stores up in Buffalo, New York, where I'm from, go into a school in Parkland or Uvalde. This could place millions of New Yorkers in harm's way. And this is at a time when we're still mourning the loss of lives, as I just mentioned. This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible. It's not what New Yorkers want. And we should have the right of determination of what we want to do in terms of our gun laws in our state. If the federal government will not have sweeping laws to protect us, then our states and our governors have a moral responsibility to do what we can and have laws that protect our citizens because of what is going on, the insanity of the gun culture that has now possessed everyone all the way up to even to the Supreme Court. The law we're talking about has been in place since the early 1900s. And now to have our ability to determine who is eligible for a concealed carry permit. This is not an ordinary permit. This is a special use that you can hide it from people. We have limitations if it's for a proper cause. Someone who's been threatened, someone who needs it for their job as a security guard. We have classifications where it is allowed and have been allowed for over 100 years. But we do not need people entering our subways, our restaurants, our movie theaters with concealed weapons. We don't need more guns on our streets. We're already dealing with a major gun violence crisis. We don't need to add more fuel to this fire. But I will tell New Yorkers, we've been ready for this. We feared this day would come, and it came. At this very moment, we were about to sign a law into place, the origins of which was the loss of a 14-year-old child, Melissa, in her school. The confluence of these two events is shocking. But again, I'm going to reassure this state. We are reading the language as we speak. We've been preparing, but we have been working with a team of experts, legal experts from all over this country, and organizations like Everytown, true leaders, to make sure that we are prepared. I'm prepared to call the legislature back into session to deal with this. We've been in contact with the leadership. We're just looking at dates. Everyone wants a little bit of time to digest this. But I will say we are not powerless in this situation. We're not going to cede our rights that easily, despite the best efforts of the politicized Supreme Court of the United States of America. We have the power of the pen, and I just want to read some language here. Apparently, the Supreme Court has now decided, with this far-reaching decision, that the two-step standard that had been in place since Heller versus McDonald, where they analyze the Second Amendment, where it combines history, we have a history, yes we do, but also means and scrutiny. Does the means of the restriction justify the infringement? And most people would say, yes, we have a right to protect people from gun violence. But I'll simply say in our very quick analysis, because this is only minutes old, they have now said that the government must demonstrate that the regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. That's it. No longer can we strike the balance. Only if a firearm regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition may a court conclude that the individual's conduct falls outside the Second Amendment's unqualified command. Shocking. Absolutely shocking. That they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. This is New York. We don't back down. We fight back. And we'll be alerting the public, the media, in the very short term, exactly what our language that we've been analyzing. We have language we'd like to now enact into law. We'll be sharing that with the leaders. And I'm sorry this dark day has come. That we're supposed to go back to what was in place since 1788 when the Constitution of the United States of America was ratified. And I would like to point out to the Supreme Court justices that the only weapons at the time were muskets. I'm prepared to go back to muskets. I don't think they envision the high-capacity assault weapon magazines intended for battlefields as being covered from this, but I guess we're just going to have to disagree. So I'll return to our purpose of being here and let people know that our new laws are going to be looking at restrictions on sensitive locations, changing the permitting process, creating a threshold for those. We're going to have training requirements. We're going to make sure that people have concealed weapons as specified training. We have a whole lot of ideas. And also look at a system where businesses and private property owners would have the right to protect themselves. So stay tuned. Stay tuned.
All right, everybody. New York Governor Kathy Hochul reacting to the Supreme Court overturning New York's gun permit rule. So New York Governor Kathy Hochul obviously visibly and audibly upset with the Supreme Court ruling, which does rule in favor of gun owners in New York. New York State previously, before this ruling, had a law in place that sort of restricted a resident's ability to get a concealed carry license. The law required gun owners to prove that they have a special need or proper cause to carry a concealed weapon and handgun in public for self-defense. The Supreme Court obviously, again, striking that law down just yesterday. So again, yesterday was a opinion ruling day for the Supreme Court, where, as you just heard, New York Governor Kathy Hochul reacting to that one about New York's concealed carry law. And for more on this, we do want to head to a full conversation with our Live Now from Fox's Christy Larson, who spoke with Fox News correspondent David Spunt about more on what this means.
And bring in Fox's David Spunt here to help kind of break down what exactly happened today. I know, David, that there's been so much reaction, especially from some of our New York leaders, very upset about this ruling here today.
Hi, well, good to be with you. Certainly, this is a case out of New York State. It deals with a concealed carry law and some of the restrictions that officials in New York put onto people that wanted to essentially carry guns in public. It's a law that originally dates back to 1905. It was amended in 1911 and 1913. The Supreme Court today struck down that law, essentially making it easier in New York State to get those concealed carry permits. It's important to point out not everybody in New York is going to be able to just go run and buy a gun and carry it in public. There are still many different steps that have to go through, but no question this is a win for Second Amendment enthusiasts today from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, a lot of Republican leaders across the country saying that it's a big win for those who do believe in the Second Amendment rights. But I wanted to ask you, David, it seems like there's already a lot of strict rules in place when it comes to concealed carry permits in the state of New York. And now with them being upset about this ruling, could things get even tougher for people who are looking to buy a gun?
You know, it may be too early to tell. Governor Kathy Hochul today took an opposite stance. She said that this is shocking. She used the word shocking twice in one sentence and said that it seems that First Amendment speech can be curtailed in some ways, but she said it seems to be, and these are the words of the governor, that the Second Amendment really has no bounds or no limits in the United States. So she was disappointed in this decision, the same with President Biden and Vice President Harris. What this can do for not only New York and concealed carry permits, and we are talking about concealed carry permits in public, we don't know how this is going to affect that in the future because ultimately that's up to the legislature, and we don't know how this is going to affect other states. However, it's a significant overturning of a law that's been in New York for more than a century, since 1913. And this comes, I can't tell you the irony in the juxtaposition here. Just across the street from the Supreme Court, the U.S. Senate is getting to vote on gun control measures following that horrible tragedy in Uvalde, Texas last month, where those children were killed and those teachers. It was awful. And there's a debate to actually strengthen some gun control measures in the United States Senate, and the House, which is a Democratic House, is on board with it. The Senate, a Democratic Senate, is on board with it as well, or 50-50 Senate, I should say, but there are Republicans that are willing to go along with this, and this is just across the street from the Supreme Court. So while the Supreme Court is making it easier to get these concealed carry permits, right across the street, another building, the U.S. Capitol, things are going to be a little bit more difficult when it comes to certain gun control measures.
Yeah, we were listening into some of those debates happening there on the floor, and I'm sure that they have been now reversing or structuring some of their speeches after today's ruling did come down.
Yes, definitely. And you heard Vice President Harris, who met with attorneys general from different states across the country, Democratic attorneys general, to talk about the path forward, where they're going to go if the Roe v. Wade is overturned. And that's a separate issue, but it's also something the U.S. Supreme Court is poised to rule on very soon. They're expected to overturn Roe v. Wade, which will send the abortion issue back to the states. So while Harris was meeting with these attorneys general about the abortion issue, she also expressed via a statement that she was displeased with this ruling today on guns.
And finally, I was kind of surprised to see reaction even from states. Of course, we look at states that are near New York where they could have, somewhat of a ripple effect. But then even states like California, who were being very vocal and opinionated, upset about this ruling. Are you surprised at all by some of the reaction that we've seen come out today?
Not really. I think you're going to get kind of a mixed bag of reaction, just depending on where people stand on this issue. You have people that are pro-Second Amendment, you have people that are anti-Second Amendment, and you have people that are really in the middle. I think that coming at the same time the Senate is voting on a gun control measure, the first time we've seen a meaning gun control measure in the U.S. Senate in decades, I think it's significant. It's notable that this happened in the Supreme Court when across the street senators are voting on this measure to control what happens with guns. So it's quite the juxtaposition.
Right, a little bit yin and yang there. So definitely a great breakdown. We do appreciate your time, especially as people are trying to understand exactly what that ruling means for them if they are living in the state of New York. Fox's David Spunt, we do appreciate you being here with us.
All right, everybody, that was our Live Now's Christy Larson speaking with Fox News correspondent David Spunt about that Supreme Court ruling. The Supreme Court, again, ruling and striking down New York's gun law, which restricts concealed carry, essentially making it a little bit easier for residents in New York to get their hands on a concealed carry permit. The Supreme Court also ruled on another case, this one in California, that people who were not read their Miranda rights cannot sue the law enforcement officer who failed to do it. So again, yesterday was a Supreme Court ruling day, and again, the Supreme Court ruling on New York gun laws and a lawsuit out of California, which says that people who are not read their Miranda rights cannot sue the officers who failed to do that. This case originated in Los Angeles County. A hospital worker was being questioned by a sheriff's deputy about a sexual assault. The worker apparently was never read his rights against self-incrimination, but signed a written confession. The worker then sued the sheriff's deputy for violating his rights. And again, the Supreme Court now ruling that residents, Americans, can no longer do that. And we do, of course, want to take you live out to the Supreme Court today, where we are awaiting another batch of opinion rulings that are set to come down at about 10 o'clock this morning. All eyes are on the abortion case, which could impact Roe v. Wade. Supreme Court decision on Dobbs versus Jackson women's health could come down as early as today. That is the decision which, as we just mentioned, is expected to overturn Roe versus Wade, which guarantees a woman's right to an abortion. The High Court is expected to issue the ruling possibly as early as today, but definitely before the end of the session this summer. And we did see Vice President Kamala Harris at a roundtable yesterday with several attorney generals talking about the future of Roe v. Wade and abortion rights. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome these extraordinary national leaders, the attorneys general, for meeting this afternoon to talk about, I think, one of the most pressing issues in terms of one of the core responsibilities of attorneys general, which is to concern themselves with the safety, the health, and the well-being of the populations of their state and, by extension, their country. I do want to also mention that we, the President, myself, many of us are deeply concerned and troubled by the Supreme Court's ruling today. It, I believe, defies common sense and the Constitution of the United States. I was in Buffalo. I attended one of the funerals. We have seen the massacre of 19 babies and their teachers in Uvalde. We can go on down the list about why it yet again is on the front pages, so to speak, of the concern of the American people about what we can and what we have a responsibility to do in terms of reasonable gun safety laws. And it is for that reason that I believe that the Supreme Court's decision today defies logic in terms of what we know we are capable of doing with reasonable gun safety laws to secure the safety and the well-being of the people of our nation. And to the subject at hand, as a former Attorney General, I know the work of these extraordinary leaders, and it is the work of being charged with the great responsibility, the responsibility to safeguard some of our most fundamental rights and freedoms. It is the responsibility to enforce civil rights protections. It is the responsibility to protect consumers. It is the responsibility as a chief legal officer, which each of them has a responsibility of being, to concern themselves with making sure that the laws that are passed in their state do comport with the constitutions of their state and with the United States Constitution, and to ensure that enforcement is conducted in a way that is fair and equal in terms of the treatment of the laws and the enforcement of the laws in their state.
All right, everybody, that was Vice President Kamala Harris speaking at a round table with several attorney generals discussing the future of Roe versus Wade as we await the Supreme Court's decision on a case that could overturn Roe versus Wade and, again, change abortion rights as we know them and leave restrictions up to each individual state to decide. It is 6:23 here on the East Coast. You're taking a look at Chicago, Illinois, a beautiful sunrise there. Also Clearwater, Florida, and a cotton candy sunrise in the background there in St. Louis, Missouri. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning. My name is Mackenzie Stasco with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. We want to take you out to Chicago, Illinois, a beautiful sunrise there as it is just before 6:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, 5:26 Central Time. A beautiful shot of Clearwater, Florida, and a cotton candy sunrise in St. Louis, Missouri. We do want to bring you up to speed on some of the top stories that we are following on this Friday morning. If you can take a look on your screen, you can see that the Supreme Court will be dropping another round of opinion rulings today. The Supreme Court has been really releasing those opinion rulings every few days. The next batch will be dropping at 10 o'clock this morning. They will be releasing those opinions online every 10 minutes. And of course, the one that everybody is watching is the one that pertains to abortion rights, specifically the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health ruling, again, could come down as early as today. That's essentially that decision, again, could overturn Roe versus Wade, which really guarantees a woman's right to an abortion. The High Court is expected to issue that ruling before the session ends. Also happening in Washington, D.C., the Senate has passed its first major federal gun safety bill in about 30 years, clearing the way for the House passage. So yesterday, again, the Senate passing that bipartisan gun reform bill following the shootings in Uvalde, Texas at Robb Elementary and the Tops Supermarket grocery store in Buffalo, New York. So it passed through the Senate. It now just has to make it through the House. And we have learned the war in Ukraine is now going on day 121. The United States has just announced yesterday that it'll be sending an additional $450 million in security aid to Ukraine in this latest package as Ukrainian troops battle, specifically in the Donbas region, as they battle those Russian forces as this war, again, now goes on day 121. We do want to bring you an update on some other stories happening stateside. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the Surfside condo collapse. A public memorial will be held to honor the lives of the 98 people who were killed 1 year ago today when the Champlain Towers South collapsed in Surfside. It took crews more than a month to complete the search and recovery efforts. So again, just 1 year ago today since this deadly condo collapse in Surfside, Florida. And we do know later today the First Lady will be visiting South Florida, marking the 1 year since the collapse happened. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will take part in that memorial event with the mayor of Surfside, which again will honor the lives of the 98 people who died at that collapse 1 year ago today. We also have another update that we do want to bring you that we first broke to you yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. We're specifically talking about the FDA banning Juul e-cigarettes amid a rise in teen and youth vaping. Juul is going up in smoke. The FDA ordered Juul Labs to stop selling its vape devices and cartridges. The move comes nearly 2 years after Juul applied for approval to keep selling those e-cigarettes here in the U.S. Juul has been really a market leader among e-cigarette and vaping companies and has been blamed, though, for vaping's popularity among kids and teens. The company had limited its marketing and stopped selling fruity flavors back in 2019. Juul says that it respectfully disagrees with the FDA's findings and decision and has addressed all issues raised by the agency. Our Fox 35 team here in Orlando, Florida,
I'm sure within
has
a week,
reaction to the ruling.
A week and a half, we'll probably just throw them away.
The FDA ordering Juul to stop selling its products. In an announcement, the agency saying the pods contain potentially harmful chemicals. One vape store tells us they haven't really been a big seller lately anyway.
We have so many healthier options and like better quality things that you can buy, there's really no reason for me to even point you in the direction.
Juul likely selling more of the pods in places like gas stations. Another major concern of the FDA, the role the agency says Juul played in the rise of youth vaping.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this is a dangerous product, get it off the market.
James France and his team represent hundreds of school districts across the country, including Volusia County, in a lawsuit against Juul. They say the company marketed the products to school-aged kids.
We're ecstatic. Our clients are so overwhelmed. Our school districts have been overwhelmed with all the havoc that's been created by the Juul products.
Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Connor, thank you for that report. Let's head to a conversation with our Fox 13 Tampa team with more on the FDA's new ruling ordering that Juul Labs has to stop selling e-cigarettes and vaping devices.
Earlier this year, the FDA did allow some products to remain on the market from other e-cig companies like Enjoy and Views. So a lot of people expected Juul to win the FDA's backing. The FDA banned the sale of fruity and sweet flavors for e-cigarettes following criticism that the products were targeted at minors. Regulators have been reviewing thousands of applications for vaping products since tightening their oversight of what had become kind of an unruly marketplace. Juul applied for the approval to keep selling e-cigarettes across the country. But since 2009, the company's limited its marketing and they stopped selling those fruity flavors. Regulators have hoped that e-cigarettes would present an alternative for smokers who are trying to quit using traditional products. And Juul's device remained popular with some adults who said, yeah, it did help them kick a cigarette habit. But public health officials have also documented an epidemic of underage vaping. They are worried it's hooked a new generation of users on nicotine. Other health issues include a scare over an acute lung-damaging illness, and that's been linked to e-cigarettes. Juul has said that it never sought to sell e-cigarettes to kids, and the company is facing thousands of lawsuits, though, saying that it did, that it targeted minors. Dozens of states are also probing Juul's advertising. Juul still sells e-cigarettes in some markets overseas, but their failure to win clearance here would mark a second significant blow to the tobacco industry on a whole, after the Biden administration recently said it will order companies to cut nicotine levels in cigarettes in an effort to reduce smoking-related deaths. I'm Sarbani Banerjee for Fox 13 News.
Thank you for that report. We do want to take a look now at how deadly drugs getting into this country are really having an impact on Americans. Our Fox News senior correspondent Casey Stegall has more from La Jolla, Texas.
You're looking at nearly 55 pounds of fentanyl hidden inside a truck's gas tank, confiscated by federal agents this month at the California-Mexico border. By DEA standards, it's at least 12 million lethal doses. Border officials, however, say this one bust is only a fraction of what they're now seeing.
Our seizure rates continue to climb, especially when it comes to fentanyl, methamphetamines. We saw drastic increases in that.
CBP numbers show nearly 8,000 pounds of fentanyl has already been seized since October. Experts fear with 4 months of the fiscal year remaining, 2022 will easily surpass last year's figure of more than 11,000 pounds. And officials say this is not just a border state issue.
These narcotics are not destined for El Paso, they're destined for larger metropolitan areas in the United States. They go to where the demand is the highest.
Agents say the cartels often use diversionary tactics to help get their drugs across the southern border. For instance, they'll send a large group of migrants to one spot, and while law enforcement resources are tied up, drugs are smuggled in through a different, quiet location.
The amount of drugs coming across this broken border are a public health crisis in this country.
1 kilogram of fentanyl can kill 500,000 people, according to the DEA, which means a single pound could contain well over 1 million fatal doses.
There's enough fentanyl coming across the border to kill virtually everybody in America.
President Biden has instructed all federal agencies to prioritize ways of eliminating a drug trafficker's profits, saying that is a big first step in eliminating or drastically reducing the supply of illicit drugs flowing into the homeland. In La Jolla, Texas, Casey Stegall, Fox News.
Casey, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you back out live to Capitol Hill this morning, a beautiful sunrise shot. It's been a busy week on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, we heard from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, taking questions from House lawmakers. He reiterated his commitment to try and taming inflation, calling it unconditional, while also acknowledging the serious risk of higher rates and what it could have and what it could mean for higher unemployment. Powell says that he doesn't think a recession is inevitable, but many economists believe that the Fed's current policy path of raising interest rates is also raising the probability of a recession. Here's
You are now recognized for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and other members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. And I'll begin with one overarching message. At the Fed, we understand the hardship that high inflation is causing. We are strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 6.3%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 4.9%. The available data for May suggests that the core measure likely held at that pace or eased slightly last month. Aggregate demand is strong, supply constraints have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and fuel and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-19 related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate ongoing supply chain disruptions. Over the past year, inflation has also increased rapidly in many foreign economies, as discussed in a box in the June Monetary Policy Report. Overall, economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we have seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historic highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. A box in the June Monetary Policy Report discusses developments in employment and earnings across all major demographic groups. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. With inflation well above our longer-run goal of 2% and an extremely tight labor market, we raised the target range for the federal funds rate at each of our past 3 meetings, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. In May, we announced plans for reducing the size of our balance sheet and shortly thereafter began the process of significantly reducing our securities holdings. Financial conditions have been tightening since last fall and have now tightened significantly, reflecting both policy actions that we have already taken and anticipated actions. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. The pace of those changes will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. We will make our decisions meeting by meeting, and we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty in what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We're highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman Powell. Chair Powell, at your Senate confirmation hearing, you were asked about the possibility that inflation is being driven by corporations in concentrated sectors of the economy. You said, and I quote, "That could be right. It could also just be, though, the demand is incredibly strong and that, they're raising prices because they can," quote, unquote. We're all seeing and feeling the effects of inflation on consumer pocketbooks, but corporate profit margins are not hurting. In 2021, the profit margins of the S&P 500 index surpassed 12%, the highest profit margin on record, and is expected to be even higher in 2020. Corporate greed and consolidation are driving higher and higher prices for consumers above and beyond any inflationary pressures. Just last quarter, Tyson Foods, which sells 1 out of every 5 pounds of meat sold in the United States, claimed that their higher prices are due to rising labor and freight costs. Yet, they still managed to net an additional $500 million in quarterly profits. When it comes to rents, a corporate landlord recently remarked, and I quote, "We have an unprecedented opportunity to really press rents on renewals because the country is highly occupied. And so, where are people going to go? They can't go anywhere. We have a tremendous opportunity to press both on renewing leases for existing residents and to reset market rates, which we've reset numerous times, even this year," end of quote. This kind of blatant profiteering on the backs of hardworking families is simply outrageous. Could you elaborate on the role that corporations play in setting prices and how that is affecting inflationary pressures today? Would you also elaborate on what you meant when you said perhaps corporations are raising prices, quote, because they can?
Sure. So matters of concentration in the economy represent a series of interesting questions that are largely not settled. For one thing, it is clear that our economy has become more concentrated, largely due to lower levels of formation of smaller businesses. That has happened. It is not at all clear that there's a connection between a more concentrated economy and, for example, inflation. And of course, matters of corporate concentration are outside the jurisdiction of the Fed. Those are for the competition authorities and really not for us to discuss. In terms of why prices are going up, I think a lot of it has been, a lot of the places where prices have gone up quite a bit have been situations where supply is constrained and demand is very strong. And so take cars, for example. The demand for cars went up a great deal during the pandemic. People wanted to ride in cars rather than public transportation, and they wanted to move to the suburbs and things like that. Rates were low. The economy was stronger than people expected. But the companies couldn't really make more cars because they couldn't raise their output because of the lack of semiconductors. So when demand hits fixed supply, what happens is prices go up and margins went up. And so I think as the economy returns to normal, we would expect those profit margins to return to more normal levels.
Well, Chairman Powell, the example that I gave of Tyson, who said their prices were rising because of labor and freight costs, and yet they managed to net an additional $500 million quarterly profits.
I apologize. I'm having a hard time hearing your words. I'm sorry.
Okay. The example that I gave of Tyson Foods and the fact that they said that their prices were rising due to labor and freight costs, yet they managed to net an additional $500 million in quarterly profits. How do you explain that?
I'm not familiar with their profit and loss statement, but I will say, and again, there may be particular industries where there are competition issues. I don't know that. It's really not our focus or our authority.
Well, do you have the opportunity to look at rising costs and identify corporations where they are gaining substantial profits, yet they keep raising their prices? Do you have a way of examining that?
I think we can see that, but I think, our job is to keep, maximum employment and price stability. So we're not in the business of regulating individual companies or determining whether their actions, for example, are anti-competitive or that sort of thing. That's more for elected people and also for the competition authorities. So we do look at that. But again, I think a great deal of the price increases that you saw were a matter of supply being unable to meet demand, and the result was prices moving up. In many cases, that was the story.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, who is the ranking member of the committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would, on this debate about corporate profits, I would commend to the committee Secretary Yellen's statement where she rejects the idea of corporate greed is to blame for inflation, and I concur. We have a complex set of issues. The fiscal house was certainly different than monetary policy, and the extraordinary nature of the partisan American Rescue Plan, and $2 trillion injected into a recovering economy, and Democrat policies to keep people out of the workforce for longer than the rest of the Western world also contributed to inflation. So that is a political debate here on Capitol Hill, Chairman Powell, and that is on the political side. What I want to ask you about are the policy tools that you are using. Now, certainly you, as chair of the Fed and the Open Markets Committee, took extraordinary measures in the midst of the pandemic to ensure that we didn't have further contagion. and including extraordinary lending facilities, purchasing securities, keeping the federal funds rate at zero. These were the right tools at the right time. On the fiscal side, you had a partner with bipartisan bills to keep our economy afloat during government shutdowns. But like all the good firefighting measures, we should put them away when times change. I want to talk to you as you put these measures away, how you expect the economy to respond. So let's start here. What is your level of commitment to fight inflation?
Well, so it's unconditional, our commitment is, and the reason is that we need to, in a particular situation, we have a labor market that's sort of unsustainably hot, and we're very far from our inflation target. We really need to restore price stability, get inflation back down to 2%, because without that, we're not going to be able to have a sustained period of maximum employment, where the benefits are spread very widely and where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation. Really, it's something that we need to do, we must do, in order to have that kind of a labor market. We'll need to do it.
So as you pull back these emergency measures from COVID, and you normalize rates to what they look like sort of in the long run, how do you expect the economy to respond?
So when we raise interest rates, and also to a lesser extent when the balance sheet shrinks, what happens is rates go up across the economy and financial conditions generally tighten. And you can think of it as in interest-sensitive spending is an important place that'll be affected, and that's things like automobiles and other durable goods. If rates are higher, then demand for cars will moderate, will decline a bit. The second channel would be asset prices generally. We don't target any particular asset prices, but higher interest rates tend to bring them down broadly. That tends to mean a little bit less spending because people's wealth has perhaps declined a little bit. And the third channel can be the exchange rate, where that also has disinflation effects. So overall, we have these effects on the economy. Our intent, of course, is to bring inflation down to 2% while preserving a strong labor market. As I've mentioned, that has become significantly more challenging with the events of the past few months, particularly the war, which is driving gas prices up and raising energy prices and also food prices and disrupting supply chains further.
So at the same time, you have a massive balance sheet. First begin with mortgage-backed securities. As we have a roll-off of the Fed's balance sheet of mortgage-backed securities, what are expectations for how that affects housing?
So I think what will affect housing is the rate. The housing industry and market are slowing down from a very, very hot pace, and that's partially because of higher mortgage rates. The effects of shrinking the balance sheet will be marginal compared to the effects that we're seeing and expect to continue to see from rates rising mortgage rates.
But what are your expectations and any further announcements? Can we expect further announcements on the assets you hold and the securities you hold? Or are there going to be balance sheet announcements in the coming weeks?
No, I would say this. We have a plan. We've articulated it. The markets are forward-looking. They see it. And the markets are in a good place, I think, understanding what we're going to do. And that's we're going to be allowing these securities to mature and run off our balance sheet at a pace that we've said. And it'll be 90 or 95 billion, I guess, by September. Now it's about half of that. So that's what we've done, and we expect, the idea is that that'll just be on an ongoing basis in the background, and we think the markets can handle that. Treasury issuance is way down, so we think there will be demand for these securities. The Treasury will then reissue them in whatever form they think is appropriate when it relates to Treasuries. So,
thank you.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair, it's good to see you. And I know you'll hear a lot of probably political stuff going back and forth, but the American public is trying to understand the language of which we're talking today so that we can really understand what inflation is. Fact of the matter is, I just recently was over in Europe. There's inflation in Europe, just like there's inflation here. Although, as I talked to Christine Lagarde and others, they say the cause of the inflation may be different. So if the causes are different, they said that maybe demand here, but not a case of demand there, is to resolve inflation in Europe. For example, I was in Moldova, 30% inflation rate, gas $15 a gallon, Turkey 80% inflation rate, gas $13 a gallon, and I could name places in Europe from Europe to the United States. Is it that we had, whether it was the supply chains, the China shutdown, complete shutdown, the zero COVID policy, Russia's war in Ukraine, COVID period, isn't just a massive storm of everything is what contributes to inflation and causes it all over the world?
Pretty much. Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's a little bit of everything, right? So if I'm talking to my constituents, trying to explain to them what inflation is and what causes it, I would not single out any one thing. I would probably have to talk about the conglomerate of things, because if you take away 2 or 3 of those things, we might not be in the situation here. All of it unprecedented, all of it really out of the control of anyone, out of control of Democrats, out of control of Republicans, out of control of the president, out of control of other governments. Is that not correct?
So some of it is out of our control. For example, the price of oil and most of the price of food. And to your point, Europe has it's much more about energy and food prices, very difficult problems. And also they, of course, have the European Central Bank has different countries, which, and so they have to worry about the spreads between different countries, and that's a different challenge that we don't have here. The difference here for us is we actually have a very strong economy and well-recovered economy, and so more of our inflation is from demand, and we do have tools to deal with demand. That is the place where we actually can work, and that's what we're using our tools.
And some of that was because during the crises that we had to do certain things, stimulus and other things, to make sure that we kept our economy stable. I mean, without doing those things, we would have been in trouble. So the things that we did going through COVID, the stimulus, trying to make sure people kept their jobs or kept money coming in at the time, was what we had to do. Otherwise, we would have been in worse shape or not have as strong economy as we have now compared to other countries. Is that not correct?
Yes, I would say it this way, that our inflation is a consequence of very strong demand, in part driven by supply, by what Congress did to support activity, in part driven by what we did, but also...
But that helped stabilize our economy at that time, right?
It did.
All right, everybody, if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to Congressman Gregory Meeks asking some questions for Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell about inflation and the U.S. economy. If you were just listening into this and listening to Powell's remarks, he has said that interest rate hikes are necessary but could possibly lead to job losses. That is the latest on the U.S. economy from this House hearing that we first brought to you yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. It is just before 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast. We do want to take you out to several areas across the country: Clearwater, Florida, Salt Lake City, Utah, and Nashville, Tennessee on this Friday morning. We are going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning. My name is Mackenzie Stasko. I'll be with you for the next hour or so, bringing you stories from across the country and overseas, where in just a little bit we do have U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken expected to speak at the G7 summit that is currently happening in Germany at this very moment. So again, Secretary of State Antony Blinken expected to speak in just a little bit. As soon as we get that feed, we of course will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Another big story we are following today, the Supreme Court is going to be releasing another batch of opinion rulings today at 10 o'clock this morning. This is something that we have been watching throughout the past few months following that draft leak of an opinion ruling which shows a majority of the Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade, which legalizes abortion nationwide, should be overturned. Again, those are the words from the conservative Supreme Court justices in that leaked draft opinion ruling about an abortion case. So that is the one that we are waiting on the Supreme Court to rule on. It is known as the Jobs versus Jackson case, and it's a decision that could overturn Roe versus Wade, which again guarantees a woman's right to abortion. The High Court will be releasing that batch of case rulings starting at 10 this morning. Decisions will not be read in court. Instead, they will be released online. And as soon as we get those, we of course will be updating you about every 10 minutes to let you know if the Supreme Court does in fact rule on abortion rights today. Also in Washington, D.C., some major news on the gun control front. The first major gun reform package in nearly 30 years has passed through the Senate. This comes even after some pushback by Republicans, where we did hear GOP whip Steve Scalise this past week urge Republicans to vote no, saying that the legislation, quote, chips away at law-abiding citizens' Second Amendment rights. So again, this gun reform package was introduced following the mass shootings in Uvalde, Texas, and in Buffalo, New York. This has bipartisan support. And if it does officially pass through the House and become law, it would enhance background checks for gun buyers ages 18 to 21. It would also provide funding to states with red flag laws and money for mental health services in schools and communities as well. So that is the latest when it comes to the gun control and gun legislation front in Washington, D.C. Also, the war in Ukraine now going on day 121. The European Union officially approving the candidacy status for Ukraine to join the 27-nation member bloc. And just yesterday, as we heard from the EU leaders approving their candidacy for membership, we also heard from U.S. officials announcing that the U.S. plans to send an additional $450 million in security aid to help Ukraine in its fight against Russia. So a lot of big news coming out of Washington, D.C. this week. But we do want to give you an update on the January 6th hearings that we have been bringing to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. So we do want to get you some video of the hearings, what they talked about yesterday. We did hear from 3 former DOJ officials, Department of Justice officials, describing the pressure they felt by President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. It was really some bombshell testimony in that latest hearing. 3 former members of the Trump Justice Department told the committee members about the pressure campaign by Trump to overturn the election. Trump reportedly spoke with them almost every single day about election fraud allegations. And in this hearing, they claim that just 3 days before the Capitol riot, Trump proposed replacing the acting attorney general with someone who supported his false claims of widespread voter fraud. Now, the officials who testified say that they immediately threatened to quit if that happened and warned that hundreds of people within the department would quit and they would follow their lead. So again, the January 6th committee unveiling really some bombshell moments that we heard yesterday on Capitol Hill. Each one of those 3 former Trump Department of Justice officials describing the pressure campaign that they felt by former President Donald Trump. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has the details.
Members of the committee praised the men for standing up to the president and refusing multiple requests to invalidate the 2020 election.
I said, Mr. President, we resign immediately.
Stunning new testimony from 3 Trump Department of Justice officials who described their conversations with the former president and his pressure campaign to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen said the president spoke with him almost daily about election fraud allegations.
That he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
Thursday's hearing centered around former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, who supported the president's claims of widespread voter fraud. In an Oval Office meeting 3 days before the Capitol riot, Trump proposed replacing Rosen with Clark as acting attorney general. The DOJ officials threatened to resign immediately and said hundreds of other employees would follow.
I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I just declared was completely incompetent.
On Wednesday, federal authorities searched Clark's Virginia home.
There was loud banging at my door, insistent banging, so I just rushed down as fast as I could. I quickly figured out that there were agents there.
Republican Congressman Mo Brooks, who's been subpoenaed by the committee, announced on Thursday he will speak to the panel, but only under certain conditions. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you another update from Capitol Hill. As we mentioned, a very busy week on
the yeas
Capitol
are
Hill.
65.
We do want to bring the volume on this down for you. We have learned that the most comprehensive piece of gun control legislation in 30 years passed the Senate yesterday. A bipartisan gun violence bill is now on its way to the House. After the Senate approved the measure, the final vote was 65 to 33. We do know that 15 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, all voted to pass the bill, which will devote $13 billion to toughen background checks, institute red flag laws, and keep firearms away from domestic violence offenders. The House is expected to approve the bill. And as Congress works to advance the most significant gun legislation in really a generation, the Supreme Court has handed down its most significant gun ruling in about a decade. So we do want to get you some video of this and the correct graphic here. Again, the Supreme Court announcing a batch of rulings yesterday. One of them, a very significant gun ruling for the state of New York. The High Court striking down New York's restrictive regulations for its concealed carry law. It's a move that essentially expands gun rights and rules in favor of gun owners in the state of New York. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has more.
It's a major victory for gun rights advocates. The Supreme Court striking down a more than 100-year-old New York law regulating who can carry a gun in public. The 6-3 opinion was split along ideological lines, with of course 3 liberal justices in dissent.
The lawful and legal gun owner of New York State is no longer going to be persecuted.
7 states have similar laws requiring people to prove why they need to carry a firearm. Proponents calling them common sense gun safety measures at a time when gun violence in cities nationwide is rising.
The gun laws in 40 of these states are still in place based on the decision. Not good enough, but I think it's a bad decision.
The ruling comes as Congress moves forward with a bipartisan gun bill aimed at keeping guns out of the hands of those deemed a danger to themselves and others. The legislation cleared a procedural vote just hours after the Supreme Court released its ruling.
This bill will strengthen our red flag laws and amplify them. It will strengthen our background check system.
However, some critics are calling the bill an overreach that steps on Second Amendment rights.
So what we should do is we ought to be increasing funding for law enforcement. We ought to be increasing the penalties for gun crimes.
The House must still pass the bill before it heads to President Biden's desk. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise is pushing Republicans to vote no on the measure, but Fox is told there are a handful of GOP members that could vote yes. In Washington, Malda Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you some news about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which is now going on day 121. We have learned that the European Union has voted to approve candidacy status for both Ukraine and Moldova. Both countries appear to be a step closer to joining the European Union. The body has approved the two countries for candidate status. EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen said she is confident that Ukraine and Moldova would both do the homework that is necessary to move on to the next stage of joining the European Union. We do know that Georgia was denied its request and is still needs to meet a long list of conditions before officially being declared a candidate for EU membership. We do know that Ukraine applied to join the political and economic body just days after the Russian invasion back on February 24th, and this process has really moved at a record speed. The country's president, Volodymyr Zelensky, tweeted that, quote, Ukraine's future is within the European Union. So that is the latest when it comes to that front on the war in Ukraine, which, as we mentioned, is now going on day 121. We do want to switch gears now and bring you an update on the U.S. economy. Specifically about gas prices, which we have been reporting to you have been rising consistently throughout the summer. The national average just below $5. And we do know that as President Biden pressures oil companies, we do know that he is also working toward green energy. Our Fox News White House correspondent Peter Ducey has more.
Alternative energy makes sense.
That's what the president said as he met with offshore wind partners.
Look, the president, it was a stop by. This is something that he does very often.
A mile away, he let the energy secretary sit with oil CEOs who still want to see him. 24 energy producers write the president, quote, we would be honored to show you how our industry is involved in every step of the energy process, from fuel pumps to critical product delivery infrastructure to production zones across our vast nation. For now, the centerpiece of the president's gas price plan is a proposed gas tax holiday.
We see it as a simple, fast way to give American families, the American public, a little relief for 90 days.
But the reception on the Hill is mixed.
This is not going to solve the problem, which is Joe Biden appeasing the radical left, trying to move away from our natural resources, which, by the way, are cleaner than anywhere else in the world.
The president is hoping automakers can help.
Let's lower the price of electric vehicles so we never have to pay at the pump in the first place.
But that is a ways away.
A lot of people can't afford a $60,000 electric car, and they also are having a hard time affording gas right now. That sounds like a painful transition. So how much of that kind of pain is the president okay with?
No, that transition, we are in a transition to clean energy. That is something that is important. It is going to create jobs.
Officials here say the president is doing everything he can to lower gas prices. But as a candidate, he said no more drilling on federal lands, no more offshore drilling, no more new drilling. And so it's more like he's doing everything he thinks he can without getting in trouble with his progressive base. At the White House, Peter Ducey, Fox News.
Peter, thank you for that report. Now to another update on the war in Ukraine. Again, as we previously mentioned, it is now going on day 121 as Ukrainian troops work to push back Russian forces in Ukraine. We have also learned that the United States plans to send an additional $450 million in security aid to Ukraine in its latest package. Again, this is the latest coming in from the Department of Defense, announcing that we will be sending an additional $450 million for Ukraine as this critical need is needed for Ukraine's fight against Russia. And for more on this, we do want to head to a conversation with our Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, speaking with National Security and Intelligence Specialist Hal Kempfer.
Security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, good to see you, and thanks for being with us. I know it's been a little bit since we last spoke, but a major development with Ukraine and Moldova today, Hal. EU candidate status on their way to possibly become a member of the bloc. What say you?
What a difference 4 months has made. That's all I gotta say. It's now, first off, before everybody gets too excited, you got to keep in mind Turkey has been in EU candidate status for 20 years.
Oh wow!
So don't hold your breath. All right. With that said, there's a certain momentum behind Moldova and Ukraine that you certainly didn't see with Turkey. Also, Moldova and Ukraine are clearly European nations. Of course, Turkey famously having 1 foot in Asia and 1 foot in Europe has always been a crossroads country, and so there's some geographic, some cultural differences there too that we have to appreciate. But the speed with which this moved along, and it wasn't that long ago where President Macron of France was kind of throwing cold water on the whole prospect of Ukraine going into the European Union, talking about all the steps that they had to do and that this could take many years before it happened. And here they are in candidate status. And frankly, what happens on the battlefield, even though the EU is not a military organization, but what happens on the battlefield will impact this candidacy, because if the Russians are eventually pushed out of Ukrainian territory, that makes it much easier for the members of the European Union to elevate that status and to move that along further.
Hal, I just want to put up the tweet here from Ursula von der Leyen. She says today is a good day for Europe, and congratulations to both the leader of Ukraine and Moldova, saying your countries are part of our European family, and today's historic decision by leaders confirms that. Now, you were mentioning just how long you could be in this candidate status kind of scenario and designation. It could be decades.
It could be. I don't think it's going to be decades. I think things will move a lot faster. It can be much shorter too. They can move this along. I wouldn't anticipate it being months, but it could be in a few years. That's very possible. It's really tough to figure out how long this will take. I mean, let me be frank, there hasn't been a situation like Ukraine in a very long time. You kind of have to go back to World War II to find a situation like Ukraine. So all bets are off as to how long this will take. But the fact that they are in this status now and this happened so quickly, I can tell you right now, if you and I, talking at the end of February and talking about EU, them becoming a member of the EU, that seemed like years off before they'd ever get to this point.
Yeah.
And here they are.
Wow.
So frankly, things are moving fast. Now, one thing that's kind of interesting though, is with the European Union and NATO, European Union has sanctions against Russia. NATO has sanctions against Russia. All right. There has been a lot within the NATO and European Union member nations. There's been a lot of unity in terms of enforcing the sanctions. Of course, the latest is the Lithuanian and Kaliningrad blocking that. Nothing happens in a vacuum. None of these things happen in isolation. And I think that they're trying to communicate to Russia the power of European unity with the European Union and NATO, and the fact that they can affect things in a non-military way, in this case, sanctions enforcement against Kaliningrad, in a way that it kind of gets Russia's attention.
Hal, let's talk about weapons. Let's talk about aid. Let's talk about money. The United States said today they're sending $450 million in additional military aid to Ukraine. The statement from the Pentagon said 4 HIMARS systems, 36,000 rounds of ammo, 18 tactical vehicles, 1,200 grenade launchers, 2,000 machine guns, and so much more. And we finally got an update, this, I believe, from the Ukrainian Minister of Defense there, saying HIMARS have arrived to Ukraine. Thank you to my colleague and friend, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, for these powerful tools, exclamation point. Summer will be hot for Russian occupiers, and the last one for some of them. Really kind of artful way of saying that and thanking Secretary of Defense there. So they are finally there. Will they have an impact, Hal?
They'll have a huge impact. The missiles they have now with those HIMARS systems can reach out 45 to 50 miles. There's nothing the Russians have in the way of artillery or multiple launch rocket systems that can come even close to that. So literally using a variety of intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance assets, using things like counter battery radar, what I expect to see is a dramatic increase in the attrition of Russian artillery and multiple launch rocket systems, what we call counter battery fire. That is really the long pole in the tent for the Russians. That's what's enabled them to make rather modest gains on the battlefield, but the way they do it is through overwhelming firepower. They just basically destroy areas with artillery and rocket fire. If you can take out that artillery and that rocket fire from the Russians, if you can cause heavy attrition on those systems and you somewhat neutralize them on the battlefield, the Russians have shown time and again, they don't maneuver very well. They don't move on the battlefield very well. And if those systems can be basically negated as far as a significant, a significant battlefield system for them, it has a disproportionate effect on the Russians. Not only would it curtail their offensive movement, but it also causes them to have to rethink and possibly pull back from their defensive positions. And there's a lot of experts right now. HIMARS is a big part of this. They're saying within about a couple, 2 or 3 weeks, that they see kind of a crux for the Russians.
Yeah,
they're throwing everything in the kitchen sink to try and take what they can in the Donbass. You know, 2 cities that somewhat politically important for Putin, militarily, strategically really don't matter.
Okay.
But they're doing it in a way, and they're taking such heavy losses that in a couple weeks, their ability to press the offense will probably end. And that's what they're kind of referring to. This is going to be a hot summer for the Russians. It's cost them so much to make these rather modest gains.
Right.
That with taking out that artillery, they're expecting to see Ukrainian counteroffensives potentially regain a lot of the territory that the Russians have fought so hard for and are fighting for right now.
Yeah, let's talk about Vladimir Putin for a moment. We haven't really talked about him. Do you think he is somewhat coming out of this? He has been speaking rather boldly in the last few weeks, talking about how there is really no unipolar power anymore in the world. He was also talking to students about how he essentially envisions himself as Peter the Great reincarnate. So do you think Putin is kind of on his high horse, that, the negotiations are stalled, the war goes on? Yes, the Russian economy is in shambles, but Putin seems to be, I don't want to say riding high, but not as in a position as he was when the war's outset began.
That's one way to look at it, and that's a perfectly reasonable way to look at it. I would look at it another way. They're taking huge losses on the battlefield. They are unable to make their objectives. Russia right now, militarily speaking, has become a laughingstock around the world. The Chinese are having to rethink their entire military strategy after watching how badly the Russians have performed with their military and wondering, gee, can we do the same thing? So I think what he's trying to do is offset the reality on the battlefield, the reality on the ground, with some, overbearing rhetoric, comparing himself to Peter the Great, which, by the way, also has some geographic implications there. When you talk about Peter the Great, you're talking about the war against Sweden. And that brings into the issue of the Baltic states, among other territories, which is not an indirect, oh by the way, inference there. That is a clear inference, is to put pressure on the Baltic states. And of course, that kind of goes back to our discussion on Kaliningrad. So he brings that up. And then, of course, basically saying the unipolar world. The reality is the United States is the world's sole superpower has been changing for a bit, more to do with China arising as a major world power and the economic clout that it has, which they're trying to, match with military clout. That's just a simple reality. So it's interesting he says that. I don't know if he's trying to brag on China's power status, but certainly Russia is not in a power status, although they are bringing in slightly more revenues now because the price of oil is so high and they are able to export some oil. So in that part, maybe he's feeling a little bit of wind in his sails, but there's deeper problems that they're having in Russia. And I think he's really just trying to rhetorically offset everything else.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We are getting well into midsummer here, and the fighting rages on in the east. And so we'll be tracking it all here on Live Now from Fox, Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal Kempfer, thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy.
And as always, a big thanks to our own Live Now's Andrew Kraft for that conversation again about the ongoing war in Ukraine, which has now entered day 121. The EU, though, granting Ukraine candidate status, and the U.S. just yesterday announcing that we will be sending Ukraine an additional $450 million in its fight against Russia. We do want to take you out across the country. This is St. Pete's, Florida, a beautiful sunrise there. We also have another vantage point in Florida. This is Clearwater Beach. And we do want to take you out to Nashville, Tennessee, where you can see right here, Nashville there. I believe this is Broadway Street. Again, throughout the country. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. Take you coast to coast and around the world. It is 7:29 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is 7:31 on the East Coast. For 31 on the West Coast. You're taking a live look at the Golden Gate Bridge covered in fog as the West Coast is beginning to wake up. We also have some beautiful sunrises and beach scenes coming out of the Sunshine State where your Orlando LiveNOW team is based. You can see a beautiful sunrise in St. Petersburg, Florida, and Clearwater on the coast, on the Gulf Coast of Florida. So again, welcome into LiveNOW from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday morning. We do want to take you live out to the Supreme Court, where we do know coming up in just a little bit, the Supreme Court will be releasing another round of opinion rulings. So again, the nation really waiting on the Supreme Court to rule on abortion rights. And this all comes after that leaked bombshell draft opinion, which shows that a majority of the Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade, which legalizes abortion nationwide, again, a majority of those justices believe that it should be overturned, and authority on abortion rules and restrictions and rights should be given back to each individual state. So again, the Supreme Court will be dropping a batch of opinion rulings beginning at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time. Those opinion rulings will be released online every 10 minutes. And the case that everybody is looking for is called Dobbs versus Jackson. That's the one. It's a decision that could overturn Roe versus Wade, which, as we mentioned, and as you probably already know, guarantees a woman's right to an abortion. So we will wait and see what the High Court will do. We do know that their session is ending this summer, so the Supreme Court will have to rule on this eventually, if not today, in the days to come. So we, of course, will keep you updated and bring you those updates every 10 minutes starting at 10 o'clock this morning. Some other news coming out of Washington, D.C. We do know that the first major gun reform package in nearly 30 years has now been approved by the Senate. It officially passed through the Senate yesterday, even despite some pushback by Republicans. We do know that the bill will now head to the House for passage. If passed, it would enhance background checks for gun buyers ages 18 to 21. It would also provide funding for states with red flag laws, and also a substantial amount of funding for mental health services in schools and communities. So we do know Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer wanted it passed in the Senate by the end of this week. He did get his wish again yesterday, the Senate passing this bill, which now heads to the House, which does appear to have full support needed to pass through the House and eventually become law. So this bipartisan gun reform package was introduced following the mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, and also the mass shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. Another update coming into our desk in the war, from the war in Ukraine. We do know that the United States will be sending an additional $450 million to help Ukraine in its fight against Russia. So that is the latest when it comes to some of those top stories. But we do want to give you an update on the January 6th hearings. We did have one yesterday. We brought that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox. We did hear some bombshell testimony yesterday. 3 former members of the Trump Justice Department told the House committee members about the pressure campaign by former President Donald Trump to try and overturn the results of the 2020 election. Trump reportedly spoke with them almost daily about election fraud allegations. They claim that just 3 days before the Capitol riot, Trump proposed replacing the acting attorney general with someone who supported his false claims of widespread voter fraud. The officials who testified say that they immediately threatened to quit if that happened and warned Trump that hundreds of other employees would follow suit. So again, yesterday's committee hearing, including some bombshell testimony and some new information about the investigation into what led up to the January 6th insurrection at the United States Capitol. So each one of those former DOJ officials telling the committee that the pressure campaign to overturn the results of the 2020 election was done by former President Donald Trump. Our Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Washington.
Members of the committee praised the men for standing up to the president and refusing multiple requests to invalidate the 2020 election.
I said, Mr. President, we resign immediately.
Stunning new testimony from 3 Trump Department of Justice officials who described their conversations with the former president and his pressure campaign to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Former Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen said the president spoke with him almost daily about election fraud allegations.
That he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt, and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case.
Thursday's hearing centered around former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark, who supported the president's claims of widespread voter fraud. In an Oval Office meeting 3 days before the Capitol riot, Trump proposed replacing Rosen with Clark as acting attorney general. The DOJ officials threatened to resign immediately and said hundreds of other employees would follow.
I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent.
On Wednesday, federal authorities searched Clark's Virginia home.
There was loud banging at my door, insistent banging, so I just rushed down as fast as I could. I quickly figured out that there were agents there.
Republican Congressman Mo Brooks, who's been subpoenaed by the committee, announced on Thursday he will speak to the panel, but only under certain conditions. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Caroline, thank you for that report. We do want to bring you an update on gun legislation, that gun reform package we have been telling you about, the bipartisan one, which is the most comprehensive piece of gun control legislation in more than 30 years, passed the Senate yesterday. Again, the bipartisan gun violence bill is now on its way to the House. After the Senate approved the measure, the final vote was 65 to 33. We do know 15 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, all voted to pass the bill, which will now devote $13 billion to toughen background checks, institute red flag laws, and keep firearms away from domestic violence offenders. The House is expected to approve the bill. And as Congress works to advance the most significant gun legislation in a generation, we have learned that the Supreme Court has handed down its most significant gun ruling in a decade. The court struck down New York's restrictive regulations for its concealed carry law. It's a move that will expand gun rights and essentially rules in favor of gun owners in New York. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has the details from Washington.
It's a major victory for gun rights advocates. The Supreme Court striking down a more than 100-year-old New York law regulating who can carry a gun in public. The 6-3 opinion was split along ideological lines, with the court's 3 liberal justices in dissent.
The lawful and legal gun owner of New York State is no longer going to be persecuted.
7 states have similar laws requiring people to prove why they need to carry a firearm. Proponents calling them common sense gun safety measures at a time when gun violence in cities nationwide is rising.
The gun laws in 40 of these states are still in place based on the decision. Not good enough, but I think it's a bad decision.
The ruling comes as Congress moves forward with a bipartisan gun bill aimed at keeping guns out of the hands of those deemed a danger to themselves and others. The legislation cleared a procedural vote just hours after the Supreme Court released its ruling.
This bill will strengthen our red flag laws and amplify them. It will strengthen our background check system.
However, some critics are calling the bill an overreach that steps on Second Amendment rights.
So what we should do is we ought to be increasing funding for law enforcement. We ought to be increasing the penalties for gun crimes.
The House must still pass the bill before it heads to President Biden's desk. House Minority Whip Steve Scalise is pushing Republicans to vote no on the measure, but Fox is told there are a handful of GOP members that could vote yes. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live out to New York City, where, as we mentioned, it's being hailed as the first major decision on guns by the Supreme Court in more than a decade, impacting gun owners in New York, with a 6-3 opinion by the justices ruling that New Yorkers and Americans have the right to carry firearms in public. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke has more on the mixed reactions that are pouring in, plus a look at how the decision could affect a handful of states with some of the toughest gun laws.
In the wake of several devastating mass shootings, the U.S. Supreme Court voting Thursday to increase gun rights, ruling Americans have the right to carry firearms in public to defend themselves. The High Court's decision highlighting an ongoing political divide, with all 6 conservative justices outnumbering the 3 liberal ones, to strike down a more than 100-year-old New York state law requiring people to prove they have a legitimate need to carry a gun in public for their self-defense.
It'll even out what happens between states that have more strict rules against states that have more normal Second Amendment federal rules.
Now, New York and 6 other states with similar laws, including California, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, must decide how best to proceed.
You have no forewarning that someone can hide a weapon on them.
With Democratic lawmakers in the Empire State aiming to define and bolster, quote, sensitive locations where people still will not be allowed to carry a concealed weapon. And while gun rights advocates praise the Supreme Court's decision, opponents warn more guns in public could pose serious threats.
You might not have people trained to de-escalate a dangerous situation.
Meanwhile, the Senate on Thursday approved a bipartisan gun violence bill, which, among several things, would strengthen background checks for gun buyers. The House is expected to take up the measure fairly soon. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
Kevin, thank you for that report. Along with the Supreme Court ruling on those gun laws in New York, we have also learned that the Supreme Court just yesterday issued a ruling on a lawsuit out of California that people who were not read their Miranda rights cannot sue the law enforcement officer who failed to do so. So again, we are bringing you live out to California right now, where it is 4:44 in the morning there. The Supreme Court impacting Miranda rights, which we do know that this case originated originally in LA County, where a hospital worker was being questioned by a sheriff's deputy. We do want to get you some video of this. Being questioned about a sheriff's deputy about a sexual assault. The worker there was apparently never read his rights against self-incrimination, but signed a written confession. So the worker then sued the sheriff's deputy for violating his rights, but the Supreme Court again ruling against that, saying that now people who are not read their Miranda rights cannot sue the law enforcement officer who failed to do so. So a lot of big cases coming out of the Supreme Court, and the one that we, of course, are watching for pertains to abortion rights today. The nation awaiting the Supreme Court decision on a case that is known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health. It's a case out of Mississippi, and that ruling could come down as early as today, and that would be the decision that is expected to overturn Roe versus Wade, which, as you probably know by now, guarantees a woman's right to an abortion. The High Court is expected to issue the ruling before the end of the month. We do know that another round of batch opinions will be released at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern Standard Time. Those rulings will be issued online every 10 minutes. So definitely stay tuned for that as we wait for this monumental decision from the Supreme Court on abortion rights. It is 7:45 in the morning here on the East Coast. We are going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for spending your Friday morning with us here on the show. It is just before 8 o'clock here on the East Coast. 6:48 Central Time, and over on the West Coast it is 4:48 in the morning. You're taking a live look at San Francisco, California, St. Petersburg, Florida, and also Chicago, Illinois. But we do want to bring you out to Washington, D.C. and to New York City, where we do know that the Supreme Court of the United States will be issuing another round of opinion rulings coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. Of course, all eyes are on the case that could impact abortion rights as we know it. So again, those next opinions will be released today at 10 a.m. They will be released online, dropping every 10 minutes. So we, of course, will keep you updated on that. A huge, huge case that we are continuing to follow since the opinion draft that was leaked back in May, which does show a majority of Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade, which legalizes abortion nationwide, should be overturned. So again, the Supreme Court could rule on that monumental case as early as 10 o'clock this morning. So definitely stay tuned for that as we bring you all of the updates coming out of the Supreme Court. And we do know that during yesterday's batch of opinion rulings, the Supreme Court ruled on a gun law in New York. So it's really the first major gun ruling in more than a decade from the U.S. Supreme Court, which strikes down New York's concealed carry law that has been in place for more than a century. The law previously required gun owners to prove that they have a special need or proper cause to carry a concealed handgun in public for their own self-defense. New York's courts had ruled that just wanting to protect oneself without demonstrating a proper cause or serious need was not enough to obtain a license to conceal and carry a handgun. But in a 6-3 decision yesterday, the Supreme Court ruled that the law violates the U.S. Constitution by preventing law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms in public for self-defense. So again, this case really dates back to 2014 when two men from upstate New York were denied their concealed carry permits. And we do know that the New York State Rifle and Pistol Association filed this lawsuit on their behalf, taking it all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. Yesterday, we did hear some serious reaction from New York Governor Kathy Hochul, calling this ruling from the Supreme Court shocking. We also heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So let's go ahead and listen in to New York City Mayor Eric Adams' remarks on this Supreme Court ruling.
I have said and stated for some time now that the Supreme Court decision was keeping me up at night. It's clearly reached a point where we won't have any sleep. This decision is so impactful. When I spoke with my chief counsel, based on his preliminary analysis, I said, give it to me on a scale of 1 to 10. It's very close to a 10 of a major concern that we have. While we're still analyzing the decision, we can say with certainty, this decision has made every single one of us less safe from gun violence. The decision ignores the shocking crisis of gun violence every day, engulfing not only New York, but engulfing our entire country. The opinion claims to be based on nation historical past, but does not account for the reality of today. It ignores the present, and it endangers our future. While nothing changes today, and we want to be clear on that, nothing changes today. We have been preparing for this decision and will continue to do everything possible to work with our federal, state, and local partners to protect our city. We will collaborate with other mayors, municipality leaders, and governors, and will leave no unturned stone as we seek to undo and mitigate the damage that we are witnessing today. Those efforts would include a comprehensive review with the Corporation Counsel, our Chief Counsel, and other legal experts to assist us in this manner. As we start to define sensitive locations when carrying a gun is banned, and reviewing our application process to ensure that only those who are fully qualified can obtain a carry license. This is something that the police commissioner who's joining me today will ensure that our licensing division is aware of. We will work together to limit the risk this decision will create once it is implemented, and we cannot allow New York to become the Wild Wild West. That is unacceptable. This decision is created. We will not allow our city to live in fear that everyone around us is armed and that any altercation could evolve into a shootout. We will not allow the men and women of the police department to be subjected to further danger, making their already difficult jobs even more harrowing. And let me say this again. We will do everything in our power, using every legal resource available to ensure the gains we've seen during this administration are not undone, and that New Yorkers are not put in greater danger of gun violence. There is no place in the nation that this decision affects as much as New York City. There is no place in the nation that is going to be impacted based on this decision more than New York City. There's no place in the nation that the decision affects as much as New Yorkers. And we are prepared to set an example that will lead the country of how do we fight back on this decision. Today's Supreme Court decision may have opened an additional river that is going to feed the sea of gun violence in our city and in our nation. Now is the time for every elected official who cares about the safety of all Americans to come together and respond thoroughly and comprehensively to this appalling decision. Our work begins now to start saving New Yorkers and Americans. Please, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the mayor said, this case has been remanded back to the lower court. So the important thing to know today is that nothing changes. If you have a premise permit, it does not automatically convert to a carry permit. If you carry a gun illegally in New York City, you will be arrested. Nothing changes today, and that's important for everyone to be aware of. When we open the universe of carry permits, it potentially brings more guns to the city of New York and to the streets of New York City, and that should concern us all. Mr. Mayor?
Mayor, can you specify, you've spoken about the idea of sensitive areas before. Is there a possibility to, based on population or anything like that, determine the whole city is a sensitive area? Can you talk to us just a little bit about what the process is like and give us any idea of what those risks could potentially be?
We're still very much in the process of reviewing the opinion, and we obviously will, any measures that we take will be consistent with the opinion, but we are going to consider, as the mayor said, every option available, and that includes when we examine sensitive locations and figuring out how can we, in a way that will most protect New York residents of New York City to the utmost extent, how can we do so in a way that is consistent with the law and in a way that is reasoned and thoughtful in terms of the way in which we can protect those here in the city.
How can we expect policing to change once this ruling takes effect?
Well, I think the police commissioner made it clear, and this is so important because we saw this during the marijuana, legalization of marijuana in the state. People automatically, they only read the headlines. They thought they can go out and just sell marijuana, whatever they want. And the police commissioner's comment that nothing has changed. If you have a target permit, that is not a carry permit. And the thought that people may hear this ruling and believe they can openly carry those who are legally allowed to have a permit of some sort. So we're going to send a very clear message. Number one, nothing has changed. But number two, we're going to continue our pursuit as we have removed over 3,000 illegal guns off our streets. We're going to continue to pursue that. This complicates matters. And if it's implemented, and there's still levels to it, as it was mentioned, but we are going to continue to pursue those who are carrying illegal firearms.
How do you expect the permitting process will change, and do you envision a permitting process, because of this decision, will now take longer and be more deliberate?
So we're evaluating our permitting process, but obviously, as the mayor stated, we'll wait and see what happens when the lower court renders a decision. But we're taking a look at our policies, our procedures, and our licensing scheme as it stands now.
Mr. Mayor, the governor floated the idea of creating a restricted but shall permit regulatory scheme. Are there restrictions or requirements you'd like to see mandated that people have to meet in order to qualify for a handgun license if the city's permitting process is indeed kibosh?
Number one, we are hoping that the governor immediately calls lawmakers back to Albany. We have to look at this, and we can't wait. Lawmakers need to get back in pursuit of how we're going to analyze this decision. And right now, the Corporation Council and our Chief Counsel is going to look at what restrictions, if any, we can put in place in a permanent process, and we're going to partner with the commissioner and her team to do so. We're still analyzing this bill to know specifically what restrictions we can put in place.
Does this decision mean more stop and frisk? Does it mean more bag checks? Does it mean more like direct?
Welcome into Live Now from Fox, everybody. It is Friday, June 24th, officially the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern time hour. And if you are just tuning into our stream, we are taking a look back at some reaction to the Supreme Court striking down a New York gun law, which was meant to restrict concealed carry weapons. You could see New York City Mayor Eric Adams holding a press conference alongside the NYPD police commissioner and other New York State officials there. We also had some pretty emotional reaction from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. So this has about 7 minutes left since it was one of the big rulings from that opinion day just yesterday. We want to air these remarks for you in their entirety, but you could see the major stories that we are following there on your screen. The Supreme Court, even though it issued more rulings yesterday, it still has not ruled on a case that could overturn abortion rights in America. We do know that a number of opinions are going to be released in 10-minute increments beginning at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to keep a very close eye on that for you. We've also got the Senate passing the first major federal gun safety bill in nearly 3 decades, clearing a way for what is expected to pass in the House and then head to President Biden's desk. In a little bit, we'll break down what that legislation entails. And then Congress also announcing plans to send an additional $450 million in security aid to Ukraine to help them fight off Russian forces. And then to the right-hand side of your screen, hard to believe it has been 1 year since the Champlain Tower South Tower, the condo tower, I should say, collapsed, killing 98 people. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden expected to attend a public memorial event later this afternoon. So again, these are the stories that we are monitoring for you here on this Friday morning. This press conference has about 6 minutes left, and when we finish that up, we will get to all of these other stories that we're following here on Live Now from Fox.
What makes this so dangerous for people here in the city?
Right now, if you want a pistol, a carry permit, or a target permit, there are criteria you look for. And the standard is you have to justify you need that gun and through the licensing division. Based on this ruling, if it plays out, you no longer need that justification. The mere fact you want a gun, and if there are not some serious issues that we're going to identify and analyze, you have the opportunity to get that gun. That can increase the number of firearms in our city at a level that has not been witnessed since the Wild Wild West.
Mayor, you've spoken a lot about improving collaboration with the Port Authority and other agencies Can you talk about that? Have you spoken to them today if you plan to? And what sort of measures could we expect if this ruling does eventually take effect? Like, what could we expect to see at different Spanish pubs that are by state or tri-state?
That is a great question. This is going to cause the police commissioner and her team to do just an unbelievable shift from our thoughts of using technology, our thoughts of collaboration with the Port Authority. If we're now saying the mere fact you want to carry a gun, you can carry a gun, a lot of our planning is we're going to have to shift into a totally different mindset and thinking about how do we go about and attack this problem. We will adjust. You know, I want to be clear on that. Our primary role is to keep New Yorkers safe, but this is going to have a major impact in some of the strategies that we are rolling out that the Deputy Mayor of Public Safety has been looking into and what the police department has been doing.
Mr. Mayor, can you go through some of the sensitive locations that you have, sort of like a wish list of what you want to make sure is just completely cut off? Second question is, what would you say to somebody who's watching this and says, I have to get a gun now because I'm afraid I don't know who's going to be carrying it now for my protection. Maybe they didn't carry one before, but I'm going to start now.
Yeah, since we're still analyzing the legislation, the definition of a sensitive location and where we want that to be is something that the Corporation Council and our lead counsel would determine in partnership with the New York City Police Department. So there's no clear list that I can give you now until we properly analyze this ruling. And I say to those New Yorkers who are out there stating that, okay, let me go out now to the gun shop, let me go and get a gun, I want to share with them that almost a third of the people who die from guns is due to suicides. That gun inside your home, the accidental shootings with your children, the gun left accidentally unlocked up, having a gun presence in your home is heightening the risk of your family. And I'm saying to them, we don't need a society where there's an overproliferation of guns, and I'm asking them to not go into that culture of guns being everywhere.
Mr. Mayor, at least in the short term, is there a plan to stop a possible flow of guns from, like, say, the Iron Pipeline from states down south, anticipating a demand?
Well, listen, if this ruling is implemented, the Iron Pipeline is going to be the Van Wyck, not I-95. The guns are going to be purchased here. People are going to be empowered to believe they can carry. This has a significant impact on not only those guns that come up the pipeline, but the guns that are being sold and could be sold right here in the state of New York.
Is the city able to legally police gun shows more closely as well as curtail the hours of gun shops? Is that a possibility?
I think, as we said, as we're looking at this, as we're looking at the opinion, all options are on the table. This opinion does not foreclose all gun regulation, to be clear. Sensitive locations is a key piece of this. The application process is a key piece of this. The opinion acknowledges that. So there are areas here that we're going to study very closely. We've only had about an hour, so there's more time here that needs to be spent on this. But all options are on the table, as the mayor said.
Mr. Mayor, can you talk a little bit about your time as a transit cop? In the 80s, when guns were much more frequent in the system, and we had incidences like the Bernie Goat shooting. Do you worry we're going to have more shootings like this?
Yes, that right. And I think sometimes, Nolan, people don't remember that. You know, that Bernie Goetz was carrying a firearm and shot at several young men who were on the train. And if you would have looked at Bernie Goetz's profile, my understanding, I don't see if there was a red flag. And so, you know, that anger can turn into violence. We see it all the time. And that is what we are concerned about in New York. We're a densely populated city. Millions of people use our transportation system. Traffic accidents can escalate into gunfights. That's not what we want. And that's why the police department has in place one of the best procedures to ensure who can carry a gun. And so it is those types of encounters that a bad moment can turn into a bad shooting and create a bad outcome.
There you go.
All right, everybody, that was the very latest remarks from New York City Mayor Eric Adams after the Supreme Court officially ruled in favor of gun owners out in the state of New York, striking down gun laws that would restrict conceal and carry permits and the requirements to carry a weapon outside of your home. We are also awaiting more opinions that are expected to drop at 10 a.m. Eastern time today. We have been waiting for that decision on the case out of Mississippi that could overturn Roe v. Wade, which would fundamentally change abortion rights in the United States. Today is actually the final day of opinion drops, according to the Supreme Court schedule. Now, earlier this week, at the very last minute, they did release another day, which is today. So basically, the opinions and rulings were only supposed to drop on Tuesday and yesterday originally, but then they did add this day, Friday, as an additional day for rulings on landmark cases. So again, they could potentially at the very last minute only issue a couple of cases today and then say we're going to release more next week. They do have to get all these rulings out before they take their summer recess at the end of the month. So it's a major, major story that we are following here for you on Live Now from Fox, plus reaction to that ruling yesterday regarding New York gun laws. And then this all happening as the Senate passed the first major federal gun safety bill in decades, clearing the way for what is expected to be a House passage and then head to President Biden's desk. So some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to get you all up to speed on these top stories that we're following here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, June 24th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours as we bring you all up to speed on the major top stories that we are following here, not only in the United States, but internationally as well. So what we always like to do here is bring you this little side panel and kind of get you up to speed on the major big ones that we are following each and every morning. So this is a look right now outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. We have only one day left today on the Supreme Court schedule to release opinions in this year's term, as Americans are still waiting for a ruling on the intensely watched case that is expected to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade abortion ruling. Now, the High Court handed down 4 opinions yesterday that involved voter ID laws, state execution methods, Alito on Miranda warnings, and the constitutionality of a New York concealed carry law. We were just playing some reaction from New York State officials right before that quick break. The case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which concerns the legality of a Mississippi law that bans all abortions after 15 weeks, except in cases of medical emergencies and fetal abnormality, was not ruled on. So in early May, as many of you know, a draft opinion for the case written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito was leaked and basically indicated that the conservative majority court intended to overturn Roe v. Wade, claiming the 1973 decision was unconstitutional. Now, it is unclear if the final opinion is going to align with that leaked draft. And since the draft opinion was leaked, we saw tensions explode across the country. Large cities and the homes of conservative justices have been the targets of protests, while some pregnancy crisis centers have been attacked. Justice Brett Kavanaugh even faced an assassination attempt over the expected opinion earlier this month. So the Supreme Court is expected to release the final opinion by the end of June or early July, along with 8 other rulings. Now, as of yesterday, there is only one more opinion day release, which is today. But earlier this week, we did have the Supreme Court add today as an additional day. So they could potentially do that for next week. However, they do have to get all of this done by their recess, which is set to begin at the beginning of July. So they drop at 10 a.m. Eastern time in 10-minute increments. So 10 o'clock, 10:10, 10:20, and so on. We will be on standby with guests and all of the information you need if we do get a ruling in this Mississippi case. So be sure to stick with us here on Live Now from Fox as we do just that. Meanwhile, I do want to go across the street there to the Capitol building. This is a Live Now look we have out there in Washington, D.C. That is because another major news related to gun legislation. The Senate passed a bipartisan bill to address gun violence that amounts to the first major federal gun safety legislation in 3 decades. So this seemed nearly impossible just about a month ago. The final vote was 65-33, with 15 Republicans voting with Democrats to move the bill forward. This was a $13 billion measure, which includes funding to help states implement red flag laws and gives more money for mental health programs and school security. It would also close the so-called boyfriend loophole, which bans dating partners who have been convicted of domestic abuse from owning a gun for at least 5 years. The bill will next go to the House for a vote before it can be sent to President Biden's desk to then be signed into law. And it is expected to pass the House. So bipartisan legislation currently in the works. And as Congress is on the verge of passing its most significant gun legislation in 3 decades, as Fox News correspondent Doug Lazada reports from Washington this morning, it could happen just a day after the Supreme Court issued that sweeping new expansion of gun rights. So let's listen into his latest report here on Live Now from Fox.
Number one, we are hoping that the governor immediately calls lawmakers back to Albany. We have to look at this, and we can't wait. Lawmakers need to get back in pursuit of how we're going to analyze this decision. And right now, the Corporation Counsel and our Chief Counsel is going to look at what restrictions, if any.
Now, the timing of all of this appears to be just a coincidence, but both the Supreme Court and Congress are weighing in on gun rights in very different ways.
The motion to concur with an amendment is agreed to.
There was applause and even a bipartisan hug on the floor of the Senate as this new gun bill passed late last night.
It is a long overdue step in the right direction.
It happened just as the nation marks 1 month today since the horrific school shooting attack in Uvalde, Texas. The measure expands school safety and mental health funding, enhances background checks for young gun buyers, and adds new protections for victims of relationship abuse. 15 Republican senators supported it, overcoming a potential filibuster. And the bill is expected to pass the House later today. Other Republicans, though, say it's an infringement of Second Amendment rights.
The Democrat bill is not focused on criminals.
Across the street from the Capitol, the Supreme Court moved a different direction, ruling against a New York law that heavily restricted concealed carry permits for guns. In a 6-3 decision, Justice Clarence Thomas writes, it prevents law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their right to keep and bear arms.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
President Biden and New York officials may be disappointed, but the court says the state went too far.
And now New York has produced one of the most historic losses for gun control in the history of this country.
Now, this decision only directly impacts a handful of states, but it may also create a foundation to challenge other gun laws. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Meanwhile, we have continued to monitor reaction to that decision by the Supreme Court that came down just yesterday, being hailed as the first major decision on guns by the Supreme Court in more than a decade, with a 6-3 opinion by the justices ruling Americans have the right to carry firearms in public. So as we bring more reaction to you here on Live Now from Fox, here's the latest from Fox News correspondent Kevin Corke. Plus, a look at how the decision could affect a handful of states with some of even tougher gun laws.
In the wake of several devastating mass shootings, the U.S. Supreme Court voting Thursday to increase gun rights, ruling Americans have the right to carry firearms in public to defend themselves. The High Court's decision highlighting an ongoing political divide, with all 6 conservative justices outnumbering the 3 liberal ones, to strike down a more than 100-year-old New York state law requiring people to prove they have a legitimate need to carry a gun in public for their self-defense.
It'll even out what happens between states that have more strict rules against states that have more normal Second Amendment federal rules.
Now, New York and 6 other states with similar laws, including California, Hawaii, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Rhode Island, must decide how best to proceed.
You have no forewarning that someone can hide a weapon on them.
With Democratic lawmakers in the Empire State aiming to define and bolster, quote, sensitive locations where people still will not be allowed to carry a concealed weapon. And while gun rights advocates praise the Supreme Court's decision, opponents warn more guns in public could pose serious threats.
You might not have people trained to de-escalate a dangerous situation.
Meanwhile, the Senate on Thursday approved a bipartisan gun violence bill, which, among several things, would strengthen background checks for gun buyers. The House is expected to take up the measure fairly soon. I'm Kevin Corke, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Corke for that report. Meanwhile, another major story that we are going to be following for you today. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is going to be visiting South Florida, marking 1 year since the collapse of the Champlain Towers South condo building in Surfside, Florida. She is going to take part in a memorial event with the mayor of Surfside. This public memorial is going to be held in honor of the 98 lives that were lost. It took crews more than a month to complete search and recovery efforts, and the collapse caused $1 billion in property damage. It also caused several of these families to sue the property management companies. Meanwhile, a vigil was held last night on the eve of this 1 year mark as friends, family, community members all lit candles to remember those that were killed. First, here is that story from our Fox affiliate in Miami, Florida.
An emotional embrace as survivors, family, friends, and community memorialize their loved ones a year later. Hundreds gathering at the site of the Champlain Towers South. A year to the exact moment it came collapsing down, trapping dozens inside. A torch lit for the 98 lives lost as families try to find a way to move forward.
It's been a rough year.
It's been a year of just coming to the understanding that she's no longer here, but understand that she lived a beautiful, full life.
That's really, really been hard to hear and know that I couldn't do anything as her mother. That's been very, very, very difficult. But I can tell you this city here, the people here, she loved it here, and I found out just why. I mean, everyone here is so loving and caring and generous.
40-year-old Cassandra Stratton's mother, remembering the spark she once was, holding a photo, wearing a black shirt with the Roman numerals 98. The Israeli Defense Force returning to the site from across the globe a year after helping find the loved ones missing in the rubble. Cassandra's friends finding one of the Israeli rescue crew members who helped them find closure.
My best friend died in this collapse, and to see the IDF again, the people that really helped try to save them and rescue them from the rubble, it just brought it all back, but not in a sad way. It was sort of a beautiful moment. He's a symbol of hope for us.
Right.
In that
he
moment.
was there to comfort us every day. So to see him come back a whole year later and do the same thing, that really meant a lot for us.
It really did.
And as we mark the 1 year since this tragedy happened, I actually had the pleasure of sitting down with a man who was actually on the news quite a lot following this tragedy. His name is Michael Noriega. His grandmother, Hilda Noriega, was 92 years old. He described her as full of life and energy that nobody would expect to have at that age. And, you know, as his family waited, prayed, and hoped for the best as rescue crews were searching through the rubble, it was actually a major story that you saw on several news outlets last year of some of his grandmother's belongings being found before she was officially identified as the 12th victim. So this is about a 25-minute interview. It is very emotional, very touching. He also talks about how his faith and how wanting to keep his grandmother's memory alive has really gotten him through the pain of this last year. So here's that interview here on Live Now from Fox. Hard to believe that it has been 1 year. Last summer, on June 24, 2021, the Champlain Tower South in Surfside, Florida, collapsed, killing 98 people inside. We covered it from the very beginning since it first broke here on the show. Well, one of those victims was 92-year-old Hilda Noriega. And as we mark 1 year since this tragedy happened, I'm actually being joined right now by Hilda's grandson, Michael Noriega. Michael, I wish we were speaking under better circumstances. We're so sorry for your loss. How are you doing? How have you and your family been holding up?
We've been holding up. This is a much tougher week because it just brings us back to the nightmare that we were living the week that this first happened. And so it's been tough, but this too will pass. We'll get through it.
Absolutely. And we'll get to that day and what happened moving forward here in just a minute, but I want to talk about your grandmother because I've followed your story since this tragedy first happened, and it seems like you and her and your entire family had a beautiful relationship with her. So can you tell us the amazing things about her, her story, and really just everything as we commemorate and you know, talk about her life?
Absolutely. My grandmother was the matriarch of our family. Everything that we did as a family, she did with us, whether it was vacations or getting together on the weekends and having lunches and dinners together. You know, my grandmother, she truly lived for her faith, her family, and her friends. She was so full of love. And the reason why is because she truly was a woman of faith. She lived with God's love at the center of her heart. And so that would just overflow out of her into the people around her. And she was just so loved that people that would meet her for the first time would be like, oh my gosh, this woman, she's so amazing. My sister, who was actually the listing realtor for my grandmother's apartment, earlier that day, hours before the collapse, my sister was showing it to a family, and that family said to their realtor, "Oh my gosh, does she come with the with the sale of the property? We would love to keep her." I mean, that is just how much her light radiated from inside of her. And so I'm just so grateful for my grandmother's life, because not only has she had a tremendous impact on my life, but even in death, she's having an impact on so many others' lives. I was looking at something the other day as an idea to memorialize her, and what I read was, "To those whose light has been extinguished, let this be in memory of you." And I read that and I was like, even though my grandmother's no longer here with us, her light is not extinguished. As a matter of fact, her light is just warming up. The mission of my life, I feel that my calling is that people find hope and healing through the type of life that she lived, that the love that she lived with somehow gets from our hearts to their hearts, and just gives some type of hope that, you know what, time is so precious, time is so unforgiving, so let's let love be our legacy. And so I'm so grateful for her. And I think one of the reasons that we've been able to be strong through this has not only been because of our faith, has not only been because of God just carrying us through this, but it's also been because she was so strong. My grandmother was 92 years old, and she lived her life like she was in her 60s. She had so much energy. She was so independent, and she had so many friends, such a big social life. It was just so beautiful to see. So at one point, my grandmother had cancer. She beat that. At 91 years old, my grandmother had COVID. She beat that. And the fact that a building had to fall on top of her to take her out, I think is so symbolic of her faith and how strong of a life that she lived, but yet so gentle with love at the same time.
And you make so many beautiful points, Mike. And when it comes to your faith and the prayer and love that you were surrounded by when this happened, we should let our viewers know that in just a little bit, we're going to talk about the signs that you got from her, an incredible part of this entire story. But Mike, I do want to ask you if you could take me through June 24th of last year from, this happened very, very early in the morning. So walk me through what happened in your eyes from the moment that you found out and, really that first day.
So Ileana Gonzalez, who lived directly across from my grandmother, she somehow, through a miraculous turn of events, was asleep in her bed in the tower that collapsed minutes before it collapsed. And she woke up and ran out of the building. And while she was running down the stairs, the tower that she was just in collapsed. And the first phone call that she made was to my father. And my father really didn't know what was going on. All he could do was get dressed and get down there. And my mother called me and said, "Hey, your brother and I are coming to pick you up. Something happened to your grandmother's building." And when I got in the car, when they picked me up, my father was on the phone, and the entire car ride, he didn't say anything other than, "The building is gone. The building is gone." And we were saying, what do you mean the building is gone? My father was in such shock, he couldn't utter out any other words. So we pulled up on the south side of the tower that was still standing on Collins. And so as we walked up, we couldn't see the side that had collapsed. And so we were relieved at first, because we were thinking the building's not gone. I mean, we see the building right here, but as we got more to the south side of the building that had collapsed, we saw the devastation. And it was such an overwhelming moment that it really took a couple hours to realize that this is not just a nightmare. This isn't something that we're going to wake up from. This isn't a movie set. This isn't our imagination. This is our new reality. And we saw my grandmother's patio furniture that we had spent so many endless conversations on having many times. And it just, to see her patio furniture on top of the rubble, just across from the pool deck where we were, it was crushing. I don't have words. The waves of emotions, the confusion, the devastation, the shock, the anger, the sadness, the brokenness. It was so much at once. And I didn't know what to do. And so I eventually just kind of found my own little corner to sit in. And I put in my AirPods and I started listening to worship songs that my church, VU Church right here in Miami, had made. And there was one song that I was listening to called Shelter In. And the whole song is based out of Psalms. And it basically talks about how God is our refuge and our strength. And the beauty of that song called Shelter In is that the very building that my grandmother trusted to shelter her had ultimately collapsed and had let her down. And I realized that putting my faith into anything in this world, it's eventually going to collapse. It's not going to last. And that this situation was so much bigger than me. It was so much bigger than my family. We knew we couldn't handle it. And so in that moment, I just had to cry out to God and ask God for strength, ask God to carry us through this, because he's our ultimate shelter that will not fail us. And so we had to trust him through it. And I'll never forget that when I was just sitting, listening to those songs, those same 3 songs over and over and over, but specifically that song, Shelter In, I just felt God whispering into my spirit, giving me a sense of peace, saying, if your grandmother is alive underneath that rubble, just know that my presence is with her and that your grandmother's okay. You don't have to worry. But also know that if your grandmother's body is underneath that rubble, but her soul is not, know that she's in heaven in my presence. So either way, your grandmother, she's in my presence and she's okay. And it was in that moment that, although I was completely hoping that my grandmother was still alive and that there would be a miracle of the ages to talk about, my faith wasn't attached to a result. It was anchored in God's strength and God's promises, knowing that either way she was in his presence.
And, you know, Mike, you mentioned being out there at that site, even just on day one. And then from that point forward, as rescue efforts got underway, it was a waiting game. And, you know, unfortunately, you and your family weren't the only ones sitting there hoping for some positive news. Overall, what was that experience like, waiting to see if there would be somebody found alive, if your grandmother would be found alive? What was that experience like for you guys?
It was scary because our imaginations tend to run wild in moments like that. We remember early on they had asked my father for a DNA sample, and that was so confusing. Why do they need a DNA sample? And the truth is that there were bodies that were found that really weren't even bodies. They were just remains, and they needed DNA to be able to, you know, identify who it was. And it just, that was a very scary thought. And then the other scary thought is, what if my grandmother is alive underneath all of that? Is she suffering? Is she in pain? Is she bleeding? Is she dehydrated? I mean, so many things. But again, that's where faith comes in. I truly believe that our faith begins where understanding ends. I think a lot of people think that faith, the opposite of it, is doubt. But that's actually not true. The opposite of faith is sight. If you can see it, you don't need faith. And this was one of those things that we could not see it. And so we had to hand it over to God and trust him through it. And so fortunately for us, it was only 5 or 6 days. She was the 12th person found. So that was very, very hard. That was very, very hard. And so during that time, you know, I was fortunate enough to be able to do many interviews where I was able to share her story like I am now, to give God the glory, because I wanted people to know about her legacy of love, regardless of what the end result was.
And Mike, something that was incredible, and I remember watching an interview where you had a bunch of different things in your hands. Can you walk us through, you know, the fact that you and your family are sitting there waiting? There's an entire pile of rubble, but you came across some of your grandmother's belongings. Can you walk us through that moment and what was found?
Absolutely. So when we had first gotten there, there really was not a perimeter that was set up yet. We were never actually in or on the rubble. No first responder would allow us there, nor did we want to be there. But on Collins Avenue, I mean, there was dust everywhere. There was all kinds of debris, and we just started to notice that there were ties, there was clothing, there was bills and letters and pictures, and just all kinds of things that had just blown out from the impact of the collapse. And my father stepped on something and looked down, and it was actually a birthday card that had been given to my grandmother just 2 weeks prior to the collapse. And it had her name on the front, and there was a butterfly, not only on the envelope, but all over the card itself. And the beauty of that is that symbolize the butterflies, they symbolize metamorphosis, going from one life to another. And so to know that that was the very first thing that we found was scary but comforting at the same time, because we knew it was a message in the mess. We just didn't know quite yet what the message was. And so once we realized that was there, we started to realize what else could be here. And so we started to look and search in the area and the pool deck of the hotel next door. And we found two pictures, both of my grandparents. One picture is of my grandparents when my dad was just a kid, and the other one is of my grandparents later on in life when they were on vacation together, which was just so beautiful. But what most people don't know is when the homicide detectives gave us the news of the confirmation of her death, they handed us a brown paper bag. And within that brown paper bag was 6 different rosaries. And the significance of that is I had been talking about how my grandmother lived for her faith, her family, and her friends. So God was so faithful that normally when somebody passes away, you get to keep their things, but we didn't get to do that because all her things were in that rubble. But yet the only things that we did get to keep, the birthday card that symbolized her friendships, the pictures that symbolized her love and affection for her family, and then lastly, the rosaries that symbolized her deep faith in Jesus and her love for God. And it was such a full circle moment that in the moment of finding out the news of her passing, there was also just a full circle moment where it was God confirming she is safe in my presence. Your grandmother's life and legacy is complete. And in that moment, our family, we just started weeping and crying. Half of it was really out of sadness and brokenness, but the other half was just out of joy that God, he was so good in that moment to give us those messages in the mess. And so it brought us so much comfort, and it brought us even a sense of joy in that moment.
Yeah, and you know, Mike, I'm such a huge believer that you do get signs from the people that you love, no matter where they are, and you know, to get those pictures and to have that, you know, who in your family, where are, you know, these things that were found? Are they keepsakes at this point?
Yeah, they're treasured mementos that we keep very safe, and my father has them, and so we'll treasure those forever.
Absolutely. You know, Mike, as this situation unfolded and we saw rescue efforts, we had those daily updates, the huge question was, how did this happen? Why did this happen? Have you and your family been kept in the loop on the investigation that unfolded after this tragedy struck? And do you know where they're at now necessarily?
The only information that we have is the same information that's released publicly, because everybody needs to know. This is so much bigger than the families that were directly affected like us, because obviously we want closure as to, number one, why did this happen? How did this happen? But then the biggest question is, how do we make sure that this never happens again? Buildings are not supposed to just collapse and fall in the middle of the night. And kill the very thing, you know, kill people that are trusting the very thing to shelter them. And so I would just say that in this scenario, we want answers now. I think everybody wants answers now so that everybody feels safe in the comfort of their own home. But we want the right answers. We don't want the quick answers that might be incorrect. So if this investigation needs to take a little bit longer so that it's thorough and it's been tried and tested and we know the truth, then it's worth the wait, it's worth the patience, especially if it's going to save lives in the long run.
Absolutely. And you know, when it comes to this happening and affecting your entire community, have you felt supported by your community? Do you still stay in touch with some of the families that also lost loved ones in this collapse?
Absolutely. So my experience was a little bit different than most families, I would say, because due to my father's position as a first responder, he was on ground zero every single day until we received the news of my grandmother's passing. And so we were by his side the whole time. And I really didn't have much of a chance to connect with the families. But since then, I've had some opportunities. And just last week, I got a chance to meet some very special people. One of them was Jonah Handler and his father. Jonah was on the 10th floor in his room with his mom when the ground beneath them just disintegrated, and they both fell 10 stories and survived. And Jonah was the first one pulled out of the rubble, and he's alive and well today, thank God. But his mom didn't make it. And I also got to meet with Raquel Oliveira, who lost her 5-year-old son and her husband. And one thing is our own pain. That's something that we have to live with. But to see the pain that others have to live with, it really, it's not something I sympathize with. It's something I empathize with. And as others share their pain, I feel their pain. It just becomes exponential. And so I think that's really what's so driven the mission of my life. And that's why I'm so grateful for my grandmother's life, that she has so changed the mission of my life. A verse I've seen so many times since the collapse is Psalm 34:18, that the Lord is near to the brokenhearted, but he rescues those that are crushed in spirit. And I had to ask myself, why does God want to be close to our heart when we're brokenhearted? Because he's not trying to rescue us from a broken heart, but he's trying to rescue us from a crushed spirit. And what I realized is that in this life, you can't avoid heartbreak. Man, people are going to pass away. People are going to let us down. People are not going to meet our expectations. People are going to betray us at times. There's going to come a grieving process with that. But a crushed spirit is something completely different. A crushed spirit is a spirit that has lost all faith, has lost all hope. And it's like a well without water. It just is void of any purpose. And so my grandmother has so inspired me that I feel that my calling is, how can I help others that have gone through tremendous tragedy just like this go through life where they're going to have a broken heart at times without it breaking their spirit, without it crushing their spirit. And I believe that the answer to that is that I believe that God, his heart breaks when our heart breaks. And so because he not only understands our pain, but empathizes with our pain, that he wants to be with us in that pain. And if we let him near to our broken heart, then he'll actually rescue us from having a crushed spirit, that he will rescue us from losing our faith, hope, and purpose.
And I think that's so important, Mike, especially in the wake of a tragedy, to take what happened to you and to use it and help other people is so big, and it's really noble. It's crazy, like I said, to think that it already has been 1 year. I know that you are spearheading a lot of memorial events. So what can people expect in the Surfside community in Miami to mark this 1 year?
So that's a great question. There's a lot of public events that are happening. One main one, the families will be gathering privately around the time of the collapse. But at 10 a.m., there's going to be a public event that's going to be happening from 10 a.m. to noon right there on the collapse site. And then I'm also going to be holding a gathering that is just really going to be more about prayer and reflection and memorializing. And it's going to be a time where we're sharing faith and sharing hope. I think that people are most willing to be open to listen to hope when they're in pain. There's a saying that pain is God's megaphone. And so that's going to be my gathering that I'm going to be doing personally in the evening of this Friday on the 1-year anniversary. So there is going to be a lot going on, and I'm grateful that that Surfside is really facilitating a lot of these events that are happening to help bring healing and gather the families together to honor those that were lost.
And it's also so important, like you mentioned, that even though we're marking 1 year, you want your grandmother's legacy and her story to live on, as is all these families do. Can you talk a little bit about future endeavors? I understand that you were contacted to partake in a documentary about this condo collapse, and I also understand that you may be writing your own book. What can you tell us? Can you give us a little glimpse into what is to come?
I am writing a book. Kind of on what I just spoke about. How do you go through life with a broken heart, but not allow it to crush your spirit? And it's all going to be centered not only around the Surfside collapse, but honoring the families and those lost in the Surfside collapse. And then I'm very grateful to be able to partner with Jason Kennedy, he's an amazing TV personality, but he's an even more amazing person and a great man of faith. And so I'm very excited to be partnering with him and Atlas Films to be able to be doing this, because there are so many families like ours that have gone through tremendous pain. And we know how the 98 souls died, but the real question is, how did they live? What was their legacies? And we want to give those families a voice, not only in the process of their experience of what happened, really in the crushing of that night, but also an opportunity to lift up the names and honor their loved ones as well.
Absolutely. Well, Mike Noriega, we really appreciate you coming on with us, sharing your grandmother's story and about, moments that are just literally unthinkable. Is there anything else you want our viewers to know? Any more takeaways from your experience over this last year? Any last remarks?
Yeah, going back to a question that you asked me, one thing that I'm so grateful for that I think truly just not only helped our family, but helped this community, was to see how everybody, after the collapse happened, came together. Everybody was just unified in community, to see how the first responders on local levels, on other state levels, even the rescue response team, from Israel. There was just so many people from really around the globe that wanted to be part of a solution for a problem that really didn't have a solution. And so whether it was passing out water, whether it was getting food for first responders, whether it was contributing and donating to families that had just lost everything overnight, we're just so grateful for how families just came together to bring unity and community. I know that so many local churches, Casa Church right there in Surfside, VU Church, my church right here in Miami, so many just organizations had such a large role. And we're just so grateful, because everybody coming together, it's made such a big difference for us. And I firmly believe that there's times in life that we don't have the strength to carry ourselves. And the beauty is when you have other people that love and care about you enough, or empathize with you enough, that they're willing to carry you at a time that you can't carry yourself. It's really a beautiful thing. And so this time has really reminded me of 9/11. 9/11, we put the politics aside, we put our differences aside, and we focused on how can we be unified and love one another. And so it's really beautiful to see how that came together so quickly.
Yeah, Mike, that actually was something that I thought about when we were covering each update, each day of the search and rescue efforts. You had people coming from overseas. I'm here in Orlando. We had search and rescue teams coming from Orlando. So like you just said, the world uniting over wanting to help. It's hard to believe that it has been.
These things no longer feel rebel.
Again, a very powerful interview there by Mike Noriega, remembering his 92-year-old grandmother, Hilda Noriega. We did just get word that First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will be attending and participating in the Surfside's memorial event with the mayor and delivering remarks out there at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So be sure to join us on Live Now from Fox as we stream that live, raw, and unfiltered. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to entirely switch gears here to a story that we also broke yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. When it comes to Juul e-cigarettes, the FDA officially banning Juul e-cigarettes, citing safety concerns and saying they played a key role in the rise of youth vaping. So when we come back, we're going to have a live interview with Mr. Matthew Myers, president of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody. It is a top story that we first broke to you just yesterday here on Live Now from Fox. The FDA banning Juul e-cigarettes here in the United States, citing safety concerns and saying that they played a key role in the rise of youth vaping. Now, the popular Juul pods could be found in gas stations and smoke shops, really everywhere. And officials say the pods contain potentially harmful chemicals that is marketed to kids. Now, Juul will likely appeal this decision by the FDA. We've seen a lot of reaction since this broke. So I actually do want to bring in and welcome into the show a live guest here on Live Now from Fox. His name is Matthew Myers, and he is the president of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. Mr. Myers, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Well, Mr. Myers, when we first got this news just yesterday, you issued a statement. So can you really break down what that statement entailed and really your reaction to this news?
Well, yesterday's decision by the FDA may have the greatest impact on reducing the youth e-cigarette epidemic of any action the FDA has taken. While FDA focused importantly on the safety issues related to Juul, the reality is removing Juul from the market has an enormous impact on reversing the youth e-cigarette epidemic because more than any other company, Juul is responsible for the meteoric rise in vaping among our nation's children. They introduced a product that was designed to appeal to kids, used flavors that were very attractive to kids, figured out how to deliver nicotine more powerfully than anybody else ever has, and then took a page out of the tobacco industry's playbook, using images to make Juul cool among our nation's children. The net result, a meteoric rise in youth vaping, and yesterday's decision, while based on safety concerns, will have a direct impact.
And, you know, going off of everything you just said, Mr. Myers, why do you feel, and going off of some of the stats, really, why do you feel like it was Juul specifically that the FDA ruled against? Because, I mean, there are tons of other vaping products out there that teenagers and our youth could still get their hands on.
It's a great question. And the answer is the FDA yesterday focused on Juul, but FDA is in the process of reviewing every company's products. And while this decision was based on safety concerns, in other cases, FDA has already said that the flavors that appeal to kids have to meet a much higher standard and have already begun to order many of those off the market. However, they haven't dealt with the most popular brands among kids. If for yesterday's decision to have the desired impact, FDA will now have to move quickly to address the same issues posed by other flavored products, including the disposable flavored products, which have become so popular among our kids. Yesterday's decision should be seen as a first step, not a complete decision.
And, you know, Mr. Myers, if you step away from even our youth for just a moment, do you feel that Juul products fueled e-cigarette, popularity overall, even among adults?
Well, you know, that's the critical problem. Juul targeted youth. And when Juul was introduced, we saw a meteoric rise in the number of kids who were becoming addicted to e-cigarettes. What we didn't see was an increase in the number of adults who were using e-cigarettes successfully to quit. So we know two things. One is Juul is associated with a very large rise in the number of our children who are addicted. And on a population basis, Juul is not associated with an increase in the percentage of adults who have quit. We're very supportive of introducing new tools to help adults quit smoking. Juul, unfortunately, has not paved the way for that.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point off the topic of even, just our youth for a second as well. That's the counter argument to this ban, really, is some adults saying, well, Juul products and e-cigarettes got me to stop smoking regular cigarettes.
Well, there's no doubt that Juul and the other products have helped some people quit smoking. But when you look at all the data across the board, today, more people quit smoking without using any tool whatsoever. Second, FDA has approved safe products that have been shown to help people quit smoking. Juul is diverting some people off of proven safe products into using unproven products. And third, the critical issue here is the net public health impact. In this case, the net public health impact is clearly harmful because so many more kids are using it, and many of the Juul adult users continue to smoke and don't reduce their risk of disease.
Now, Mr. Myers, actually this week, the Biden administration signaled that they're going to develop a proposed rule to establish a maximum nicotine level in cigarettes and other tobacco products that could essentially lower the amount of nicotine in products available in the U.S. Do you feel that this would help both our youth and adults?
If FDA required that nicotine levels in cigarettes and other combusted tobacco products be reduced to levels that are minimally or not addictive, it would have the greatest impact on tobacco-caused disease as any other single action. Today, FDA now has three proposals in front of it. First, to ban menthol cigarettes. Menthol cigarettes are the starter choice for most kids, and they also cause enormous health disparities. They're also proposing to remove flavored cigars. More kids start using cigars today in the United States than use cigarettes, and it's the flavors that hook them. Removing those is vitally important. If you add on top of that a proposal to reduce nicotine, then we eliminate the addictive quality of smoking. Remember, many people experiment with cigarettes. They become hooked because of the nicotine. If you eliminate the nicotine, then it truly becomes a free choice. The number of smokers will drop like a rock, and the number of tobacco-caused deaths will also drop.
Yeah, and also going off of that, Mr. Myers, surveys show that 2/3 of young smokers say that they actually do want to quit. So, lowering nicotine levels could make a big difference, essentially.
Lowering nicotine levels will make an enormous difference. FDA has projected that if nicotine were reduced to minimally addictive levels, 33 million American children would be prevented from ever starting. In the first year, 5 million adults would quit. Remember, tobacco remains the #1 premature cause of preventable death in the United States. Close to 500,000 Americans died from tobacco use last year. This would change that number rapidly.
And what's so crazy to me is when we saw Juul products come out years ago. I've been a reporter for a couple of years now, and I remember doing local stories on middle schoolers juuling in bathrooms, and then you had a huge problem with high schoolers as well. So when it comes to your organization, Mr. Myers, what suggestions do you have for parents when it comes to educating their children and young adults about vaping?
It's a very important question. When Juul was introduced, they talked about wanting to help adult smokers quit, but instead what they are responsible for is increasing the number of children who are addicted to levels that we haven't seen in 20 years. It is critically important, first, for parents to sit down with their children and make clear to them that these products are not safe, that they are highly addictive, and that we don't know the long-term health effects, so that kids understand the risk. Second, it's very important for parents to talk to their kids and make sure that they realize that it's Juul that is manipulating their attitudes about these products. There's nothing cool about inhaling high doses of nicotine. Parents need to be aware of that. But importantly, we can't just rely on parents. The Food and Drug Administration and local governments have very important roles to play. There's simply no place in our society for these highly flavored, highly addictive products that appeal to our children. We need to remove flavored products from the market across the board, not just from Juul.
And is this a big first step, Mr. Myers? I mean, this is a ruling basically by one of the highest levels of government when it comes to our health.
If this decision yesterday results in Juul being removed from the market, it is a critically important first step. The second step is to remove the other flavored products that are appealing to kids, and to remove the disposable flavored products that are also appealing to kids. If FDA consistently makes these kinds of decisions and moves rapidly, we can reverse the youth e-cigarette epidemic. If it doesn't, and if it leaves flavored products on the market, kids will find them, and we'll deal with this issue for decades to come.
And when it comes to adults and our youth, following this decision by the FDA, are these products and, Juul pods and Juul devices, are they going to be removed from the shelves immediately? Could you kind of give our viewers a sense of a timeline as, we see these e-cigarettes get banned across the United States?
If Juul were a responsible company, they would come off the shelves immediately. Juul has already said that they intend to appeal, and they may seek a stay or a delay in implementation. That only puts more kids at risk. So whether or not Juul voluntarily removes them while any litigation is pending becomes a critical issue here. Our hope is that FDA will insist that they be removed as quickly as possible. It won't happen overnight, it won't happen tomorrow, but it could happen very rapidly.
All right. Well, Mr. Myers, do you have any final words, any more advice to smokers of all ages, any final remarks before we send you off?
I think two quick things are very, very important. First is this decision should send a message to kids across the country and parents across the country. Using e-cigarettes as an adolescent is a harmful action that can result in lifelong addiction. Second, if you're an adult smoker looking to quit, go to your physician, but also look to FDA-approved tobacco cessation products. They will both help you quit, and they've been proven safe.
All right. Well, Mr. Matthew Myers, president of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, we really appreciate you joining the show and really providing some insight into this major decision. And like you said, definitely a big step. So we hope you have a great weekend, and we'll definitely be talking to you again soon.
Same to you. Thanks for having us on.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue some more coverage into the FDA's decision on the ruling to really remove all Juul products from U.S. markets, we do want to give you some more reaction when it comes to, local stores that sell these products, and also smokers who are saying, well, Juul's help me quit smoking cigarettes. So here's some more reaction from our Fox 35 Orlando team.
You just throw them away.
The FDA ordering Juul to stop selling its products. In an announcement, the agency saying the pods contain potentially harmful chemicals. One vape store tells us they haven't really been a big seller lately anyway.
We have so many healthier options and better quality things that you can buy. There's really no reason for me to even point you in the direction.
Juul likely selling more of the pods in places like gas stations. Another major concern of the FDA, the role the agency says Juul played in the rise of youth vaping.
You don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this is a dangerous product, get it off the market.
James France and his team represent hundreds of school districts across the country, including Volusia County, in a lawsuit against Juul. They say the company marketed the products to school-aged kids.
We're ecstatic. Our clients are so overwhelmed. Our school districts have been overwhelmed with all the havoc that's been created by the Juul products.
Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, June 24th. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to run you through all of the major top stories that we are keeping a close eye on. The High Court handing down 4 opinions yesterday, but not the one that could potentially overturn a case that would really fundamentally change abortion rights in our nation. It is unclear if that final opinion is going to align with the draft opinion that was leaked in early May that basically insinuated that a majority of the conservative justices wanted to overturn the landmark 1973 decision Roe v. Wade as unconstitutional, and this would really leave it up to certain states to make the rules when it comes to women getting an abortion. So we're keeping a close eye on that. We're also continuing to bring you the very latest on the Senate passing a bipartisan bill to address gun violence that amounts to the first major federal gun safety legislation in 3 decades. And then in about 50 minutes, it's slated for around 10 a.m. Eastern time, we also should get feeds of First Lady Dr. Jill Biden in the Miami, Florida area, specifically the town of Surfside, joining their mayor and families and loved ones and community members as they honor the 98 victims that were killed 1 year ago today when the Champlain Tower South collapsed. So stay with us. All those top stories and more coming up after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Friday, June 24th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios, bringing you all the latest developments on major headlines, not only here stateside, but internationally as well. And then within the next hour or two, we are expecting several live events and feeds to come into our desk. And I can actually bring you out live right now to outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. It is a major case that we are following here on Live Now from Fox, or I should say a major story, awaiting the Supreme Court decision for a case that could fundamentally change abortion rights here in the United States. We only have 1 day left on the Supreme Court schedule to release opinions in this year's term. Americans are still waiting for this one ruling on the intensely watched case that is expected to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade abortion ruling. Now, the High Court handed down 4 opinions yesterday that involved voter ID laws, state execution methods, Alito on Miranda warnings, and the constitutionality of a New York concealed carry law, which I'm going to bring you more information on in just a moment. But basically, the case of Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization concerns the legality of a Mississippi law that bans all abortions after 15 weeks, except in case of medical emergencies and fetal abnormality. That was not ruled on yesterday, and now in early May, many of you remember, a draft opinion for the case written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito was leaked and indicated that the conservative majority court intended to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, it's unclear if the final opinion is going to align with that draft. Since the draft opinion was leaked, tensions have exploded across the country, as you could see right here live, raw and unfiltered in front of your faces. Large cities and the homes of conservative justices being the targets of protests, while some pregnancy crisis centers have even been attacked. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, a conservative justice, even facing an assassination attempt over the expected opinion earlier this month. So again, the Supreme Court expected to release the final opinions by the end of June or even early July, along with 8 other rulings. Now, as of yesterday, there is only one more opinion release day scheduled. That is today. However, the court, like they did earlier this week, adding today to that schedule, could schedule additional days next week, and like I just said, could potentially bring it into early July. Some experts say that may not be likely because they do start their July recess very shortly at the beginning of that month, so they may or may not want to take it into the summertime. But we do, again, have these feeds coming into our desk here outside of the Supreme Court. Pro-rights activists really taking to a new level, really, just holding some of these protests. Back last month, there was actually one weekend where several protests erupted in Los Angeles, Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., a march for our lives, a march for abortion rights rallies breaking out in some of these cities. This is another vantage point we have of the Supreme Court of the United States. So these opinions drop at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and they drop in 10-minute increments. So 10 o'clock, 10:10, 10:20, and so on. We are going to monitor them very closely here. And if we do get that ruling on this Mississippi abortion rights case, we will be joined by live guests. We'll have some interactive maps showing you where some of these laws could change immediately. A lot of these states having something called trigger laws. So be sure to stick with us for our coverage as we monitor this Supreme Court ruling that could fundamentally change abortion rights here in the United States. So many Americans opposed to this, as you could see, protesting outside of the steps of the Supreme Court building. Just a couple of weeks ago, after that draft was leaked, you could see the fencing behind them. Security measures really ramping up in our nation's capital in preparation for this opinion drop. So we will be keeping a close eye on these opinions and rulings at 10 a.m. Eastern time here on the show. Meanwhile, I do want to take us right across the street to the Capitol building in our nation's capital. That is because it was another major story out of Washington, D.C. Basically, a gun reform package being passed by the Senate, a bipartisan bill addressing gun violence that amounts to really the first major federal gun safety legislation in 3 decades. The $13 billion measure includes funding to help states implement red flag laws, and gives more money for mental health programs and school security. Now, it would also close the so-called boyfriend loophole, banning dating partners who have been convicted of domestic abuse from owning a gun for at least 5 years. The bill will next go to the House for a vote, where it is expected to pass before it can be sent to President Biden's desk to be signed into law. Now, this all happening as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader is going to elaborate on a day after the Supreme Court already issued a sweeping new expansion of gun rights relating to New York's conceal and carry laws. So here's the very latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader.
Now, the timing of all of this appears to be just a coincidence, but both the Supreme Court and Congress are weighing in on gun rights in very different ways.
The motion to concur with an amendment is agreed to.
There was applause and even a bipartisan hug on the floor of the Senate as this new gun bill passed late last night.
It is a long overdue step in the right direction.
It happened just as the nation marks 1 month today since the horrific school shooting attack in Uvalde, Texas. The measure expands school safety and mental health funding, enhances background checks for young gun buyers, and adds new protections for victims of relationship abuse. 15 Republican senators supported it, overcoming a potential filibuster, and the bill is expected to pass the House later today. Other Republicans, though, say it's an infringement of Second Amendment rights.
The Democrat bill is not focused on criminals.
Across the street from the Capitol, the Supreme Court moved a different direction, ruling against a New York law that heavily restricted concealed carry permits for guns. In a 6-3 decision, Justice Clarence Thomas writes, it prevents law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their right to keep and bear arms.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
President Biden and New York officials may be disappointed, but the court says the state went too far.
And now New York has produced one of the most historic losses for gun control in the history of this country.
Now, this decision only directly impacts a handful of states, but it may also create a foundation to challenge other gun laws. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Meanwhile, as you may have heard Doug Luzader just mention, today marks exactly 1 month since the Uvalde school shooting that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. Happening tonight, the district will hold its high school graduation with a very increased police presence. Meanwhile, the community is continuing to grieve and look for answers. Yesterday, state lawmakers continued their investigation into the law enforcement response 1 day after the school police chief was put on leave. Now, family members of the victims continued to express their frustration outside and inside of this hearing. The president of the Texas Police Chiefs Association actually apologized for failing the Uvalde community as they presented their recommendations to the committee. Those included mandating alert training for all officers in Texas. ALERT actually stands for Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training. Also recommended biannual active attack management training for command level officers, and more streamlined processes for keeping track of students who issue school threats or may have mental health issues, also allowing law enforcement to access that information. Now, specific recommendations were what I just said, but they also said there is no easy or one solution. The mayor of Uvalde also said that this week, Robb Elementary School, where this mass shooting took place, is going to be demolished. We don't have a specific date on when that is going to happen just yet, but the superintendent did say earlier this month that more than 500 students who attended Robb Elementary are going to be relocated this fall. So this 1 month mark coming as this gun legislation, this bipartisan gun legislation, did pass the Senate. It is expected to be voted on by the House, and then we'll head to President Biden's desk. So I do want to bring you first to a 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we're going to bring you some more reaction to the Supreme Court ruling in favor of gun owners in New York State, striking down really rules that would limit those who wanted to conceal and carry weapons and pistols outside of their home. We did have New York Governor Kathy Hochul not happy at all about that ruling, so we're going to listen into some of her remarks after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox at 9:25 a.m. here on the East Coast. We've just gotten this feed into our desk. This is one of the vantage points we have on the tarmac of Miami International Airport as First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is expected to arrive any moment now. And then at around 10 a.m. Eastern time, she is going to be participating and making remarks at a memorial service for the 98 victims that were killed when a condo building, the Champlain Tower South, collapsed 1 year ago today, killing 98 people. So we are going to hear from the First Lady and likely to hear from family members, community members, and even the mayor of Surfside as well. So we will be streaming that for you here on Live Now from Fox. And also do want to let you know that around 10 a.m. Eastern time as well, we are going to be monitoring rulings and opinions coming down from the Supreme Court of the United States. Americans awaiting that ruling on a case out of Mississippi that could, if overturned, fundamentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. Here's a live look outside of the Supreme Court as protesters are already rallying outside of the steps. You can see the fence there, lots of security in this area as this ruling could potentially come today. Today is the last scheduled day of opinions that are dropping from the Supreme Court, but they could add additional opinions as well. And it looks like we do have First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and some of the officials from the White House really coming on the tarmac here in Miami, Florida. So in the meantime, as we monitor all these live feeds, when we talk about reaction for the first major decision, it's being hailed as the first major decision on guns by the Supreme Court in more than a decade. It was part of their rulings just yesterday, basically ruling that Americans have the right to carry firearms in public. This all honing in on New York state laws specifically. So we did have Governor Kathy Hochul speaking after this ruling. She definitely was not happy. So let's listen into some of her remarks here on Live Now from Fox.
Right and responsibility to protect its citizens. With a decision which we are still digesting, which is frightful in its scope of how they are setting back this nation in our ability to protect our citizens back to the days of our founding fathers. And the language we're reading is shocking. I will make some remarks as my counsel finds the exact language I want to. Where's Liz? We had language. I want to read this because I think everyone should know what just happened here. Highlighted language. Find it. As governor of the state of New York, my number one priority is to keep New Yorkers safe. But today, the Supreme Court is sending us backwards in our efforts to protect families and prevent gun violence. And it's particularly painful that this came down at this moment when we're still dealing with families in pain from mass shootings that have occurred, the loss of life, their beloved children and grandchildren. Today, the Supreme Court struck down a New York law that limits who can carry concealed weapons. Does everyone understand what a concealed weapon means? That you have no forewarning, that someone can hide a weapon on them and go into our subways, go into our grocery stores like stores up in Buffalo, New York, where I'm from, go into a school in Parkland or Uvalde. This could place millions of New Yorkers in harm's way. And this is at a time when we're still mourning the loss of lives, as I just mentioned. This decision isn't just reckless, it's reprehensible. It's not what New Yorkers want. And we should have the right of determination of what we want to do in terms of our gun laws in our state. If the federal government will not have sweeping laws to protect us, then our states and our governors have a moral responsibility to do what we can and have laws that protect our citizens because of what is going on, the insanity of the gun culture that has now possessed everyone all the way up to even to the Supreme Court. The law we're talking about has been in place since the early 1900s. And now to have our ability to determine who is eligible for a concealed carry permit. This is not an ordinary permit. This is a special use that you can hide it from people. We have limitations if it's for a proper cause, someone who's been threatened, someone who needs it for their job as a security guard. We have classifications where it is allowed and have been allowed for over 100 years. But we do not need people entering our subways, our restaurants, our movie theaters with concealed weapons. We don't need more guns on our streets. We're already dealing with a major gun violence crisis. We don't need to add more fuel to this fire. But I will tell New Yorkers, we've been ready for this. We feared this day would come, and it came. At this very moment, we were about to sign a law into place, the origins of which was the loss of a 14-year-old child, Alyssa, in her school. The confluence of these two events is shocking. But again, I'm going to reassure this state. We are reading the language as we speak. We've been preparing, but we have been working with a team of experts, legal experts from all over this country, and organizations like Everytown, true leaders, to make sure that we are prepared. I'm prepared to call the legislature back into session to deal with this. We've been in contact with the leadership. We're just looking at dates. Everyone wants a little bit of time to digest this. But I will say we are not powerless in this situation. We're not going to cede our rights that easily, despite the best efforts of the politicized Supreme Court of the United States of America. We have the power of the pen, and I just want to read some language here. Apparently, the Supreme Court has now decided, with this far-reaching decision, that the two-step standard that had been in place since Heller versus McDonald, where they analyze the Second Amendment, where it combines history, we have a history, yes we do, but also means and scrutiny. Does the means of the restriction justify the infringement? And most people would say, yes, we have a right to protect people from gun violence. But I'll simply say in our very quick analysis, because this is only minutes old, they have now said that the government must demonstrate that the regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. That's it. No longer can we strike the balance. Only if a firearm regulation is consistent with this nation's historical tradition may a court conclude that the individual's conduct falls outside the Second Amendment's unqualified command. Shocking. Absolutely shocking that they have taken away our right to have reasonable restrictions. We can have restrictions on speech. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But somehow there's no restrictions allowed on the Second Amendment. This is New York. We don't back down. We fight back. And we'll be alerting the public, the media, in the very short term, exactly what our language that we've been analyzing. We have language we'd like to now enact into law. We'll be sharing that with the leaders. And I'm sorry this dark day has come. That we're supposed to go back to what was in place since 1788 when the Constitution of the United States of America was ratified. And I would like to point out to the Supreme Court justices that the only weapons at the time were muskets. I'm prepared to go back to muskets. I don't think they envision the high-capacity assault weapon magazines intended for battlefields as being covered from this, but I guess we're just going to have to disagree. So
You are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, June 24th, 9:35 a.m. here on the East Coast. We are taking a look back at some very powerful and definitely emotional reaction from New York Governor Kathy Hochul after the Supreme Court ruled yesterday that the Constitution provides a right to carry a gun outside the home, issuing a major decision on the meaning of the Second Amendment. The 6-3 ruling was the court's second important decision on the right to keep and bear arms. So we wanted to again bring you some of the reaction coming from New York State officials. She definitely wasn't the only one. We also heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as well as the mayor of, well, I just said New York City Mayor Eric Adams, but I meant to say the NYPD police commissioner and law enforcement officials as well. So we are going to move on with some more top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. It is something that we have just continued to talk about. 40-year high inflation. Throughout this week, we heard the Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell testifying before Congress and really receiving some harsh criticism from Americans on his handling of the inflation, really everything that we want to use and need to use when it comes to gas, when it comes to products at the grocery store. Everything is just getting more and more expensive. So to really weigh in on how you can kind of keep it all together, really analyze how this is going to impact your wallets. A lot of people are fearing a recession. Is that something that we need to be looking out for? I do want to welcome in a reoccurring guest to Live Now from Fox, consumer insights and innovation strategist Lisa Miller, talking about all of this here on this Friday morning. Lisa, always a pleasure to see you. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Well, it's so good to have you on because I think this is definitely something important to talk about. I mean, like I just said, we as Americans are seeing everything we need to use and, have to go about our daily lives is just continuing to get more expensive. So right off the bat, as we see this 40-year record high inflation, what advice do you have to families that are really having to cut down their budget and make decisions on what to get and what not to get?
Well, I think what we have to do is put it into that context that you mentioned earlier, 40-year inflation highs. And so what's happening is that 60% of Americans are basically saying, due to the high gas prices, they're driving less. And it's just really tough out there. But one of the things that consumers can do is really just think about all of the expenses overall. But as you guys know, I've been measuring joy. And during these tough economic times, we always want to have a little bit of budget for joy. But, it is really tough out there. People, gas prices, all of the above is just really, really challenging right now.
And you said it yourself, Lisa, exactly. It's challenging. And when you have a job and you make a certain amount of money and you have a family to feed, you really have to make those decisions on, budgeting. And, when it comes to finding joy, what advice do you have to family members and parents or anybody that may be looking at their bills saying, wow, I didn't pay nearly this much for what I'm currently getting this time last year?
Well, there's so many different things going on right now, is that when you think about pulling back on behaviors, we all feel it. When you have that discussion with your family, what do you feel like doing tonight for dinner? I don't know. What do you feel like? Those choices are hard now when you think about going out to dinner, going to a movie, those types of things. But one thing that's really interesting is, again, from a context perspective, the data that I show is that only about a third of Americans have actually even gotten back to all of their normal behaviors pre-pandemic. So there are just so many different things. So what would I suggest is that, like I said, try to make room for joy. If it comes to summer vacations, one of the things that we can actually do is actually just research and actually go look for additional deals out there. Be open to trying new things when it comes to that family entertainment. And like I said, one of the things that's really interesting is maybe don't go out as often, but then when you do go, maybe there's an opportunity to splurge a little bit. About a third of Americans actually are telling us, hey, I can't afford to go out all the time, but when I do go out, I definitely want to have a good time. I think a couple of other things that people will want to keep in mind is that we know that there's still labor shortages. We know that there's supply chain issues. So those things, when you do go out, expectations are high, but sometimes patience is low. So what I would encourage everybody to do is when you do go out there, whether it's shopping, going to a movie, going to a restaurant, make sure to have a little patience. We're not out of the woods when it comes to all of the, experiential things that we're used to doing pre-pandemic.
And exactly, you just said it right there, Lisa, the pandemic, because this is something that families are probably unfortunately familiar with, having to reevaluate their finances when we first saw businesses closing, really everything closing during the pandemic. Am I right?
Right. Yes. And so we've all been kind of sitting back at home, and, there is a large group of Americans that have had the pandemic has had a massive negative impact on their finances. And so I think that there's just this kind of confluence of, I always call it kind of this perfect storm, where there are just things that are out of our control. But like I said, I think with some planning, we can still find a way to get through this tough economic times. So, but I would encourage everybody just to say, find that little room for joy. I know I keep saying that, but it's so important right now, because the toll that the pandemic has had, it's really impacted, our physical well-being, our mental well-being, our financial well-being. So we just have to remember that as we are, living our day-to-day lives.
And, Lisa, when it comes to right now, we've continued to cover fears of a recession. In your profession, what comes to mind when you hear that?
Well, there is this mentality where certainly these inflation rates are things that we haven't seen before. But what makes this time a little bit different is that there is, for some Americans, there is cash in their household. And that's what's making this a little bit different. I will say one really important message for consumers out there, if you haven't heard, because of all the supply chain issues, basically we had demand just stopped overnight when the pandemic started. But then as demand started, they didn't have enough supply. So guess what happened? All of those retail stores, they ordered a lot of inventory that's actually just taking time to get back. And now they have too much inventory. So what does that mean for the consumers? There are going to be big sales coming from big retailers like Target, Walmart, Macy's, and they are going to have inventory reduction sales. So I would encourage everybody out there just to be on the lookout for those types of sales. And what the analysts and those companies are saying is that those sales are going to be coming very soon, maybe as early as next week. So that should provide, not necessarily great for Wall Street, but really good for the consumer to take advantage of these sales.
And everybody loves a good sale, right? Lisa, I hate to make you do some math this morning, but you and I have spoken before when we were first following news of inflation. And you made a really great point about helping families calculate exactly how much they should be saving, or even how much they're spending now compared to this time last year. Do you mind going over that again?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. So kind of there's the easy way and the little bit harder way. And so basically what you can do is save your receipts starting today. And you can actually, from your grocery store, from the gas pump, I know for me, it was like almost $100 for me to fill up my gas tank, and just save those receipts. And then as like next week, then you can just compare. I've been watching blueberries because I cannot believe how expensive blueberries have gotten. But that way you can kind of see, week over week, how prices are going up and down. The other thing that you can do is that if you want to go back and look at your data from a year ago, if you happen to have your credit cards and things like that for your grocery or debit cards, then you can actually see, over time how they've changed. But that's a little bit more complicated. The other advice that I would give from an inflation standpoint is on the grocery store aisles, there's those little tickets. And basically what you can do is look at the price per ounce or the price per unit of the items, and you can compare, contrast. And in today's world, the private label brands, the store brands of the Krogers and the Walmarts and the Targets of the world, they've been investing tons of money to improve their quality. So that's another way that at the shelf, you can actually just make choices about, things that you might want to trade off to save a little bit of money. So those are just a couple of ideas that might help for the consumers.
No, and that's really great advice. I feel like even myself, we all need this right now. When you talked about gas, which is huge right now, we've seen the national average trickling down a little bit. And then earlier this week, we had President Biden call on Congress for a gas tax holiday. Again, in your profession, I do want your insight. Do you feel like a gas tax holiday would help Americans who are just paying obscene amounts to drive from one place to another?
Well, when you think about, from a national tax perspective, it's about 18 cents to 20 cents is my understanding of how much would be saved per gallon. And so I'm not sure, well, every penny counts, as the saying goes. I'm not sure that the consumers would immediately feel that relief. And I know the question from both sides of the aisle is that it's a short-term fix, but then how is that going to change when it comes back? And so I even on both sides, the left and the right, there's been concern. The other part that is happening is, even as recently as 2 days ago, the Fed was saying that infusing all of that cash into the economy last year actually was a cause, at least one contributor to inflation. And so I think that they're really being very cautious, and I think is a good thing to say, what are the lessons learned from a year ago from some of these financial solutions? Because today is not a normal situation. The solutions that might have worked, 2 years ago before the pandemic, or even decades ago, those rules don't apply. And we learned that during COVID. So while it may help in the short term, it's probably going to hurt in the long term when it comes back.
Definitely. Well, as you just continue to be our consumer therapist, Lisa, we saw the Federal Reserve raise interest rates, actually some of the highest in a really long time. So when it comes to how those are going to affect certain markets and people that want to buy major purchases like houses and cars, what advice do you have to people that are in that situation right now?
Well, and I'm definitely, more of a consumer person versus a financial advisor. But a couple of things that I would say is the data that I show, there's some consumers that are actually saying, you know what, I'm going to pull a purchase forward because I'm really worried that prices are going to go up. And so I think that as individuals, we just need to weigh those trade-offs, is that if we have a big purchase, you know, is it better to buy it now before the prices go up and interest rates might go up? So I think that those are those personal choices. But I think what we all know that, you know, we don't want to just rack up more debt. And, you know, that's just not a good thing either. But I think that those are personal choices. But for the first time ever, you know, people are wondering, you know, should I buy now? Because the prices might go up.
So, Lisa, the overall topic of this conversation was finding joy amid all this financial chaos. When you say finding joy, my last question to you is what should people be doing? Should people be taking a step back, maybe not looking at the bill? What advice do you have for finding joy amid this record high inflation?
Well, the big insight that I have is half of Americans really are reassessing everything. And so first it was the pandemic and basically, you know, being shut down and being, you know, taken away from the things that give us joy. And now it's because things are so expensive. And so I think this idea of the great reassessment could be a positive outcome of not only COVID, but also this inflation, because as individuals, we have to decide what matters most to us individually. And for those types of things, then that's how you can, you know, find joy for yourself, whether it's going to a picnic at a park, going swimming with your children. There's little moments of joy. But I think, like I said, the positive will be this great reassessment of what matters most to us. And I think that that'll be a good outcome in general.
Definitely. Well, Lisa Miller, consumer insights and innovation strategist. I think a lot of people could take away so much from this interview. So we really appreciate your time, and we'll definitely be talking to you again soon, as this financial haven that we are seeing right now doesn't seem to be getting better within the next couple of weeks. So thanks so much for joining us. Have a great weekend.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. We are at 9:50 a.m. here on the East Coast, and we're getting several feeds into our desk. When we come back, we're going to run you through all of the major top stories that we are keeping a close eye on this Friday, June 24th. Here's a live look right now outside of the Supreme Court right now. We can give you a different vantage point of protest. That was super loud. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to lower that volume for you here. These are protests erupting outside of the Supreme Court as we are just 10 minutes away from the Supreme Court, the nation's highest court, officially dropping more rulings on major cases that they had inside of their offices. We still have not gotten that case regarding the Mississippi abortion case that could fundamentally then change abortion rights in our nation. We sort of got some sort of a preview about a month ago when that bombshell leak of a draft opinion, basically insinuating that a lot of the conservative justices are looking to overturn Roe v. Wade, a 1973 landmark case that gave women the legal right to abortion. So we are going to monitor those opinions dropping here in about 10 minutes. They come in 10-minute increments. So we will continue to bring you that news here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, though, we are going to bring you the very latest out of Washington, D.C. from another vantage point. We've got the House lawmakers talking about the gun bill and school safety legislation. This all coming after we saw a bipartisan legislation pass the Senate, the first of which was a major federal gun safety legislation passed by those lawmakers in about 3 decades. So we'll be live from the floor here in Washington, D.C. when we come back.
We are the pro generation, and we.
All right, everybody, these are some live, raw, and unfiltered feeds, sounds, action coming from outside of the Supreme Court of the United States right now. We are a little less than 10 minutes away from the nation's highest court officially issuing more opinions from this year's terms. Americans still waiting for a ruling on the intensely watched case that is expected to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade abortion ruling. Now, the High Court handed down 4 opinions yesterday that involved voter ID laws, state execution methods, Miranda rights warnings, and the constitutionality of a New York concealed carry law. So, in early May, if you remember correctly, a draft opinion for a case written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito was leaked and indicated that the conservative majority court intended to overturn Roe v. Wade, kind of off a case known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center, which concerns the legality of a Mississippi law that bans all abortions after 15 weeks, except in cases of medical emergencies and fetal abnormalities. So these opinions, these rulings are going to come down in 10-minute increments. So the first one at 10 o'clock, the next one at 10:10, 10:20, and so on. So we are going to keep a close eye on what is issued here on Live Now from Fox. Today is the only day left technically on the Supreme Court schedule to release these opinions, but earlier this week they did add today, Friday, as an extra day. They were only supposed to be issued Tuesday and then Thursday, so they could last minute come down and say, you know what, we're going to have more days and issue more opinions next week. So be sure to stick with us for all of the latest developments regarding the Supreme Court Opinion Day. Again, here are some protests erupting outside of the Supreme Court steps. You can see that fencing there, high security, Capitol police officers right in front of your face, trying to, really just make sure that this protest stays peaceful. So we will continue bringing you this shot here on Live Now from Fox. But as promised, I do want to head out live to the House floor. This is where lawmakers are continuing to debate a bipartisan bill that passed in the Senate yesterday addressing gun violence that amounts to the first major federal gun safety legislation passed by the Senate in 3 decades. It would really just include funding to help states implement red flag laws, give more money for mental health programs and school security. So let's listen into this live conversation, these debates, these discussions between our House lawmakers, and then we'll continue to monitor all of the latest live feeds and other news here on Live Now from Fox.
Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the lady. Madam Speaker, it's a privilege to be here. This is a somber time. Yes, the Senate has sent us some over, again, that we never get to really look into before we have to vote on the House. I actually have a bill, H.R. 7909, that I think y'all would be interested in if I had gotten to speak to it in the Rules Committee this morning.
All right, that's the beauty of live, raw, and unfiltered television, right, folks? This feed was just switched on us, so we're going to work to get those feeds coming from the House floor back. But to really give you some insight into the legislation that we are talking about here, I do want to bring you the latest from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater.
Now, the timing of all of this appears to be just a coincidence, but both the Supreme Court and Congress are weighing in on gun rights in very different ways.
The motion to concur with an amendment is agreed to.
There was applause and even a bipartisan hug on the floor of the Senate as this new gun bill passed late last night.
It is a long overdue step in the right direction.
It happened just as the nation marks 1 month today since the horrific school shooting attack in Uvalde, Texas. The measure expands school safety and mental health funding, enhances background checks for young gun buyers, and adds new protections for victims of relationship abuse. 15 Republican senators supported it, overcoming a potential filibuster, and the bill is expected to pass the House later today. Other Republicans, though, say it's an infringement of Second Amendment rights.
The Democrat bill is not focused on criminals.
Across the street from the Capitol, the Supreme Court moved a different direction, ruling against a New York law that heavily restricted concealed carry permits for guns. In a 6-3 decision, Justice Clarence Thomas writes, it prevents law-abiding citizens with ordinary self-defense needs from exercising their right to keep and bear arms.
I am disappointed in the Supreme Court gun decision.
President Biden and New York officials may be disappointed, but the court says the state went too far.
And now New York has produced one of the most historic losses for gun control in the history of this country.
Now, this decision only directly impacts a handful of states, but it may also create a foundation to challenge other gun laws. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. We did just get that feedback coming from the House floor, but I also do want to let you know, while we bring you back to the House floor, we are also monitoring this event to get started. Actually, it looks like it may be getting started right now. So this is actually going to be a memorial event for the 98 victims that were killed on this day last year in the Surfside condo collapse. It was when the Champlain Tower South condominium building collapsed. It took search and rescue officers days and weeks to go through the rubble and identify all of the victims. I myself was here with you the day that it first happened, a year ago today. So this is slated to get started at 10 a.m. Eastern time. First Lady Dr. Jill Biden is going to be making remarks and attending this ceremony. So when we do see her step up to the podium and really see this get started, we're going to cut right to it here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, as promised, let's head back out to the House floor as they speak on a number of topics when it comes to their agenda, but they are also planning to debate the bipartisan gun legislation that was officially passed by the Senate just yesterday.
The lack of public input, the lack of procedure offends our duty to our constituents and our oath to defend the Constitution. And we are not willing to subvert constitutional rights of law-abiding Americans like this bill would do. There are solutions to prevent tragedies like we have seen without affecting law-abiding gun owners. We can pass those today, and that both sides can agree on. Unfortunately, the legislation provided under the rule attaches these solutions to unconstitutional and misguided policies that are, and I quote, a small step in the Democrats' broader gun control agenda. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I oppose the rule, and I ask members to do the same. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota yields. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I urge all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to vote for this bipartisan bill. Not that long. People have had it since Tuesday. It's been posted since Tuesday. As I said, it's not everything that I think needs to be done, and certainly it's not everything that we've passed in this House. But it's a start. And if we pass this and we send it to the President for his signature and it becomes law, it will save lives. And it's what the American people want. I have talked to so many families who have lost loved ones to gun violence. You know, I've watched the hearings in which grieving parents and brothers and sisters, you know, have talked about how horrific it was to lose a loved one to gun violence, begging us to do something so that no other family has to go through that. And for years, all of those pleas have fallen on deaf ears. And when we've even tried to get anything done here, modest legislation, we've sent it over the Senate, and we couldn't get the 60 votes to even have a discussion on the Senate floor. That just changed. And it changed, I think, because people are so horrified about what just recently happened, but what's been happening time and time and time again in this country. And I think the question for everybody here is not about, does this violate the Second Amendment, or is this taking away guns from lawful gun owners? It's not. That's all garbage. It really is. That's not what this is about. You know, I get it. The gun lobby is making phone calls and threatening to hold back checks if people somehow don't frustrate this bill so that it can't get to the president's desk? God, we were elected to help people, to protect people. And if we, and in the Senate, we have this remarkable bipartisan collaboration. And in the House, there are Republicans who have supported sensible gun safety legislation. I hope this is an overwhelmingly bipartisan vote in the House. I know that it may not be, because the leadership here has urged Republican members to oppose this. I regret that very much. But when people say that this is somehow a kind of left-wing bill, I mean, Mitch McConnell, Lindsey Graham, give me a break. I mean, this is a truly bipartisan bill. It's a compromise. And to suggest that, we need more hearings on a bill, on a compromise that every single topic in this compromise has had hearings on before, to suggest that we do that by people who don't want this to move to begin with, come on. So this is the, put up or shut up movement for people here. We're either going to do something or we're going to do nothing. We've been doing nothing for years. And, I urged early in my opening that, that people think long and hard before they vote. Consult your conscience. I mean, I can't go back and talk to parents who lost loved ones to gun violence and say, we tried, but it wasn't perfect, or, I mean, I could easily go back and say, I wish it were bigger and it were more, but it's not perfect, so I'm not going to support it. I'm supporting this because it's something, and it's going to save people's lives. So I urge all of my colleagues to please support this. I urge a yes on the rule and a yes on the previous question. I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the chair will reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote on the question of adoption of the resolution. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right, everybody, you were just listening to House lawmakers debate the gun legislation that officially passed in the Senate yesterday, a bipartisan bill to address gun violence amounting to the first major federal gun safety legislation in 3 decades. The final vote was 65-33, with 15 Republicans voting with Democrats to move the bill forward. So you even heard one of the lawmakers there mentioning the fact that Mitch McConnell and other Republicans actually did vote in favor of this legislation. It is a $13 billion measure, including funding to help states implement red flag laws, and gives more money for mental health programs and school security. It would also close a so-called boyfriend loophole, banning dating partners who have been convicted of domestic abuse from owning a gun for at least 5 years. It looks like we've got more lawmakers stepping up to the plate. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
We'll do Paul Gosar of Arizona. That I informed the House they will all vote no on the previous question, and I'll be back.
If I could get your attention again, please. We'll be starting momentarily. If you could start filling in a little bit. We still have some family members that are coming in, but
All right, everybody,
Speaker,
we are going to send some of you to a quick 2-minute commercial break. To the right-hand side of your screen, you can see that we do have a shot outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. They are beginning to issue rulings on major cases. Obviously, all Americans waiting on that case that could potentially overrule abortion rights in the United States. It would really leave it up to certain states to issue certain laws regarding abortions for women. We did get the first drop at 10 o'clock in the morning here just about 9 minutes ago. It was not related to the Mississippi case known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center. Basically, that case concerns the legality of a Mississippi law that bans all abortions after 15 weeks except in cases of medical emergencies and fetal abnormality. In early May, a draft opinion for that case written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito was leaked and indicated that the conservative majority court intended to overturn Roe v. Wade. Now, it is unclear if the final opinion is going to align with that draft, but we are monitoring these drops here on Live Now from Fox. We should be getting another one any moment now. And then you can see to the bottom right-hand side of your screen, a memorial service is going to be getting underway any moment now for the 98 victims that were killed in Surfside, Florida on this day last year when the Champlain Towers South building collapsed. So we're going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. We officially have breaking news regarding the Supreme Court opinion ruling regarding the Mississippi case known as Dobbs versus Jackson's Women's Health Organization, set in motion a series of events that likely would lead to abortion being banned of severely restricted in roughly half of the 50 states. The U.S. Supreme Court overturning the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case, legalizing abortion nationwide, letting the states have the final say. This is all according to the final opinion that was just issued a couple of minutes ago. So we are continuing to monitor reaction to this decision. You could see protests outside of the Supreme Court underway right now. We are learning that a majority of the conservative justices ruled in favor of this, reversal appeal of Roe v. Wade, fundamentally changing abortion rights in our nation. 6-3, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization challenged the constitutionality of that Mississippi bill, basically banning abortions after 15 weeks. Now, conservative justices, for your information, are Clarence Thomas, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh, and Amy Coney Barrett. They agreed with the opinion's author, Samuel Alito, to overturn both Roe v. Wade and a 1992 decision, Planned Parenthood versus Casey, that affirmed Roe's finding of a constitutional right to abortion. The liberal justices on the high court, Stephen Breyer, Elena Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor, all dissented. Now, this ruling was foreshadowed by a 98-page draft opinion that was leaked back on May 2nd. It was first published by Politico, and the leak really shocked court watchers for the breach of trust and the potential ruling, prompting several protests at the Supreme Court. And you can see those happening right here in front of your faces. They were also happening in cities across the United States, and even some protests outside of the conservative justice's home in Maryland and Virginia. Just within the last couple of weeks, you did have a man from California traveling from the West Coast all the way to the East Coast for an attempted assassination of conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh, confessing to police that he planned on going there and killing the conservative justice because of what he expected the justice's rulings to be on this case. So again, we are just getting this news into our Live Now from Fox desk. The U.S. Supreme Court overturning the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide, letting the states have the final say. I do want to raise the volume here for just a moment as we get these live, raw, and unfiltered feeds of protests erupting outside of the Supreme Court building here on Live Now from Fox.
We refuse to go back. This Supreme Court has revealed itself to be utterly, completely illegitimate, unaccountable to the people. It is enforcing forced motherhood, which is a form of enslavement, and no one will stop them.
As you could see, emotions rising high from protesters outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. The ruling on Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization just released at 10 a.m. Eastern Time as the Supreme Court officially overturned the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide. We do have our Fox 5 DC reporters live on the ground there assessing the situation. You do have Capitol Police, a very heavy presence outside there. Two groups of at least a dozen Capitol Police officers walking from Capitol grounds to the court. Over 20 officers trying to separate protests into groups. It is likely that we are going to see more of a police presence now that this decision has come down. So again, we are monitoring all of the reaction to this decision by the nation's highest court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is going to fundamentally change abortion rights for Americans, for women here in the United States. I do want to bring us out live to our Fox 5 DC's coverage. They've got reporters out there on the ground, their anchors also assessing this situation, this decision that just came down minutes ago. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
The Supreme Court sits right now. Perhaps that was all in anticipation of today's decision. But again, the Supreme Court has overturned the constitutional right to choose to have an abortion.
This is just a momentous day here in the nation's capital. No matter where you sit on which side of this issue, it is a huge day and a huge moment here in Washington. Katie, I know you're just going to get a chance to look at that 200-plus page report, but you had a head start with the draft document. Have you seen anything, at least in the summary or on the surface, that might be any different at all from what came out in that draft document?
Well, in that draft document, you'll recall we only got a draft majority opinion, which many people noted that was without a dissent and that was without concurring opinions. Chief Justice Roberts wrote separately to concur in the judgment, but not it seems to concur in the majority's reasoning. Again, I have not been able to read that, but this document is just much longer because it is a fully fleshed out final decision of the court. When this draft came out, of course, we warned everyone that that was not the final decision of the court. That was simply a draft, and things change over time, and there are edits over time. I'm just piecing through it right now, looking at the document itself. But that was just Justice Alito's majority opinion. But today's decision does back up Politico's reporting, even after the draft leak came out, that there were, in fact, 5 votes on the Supreme Court, a majority of justices, to overturn the constitutional right to choose to have an abortion. I'm getting through the document right now.
Really quickly, Katie, before we also bring in our Democratic strategists, I have a question for you. You were out there when this decision first came down. What did you see in terms of the reaction from the crowd? I think we see some people who are pro, some against it. What did it feel and sound like there outside of the Supreme Court?
Well, the night that it came down, there was a crowd of a couple hundred folks. There were people who were praying quietly and had lit candles. There were people who were screaming and yelling and chanting and protesting. At the moment right now, there's really loud music playing. And you can see the crowd. The crowd has actually been growing. You can see people that have walked over from the Capitol area. I can't see beyond the other side of the crowd, but this crowd has definitely gotten bigger. I expect it will continue to do so. But there was just screaming the moment the decision came down. There was both people who were happy about this decision, and there were people who were frustrated and upset and brokenhearted about this decision. And both sides of the issue are protesting at the moment, playing music. There's lots of media who have also surrounded the protesters. We're trying to get pictures and get a camera and get a microphone into the middle. There's a line of police officers who are right behind the protesters, separating the protesters from the Capitol grounds, where there is also a barricade that has been set up, separating the protesters from the Capitol grounds. Again, I'm still piecing through the opinion here, so
Katie, I'll tell you what.
Bear with me as I look at it.
We'll give you a chance to take a look at that document, but stay within earshot. We want to bring in a couple of other...
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. Breaking news coverage as the Supreme Court officially overturned Roe v. Wade, effectively ending recognition of a constitutional right to abortion and giving individual states the power to allow, limit, or ban the practice altogether. Now, this was really previewed in that bombshell leaked document that we saw at the beginning of May that basically insinuated that a majority of conservative justices were looking to overrule a case out of Mississippi known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center. This ruling and this opinion, just released at 10 a.m. Eastern time, is about 200 pages long. And right now, we are live in our Fox 5 DC coverage as they do have reporters on the ground as protests erupt outside of the Supreme Court building. I can actually bring you a raw vantage point to some of these protests here on Live Now from Fox. A huge remark from this document, I should say these documents, the Supreme Court saying, quote, "The Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Roe and Casey are overruled, and the authority to regulate abortion is returned to the people and their elected representatives." So as we continue to follow all of the reaction on this decision from the nation's highest court, I do want to bring on a guest here right now. Her name is Jessica Waters. She is the Dean for Undergraduate Education at American University out there in our nation's capital, a faculty member in the School of Public Affairs, as well as an adjunct faculty member at the Washington College of Law. And her research really focuses primarily on reproductive rights law. So Jessica, thank you so much for joining us here. This news breaking just moments ago. In your profession as a woman, what is your initial reaction to this ruling? Are you surprised?
I'm not surprised. Anyone who has been following the court for the past 25 years saw this coming. And there have been reproductive rights scholars predicting the demise of Roe for decades, and it has now come to pass. I am not the least bit surprised. I am horrified and devastated, but I am not surprised.
Now, Jessica, we can see protests erupting outside of the Supreme Court right now. Emotions are very high. And, when it comes to this ruling, can you go over a lot of the questions that people have right now? First off, what states are going to see changes? I know according to the Center for Reproductive Rights, when the Supreme Court chooses to overturn or limit Roe v. Wade, which they just did, abortion rights would only be protected in less than half of the states. So can you really elaborate that for our viewers right now? What comes next?
Sure. So what we are about to see is approximately 26 states are going to ban abortion almost immediately or in the near future. Each state, now that this question has been returned to the states, has different laws in place. So some states, the overturning of Roe immediately goes into effect in the state, and the state can ban abortion immediately. In other states, there has to be action by, for example, the Attorney General in the state. Other states have mechanisms where there's like a 30-day wait where the legislature has to take action. But suffice to say, in almost 26 states, abortion will be banned almost immediately.
And, when it comes to certain states having those trigger laws that would immediately ban all abortions or make performing an abortion a felony, when it comes to women's rights, Jessica, are we now going to see women or doctors get arrested for receiving or performing an abortion?
We are certainly going to see doctors and medical professionals facing prosecution and facing criminal prosecution. Most of the state's laws are worded that the person who performs the abortion is the one who faces criminal liability. That said, I think the Supreme Court has opened the door today for states to begin to prosecute women and the people who love them who are seeking abortion care. But immediately the impact is on the providers of abortion care.
And when it comes to the providers, I mean, these are medical facilities, Jessica. Do you feel like we are going to just see a majority of them in states close down? What does this mean when it comes to the business perspective and medical perspective of abortion clinics as a whole?
Yes, they're going to have to shut down. Clinics are going to have to shut down immediately. We saw that across the board in Texas when we faced similar issues. It will happen almost immediately in Mississippi today, and it will happen in 26 states across the country. And what this means is that for the vast majority of women in America, they will not be able to seek safe abortion care within anywhere in their state. And this will disproportionately affect low-income women and women of color. What we have done is made abortion unsafe. We have not made it that women will not seek abortion care. They will now seek unsafe, illegal abortion care. What we have done today is made it unsafe for women.
And, when it comes to reaction from women, Jessica, you could see, again, we're showing our viewers a vantage point outside of the Supreme Court as protests erupt with this decision coming down minutes ago. But really, can you talk about your insight when it comes to what we've seen over the last month since we first got that bombshell leak? I mean, we're talking major rallies all across the nation, even on conservative justices' lawns and at their homes.
Mm-hmm. I think we need to give this some perspective. When we are talking about abortion care, we're talking about a fourth to 1/3 of American women have an abortion at some point in their lives. This is not a procedure that is off in the margins or a procedure that most women don't have. We're talking about at least a quarter of American women. And the people who choose abortion care, 60% of them are already mothers. That's who we're talking about. And these are people who are going to protest, and these are people who are going to vote. We have managed to take an issue that the vast majority of Americans believe that abortion care should be legal in at least some circumstances. And the Supreme Court has flipped that on its head today.
And, when it comes to abortion clinics in these states shutting down, Jessica, when Texas and Oklahoma issued abortion restrictions, clinics in neighboring states got overwhelmed and had long wait times. So what can you say about the states that are going to keep abortion laws in place and that are most likely going to see an influx of women coming in from other state lines?
Yeah, this isn't hypothetical, right? When we saw bans go into effect in Texas, we saw a 12-time increase in women leaving Texas and going to other states. In the 7 neighboring states around Texas, a 12-time increase. That's unbelievable. We are about to see that in states, particularly on the coast. So we know on the East Coast and the West Coast, abortion is likely to remain legal in at least some circumstances, and we are going to see women traveling to those states. I want to note again who this is going to impact. If you are a high income woman, a woman with the means to take time off of work or to travel, you will still be able to obtain safe abortion care, likely at higher costs and significant travel costs. If you are a low income woman who cannot do those things, you will not have access to safe abortion care.
And, you know, we really immediately after that bombshell leak, you talk about these certain states. I want to focus in on New York for a second, because New York Governor Kathy Hochul, we also heard from Attorney General Letitia James, basically signed into a state law protecting some of these abortion clinics and, you know, really protecting the rights of people coming in from out of state. Do you feel that more states are going to do that, or do you feel otherwise?
I think the states that are already protecting abortion care will continue to protect abortion care. I think what we're seeing in New York is likely, that is not unusual, and that did not surprise me. What will matter is the balance of power in the states going forward. Elections will matter, right? Legislatures and governors are going to have to flip in order for abortion care to be protected in a state.
And, you know, when it comes to abortion care, there are all sorts, right? There is a surgical abortion, but then there is also pills that you can take. And then we've got Plan B one step, we've got birth control. So when it comes to all forms of contraceptive, what does this mean for the future of that?
So when we talk about abortion care, there are two types of abortion. There's two types of abortion care. There is surgical abortion care, as you noted, and then there's medical abortion, where a woman can be prescribed medications and have an abortion at their home and without surgery. That's the majority of women today. The majority of abortions performed in the United States are now medical abortions rather than surgical abortions. The decision today does not speak to the question of contraception or emergency contraception, but we should be afraid. Because what the court did today was undermine the privacy right that undermines the right to obtain abortion care and provide abortion care. That same privacy right undermines things like access to contraceptive care or access to emergency contraception. Today is just the beginning of eviscerating women's ability to make decisions about their bodies and pregnancy.
And I feel like if you're not up to speed with this case, maybe with that leak that was seen at the beginning of May, this is all stemming from a case out of Mississippi, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. As we monitor this breaking news, can you give our viewers some perspective into that case and really how this all came about?
So over the last decade, we have seen dozens of states enact hundreds of pieces of legislation, further and further chipping away at the right to access abortion care. Mississippi was one of the latest. The Mississippi law at issue at the court today is a ban on abortion after 15 weeks. Importantly, it does not have exceptions for things like rape or incest. So even if you are a 13-year-old girl who has been raped by a family member, you could not seek abortion care after 15 weeks. The court today looked at that law, but didn't just say, oh, there's a new 15-week mark, right? What they said is Roe and Casey are overturned. That means that the states across the nation can enact any form of restriction or ban on abortion care that they choose to. So importantly, while this was a question about a 15-week ban, the court did not issue a narrow decision. It issued a sweeping decision that overturns Roe versus Wade.
And you mentioned a really important point, Jessica, when it comes to rape, when it comes to incest. Really, for viewers who are just tuning in, can you elaborate more on how that will be impacted in some of these states that are expected to immediately issue these trigger laws or place abortion bans on women, or even elaborate on certain rules when it comes to, okay, you can get an abortion, but it's only for X, Y, and Z reason?
Exactly. So when we look at the 26 states that are likely to ban abortion within the next couple of weeks, many of them do not have exceptions for rape and incest. Some of them do, but many of them do not. And this is the critically important point. Whether you can access safe abortion care in any circumstance now, whether you have been raped, whether you are the victim of incest, whether you are facing severe health risk, no matter what your circumstances are, it will depend on where you live and how much money you have. That's what the court has done today. They have made abortion care a question of where you live, how much money you have, and made patchwork across the country. This will force women to flee to other states to access safe and legal abortion care.
Jessica, I do want to turn our focus right now as we are getting reaction in from lawmakers and, you know, really just representatives across the country, far and near. I want to start with this tweet coming from former President Barack Obama. Today, the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of a precedent, it relegated the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues attacking the essential freedom of millions of Americans. We've also got some more coming in. Actually, Leader Mitch McConnell, a Republican and conservative, as he's made very adamant in the past, the Supreme Court's landmark ruling in Dobbs is courageous and correct. This is a historic victory for the Constitution and for the most vulnerable in our society. So you've got conflicting reaction here to this landmark decision. What do you make of some people saying, you know, this is wrong, and some people saying this is actually the right thing to do?
It's not surprising, but it also highlights how politicized the Supreme Court has become. Historically, the Supreme Court was supposed to be an institution that was balanced and fair and immune from political pressure. Today's decision on strict partisan lines by justices all appointed by conservative presidents shows us exactly where the Supreme Court is going. It's not surprising. We predicted this even before the leaked opinion. And it's not surprising to me that someone like Mitch McConnell, a white man of means, who is never going to have to be in the situation of choosing what to do with an unintended pregnancy, of choosing what to have to do if he was the victim of rape or incest. He's never going to be in that position. It does not surprise me that he is not speaking for American women.
And, you know, as reaction continues to pour out, when you talk about the Supreme Court being really politicized, I mean, we are seeing this happen right before our eyes. What further rights and privileges, Jessica, do you think could be at risk at this point?
I think the Supreme Court today has thrown a lot of things into the mix. Again, the Roe decision, the Casey decision, the decades of Supreme Court jurisprudence around access to abortion care all depended on a privacy right. Many other cases, many other areas of law depend on similar privacy rights. I think we should be very concerned about things like the right to marry someone of the same sex, right? I think some of the Supreme Court's cases in the area of gay marriage also relied on similar privacy rights. So if Roe and Casey are overturned, we should be very concerned that other cases that recognize the right to privacy could have the same fate.
And, you know, when we see a majority of conservative justices, Jessica, could we see a more liberal Supreme Court overturn this current decision years down the road? Really, that question kind of leads into a broader question, is how back in 1973, as women, did we get the right to have an abortion? And then decades later, we see that reverse. How do you feel that this really works?
I think it works by who's on the court. Right. What we saw a court that has flipped. We saw a court that previously had justices that were appointed by presidents who believed in upholding the underpinnings of Roe versus Wade. The last few appointees do not share that view. And I don't see this changing anytime soon. When we look at the justices on the court, the justices that have been appointed by conservative presidents are on the younger side, right? Most of them are likely to stay for a while. I do not see the court flipping anytime soon.
And, you know, when it comes to women right now, Jessica, what advice do you have to women who may be feeling scared, may be feeling emotional, may not have the best reaction to the decision that just dropped?
You know, I have several friends who are therapists, and they have said to me that, you know, when the draft decision came down, this was all their female clients wanted to talk about, because it is not just a question for women of, will I be able to access safe abortion care? It's a fundamental question of how the country, how the court views their right to bodily autonomy and views their right to make decisions about their lives. It's a question of whether we trust women to make the decisions that are right for them. And today the Supreme Court said no. So for the women who are looking at this decision, I would say stock up on your birth control. Make sure that you have that available. Stock up on Plan B. Make sure that you have that available, and then begin talking to your network in your states, and your families, and your friends to figure out the clinics that are staying open in your state or around you.
Jessica, we really
and I would
thank
say
you.
donate to national abortion funds. Donate.
Yeah, and you know, that really, you bring up a great point, Jessica, is that now as we move forward in the future, like you just mentioned, how can women help each other? Where do you feel that, you know, abortion clinics, and, you know, we kind of touched on this at the beginning of our interview, but as more people join and watch our feed, really when it comes to abortion clinics and, you know, abortion as a medical treatment, a medical option, really, where do you see this moving forward here just within the next couple of days and weeks?
I think in the next couple of days and weeks, abortion providers, physicians, clinic staff are going to be scrambling to figure out what they can and cannot do in compliance with their state's law. I think the most important thing that the average American citizen can do right now is mobilize, vote, change state legislatures, change national representation, donate to the National Network of Abortion Funds, support local clinics. Another huge piece of this is training the next generation of doctors to provide abortion care. So medical schools need to be focusing on the provision of abortion care as well.
Well, Jessica, we really appreciate you joining our broadcast this morning as this breaking news has just come into our desk. We are definitely going to be speaking with you again soon. We really appreciate your insight, and we hope that you have a good weekend. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. A landmark decision from the nation's highest court. The Supreme Court of the United States officially ruling to overturn Roe versus Wade, which is a 1973 landmark case that basically granted women in the United States the right to an abortion. I do want to take you through the different vantage points we have coming from outside of the Supreme Court. This is just one shot, and then from out there on the ground, you could see several protesters, media, police, really just all citizens in this area reacting to the news. We've got reaction pouring in from all over the country, and I do want to take you to some of what we are seeing on social media right now. So I do want to bring you this tweet coming from former President Barack Obama saying, today the Supreme Court not only reversed nearly 50 years of precedent, it relegated the most intensely personal decision someone can make to the whims of politicians and ideologues, attacking the essential freedoms of millions of Americans. And then we've got more reaction countering that reaction from the former president. Leader Mitch McConnell, a conservative lawmaker, Republican, the Supreme Court's landmark ruling in Dobbs is courageous and correct. This is a historic victory for the Constitution and for the most vulnerable in our society. As we continue to monitor more, we've got Representative Adam Schiff. The court's decision to overturn Roe endangers women everywhere by taking away their right to make their own health care choices. This court isn't conservative. It's partisan with a socially backward agenda. They can't be trusted to protect our rights, so the Congress must. Now, we also have more reaction coming in from Republican Representative Kevin McCarthy. Every unborn child is precious, extraordinary, and worthy of protection. I applaud this historic ruling, which will save countless innocent lives. The court is right to return the power to protect the unborn to the people's elected representatives in Congress and the state. So again, you've got some saying that this is a great day for the future of abortion rights for women. And then you've got some saying that this is history repeating itself. The fact that this decision back in 1973, Roe v. Wade, being overturned in this case out of the state of Mississippi, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization. Congresswoman Nikema Williams saying, there it is. This extremist Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade and changed the America we know. This will hurt so many people, and anyone who knows our country's legacy of racism and discrimination knows this will disproportionately harm Black people and other people of color. And that was something that Jessica Waters, the guest that we just had here, she made that a very clear point, that this is going to affect women from lower income areas who may not necessarily be able to afford an abortion. And in certain states where we are going to see abortion clinics stay up and running, where laws are protected, will we now see an influx of women heading to those states? Well, we saw that back a couple of years ago when Texas and Oklahoma issued abortion restrictions, clinics in neighboring states getting overwhelmed and having long wait times. And then also Jessica Waters saying that this could potentially impact birth control and, Plan B, other forms of contraceptive, not necessarily abortion, but contraceptive in states as well. So we do want to bring you some more coverage from our Fox 5 DC team. They not only have one of their reporters, but also a blogger for the Supreme Court blog on the ground there, really going through the 200-page opinion report that was just issued at 10 a.m. this morning, the second one on what the Supreme Court added as an opinion day this week. It was originally supposed to come Tuesday, or I should say rulings were coming Tuesday and then yesterday, and then they added this opinion day, officially the second case that they ruled on here on Live Now from Fox. So let's again listen into some of our Fox 5 DC coverage as we work to get you more elements and reaction on this decision coming from the nation's highest court.
Is the famous case where a couple's right to choose birth control was upheld, and later that right was upheld for individuals. So those cases were decided using a similar logic, similar reasoning as Roe v. Wade. And there's concern from many that if the court were to overturn Roe v. Wade, then those cases would come next. And Justice Thomas does write in his concurrence, this is not the majority's opinion, but Justice Thomas does write in the future that the court should reconsider the court's cases there because Roe was wrongly decided, and that framework, he's saying, is wrongly reasoned.
So, Katie, real quick, speaking of reconsidering, and you just laid it out beautifully as far as the history and how rare it is for the court to go back and reverse one of the decisions that it had made in the past. Granted, justices have changed over the years and will continue to do so, as likely will be the interpretations of the amendments. So to keep it simple, I think those who dissent to the opinion today, as far as the public and the outcry, might be wondering, can this be brought back to the Supreme Court at some point in the future?
Anything is possible. It's always true that something can come back up to the court. But at this point, you have to, as is always the case, you have to have 4 justices on the court to agree for the court to hear a case. So 4 justices in Dobbs agreed that they wanted the court to hear this case, to weigh in on abortion, to rule on abortion. And so after they have spoken so clearly in overturning, as Justice Alito says, they did not do it lightly, I would find it unlikely that there would be 4 justices who would in any time soon want to take this issue up again. This will now go back to the individual states, where they will have to grapple with what this decision means for their state, and the state legislators will have to decide how they and if they will restrict the right to choose to have an abortion. I would not expect this issue in particular to come up. Now, there may be follow-along issues about how much can be restricted and what that means, and liberty interests that women have. But again, there is no longer a constitutional, federally protected right to choose to have an abortion, so they would no longer have that argument coming before the court in challenging any individual state law that may come up after this.
And speaking of the states, Katie, we understand that abortion bans in Kentucky, Louisiana, and South Dakota have already taken effect since this ruling came down this morning. As for Texas, Tennessee, Idaho, and others, those will take effect in another 30 days. So it's already happening. We're seeing that. We want to turn things over now to Bob Barnard, who's live now with some reaction to today's Supreme Court decision. Bob?
Hey there, Marissa. Yeah, we're here in the Eastern Market area of Washington, D.C., just off Capitol Hill, just a 7-block walk from the Supreme Court where Katie is. And we're just asking folks for their reaction. Here is Courtney with her young son, Dash. Courtney, your reaction. The Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade.
Well, unfortunately, and I hate to say this, but it's not surprising. I think that we've been headed in this direction, a quite radical direction, for some time. I'm just really disappointed. I don't know where we're headed. I'm a registered nurse myself, and I'm a little I'm kind of at a loss for words. I don't know what else, what other direction we're headed in as far as a lot of different things. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg. I hope that maybe, this will be something that people will feel the need to get angry about, get upset about, and feel the need to act so that we can kind of, I don't know if we'll be able to overturn this or change this, or I don't know, but something's going to have to be done.
In your medical field, in the healthcare world that you're in, what's been the talk since it was leaked that this is likely the way the court was going?
Well, right now I work from home. I do a lot of mental health. I do counseling. And I just think that people they're nervous, they're scared, they don't know what's happening in their country, they don't know what's happening around them, and they are mistrustful of leadership right now.
There are obviously people who are celebrating today, obviously, in any kind of ruling or, sensitive issue. There are passions on both sides. Have you had conversations with friends or family who were looking forward to this day and kind of having those conversations?
I have not. I don't think I have anyone in my circle that was looking forward to this decision, truthfully speaking.
Courtney, thank you. I know Dash is, where'd your ball go? He wants his, okay, here's your football, Dash. All right, you've been very patient.
Thank you, Papa.
Thank you, Dash. Thank you, Courtney. You too. And we've just, again, guys, just out here just randomly saying hello to folks. We're sure there are going to be people that we will run into who will be happy for this court ruling today. But even as you heard when we spoke to Julie and Tracy earlier, they were not like fans of abortion, obviously, but we're disappointed in the court ruling today that basically overturned Roe v. Wade. So we'll be up here again, very quiet here, just a stone's throw, relatively speaking, from the Supreme Court. But we'll be speaking to people, here in the coming minutes. And when we have some folks who would like to share their opinions, we'll bring them to you shortly.
Sure. Bob, thanks very much.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox, tapping into some of our coverage from our Fox 5 DC team, who have reporters on the ground, not only in front of the Supreme Court of the United States, but also in the streets of our nation's capital. As you just saw, Fox 5 DC's Bob Barnard speaking with anybody, talking about how they feel, their reaction to this decision officially coming down from the Supreme Court of the United States, the nation's highest court, overturning Roe v. Wade, which is now expected to fundamentally change abortion rights for women in the United States. I want to take you out to some of the live vantage points we have coming from outside of the Supreme Court right now. Protests erupting, Capitol Police trying to make sure that these protests remain peaceful. And then you also have this different vantage point coming from other states in the country. I do want to make sure that I have correctly for you here that this is coming from, it looks like Washington, D.C. as well. So another area, maybe not. We're getting a lot of active feeds into our desk as we continue to monitor how people are feeling all across the nation as the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, effectively ending recognition of a constitutional right to abortion and giving individual states the power to allow, limit, or ban the practice altogether. Now, the ruling came in the court's opinion in Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Center, or I should say Women's Health Organization, which is a case out of the state of Mississippi. So it's created and centered around a Mississippi law that banned abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. The Republican-led state of Mississippi asked the Supreme Court to strike down a lower court ruling that stopped the 15-week abortion ban from taking place. So I actually do want to take you to some of the context, the actual text from this 200-page opinion that was dropped officially at 10:10 a.m. here on the East Coast. I just want to make sure that we have the volume down there for you here on Live Now from Fox. Lots of different feeds coming into our desk right now. But again, like I just mentioned, here is some of the text. So from Justice Samuel Alito, the conservative justice, who, might I add, was the main writer of that bombshell opinion draft that was issued at the beginning of May, which basically previewed this entire entire event, right? So it says, quote here, the court finds that the right to abortion is not deeply rooted in the nation's history and tradition. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogated that authority. And as we continue to monitor reaction, I do want to take you out to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. This was scheduled at this time anyway, but she is reacting to this decision made by the nation's highest court. Let's listen in.
In their attempt to destroy it, radical Republicans are charging ahead with their crusade to criminalize health freedom. In the Congress, be aware of this, the Republicans are plotting a nationwide abortion ban. They cannot be allowed to have a majority in the Congress to do that, but that's their goal. And if you read, and again, we're all studying all this, but if you read what is in the very clear, one of the justices had his own statement. It's about in vitro fertilization, family planning. That is all what will spring from their decision that they made today. It's such a contradiction. Yesterday, they say the states cannot make laws governing the constitutional right to bear arms. And today, they're saying the exact reverse, that the states can is raging. But the harm is endless. What this means to women is such an insult. It's a slap in the face to women about using their own judgment to make their own decisions about their reproductive freedom. And again, it goes well. I always have said the termination of a pregnancy is just their opening act. It's just their front game. But behind it, and for years, I have seen in this Congress opposition to any family planning, domestic or global, when we have had those discussions and those debates and those votes on the floor of the House. This is deadly serious, but we are not going to let this pass. A woman's right to choose reproductive freedom is on the ballot in November. We cannot allow them to take charge so that they can institute their goal, which is to criminalize reproductive freedom, to criminalize it. Right now, they're saying in states that they can arrest doctors and all the rest. What is happening here? What is happening here? A woman's fundamental health decisions are her own to make in consultation with her doctor, her faith, her family, not some right-wing politicians that Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell packed the court with. While Republicans seek to punish and control women, Democrats will keep fighting ferociously to enshrine Roe v. Wade into law of the land. This cruel ruling is outrageous and heart-wrenching, but make no mistake, again, it's all on the ballot in November. The Supreme Court has ended a constitutional right. This is 50 years proclaimed a constitutional right. What happened today was historic in many respects. Historic in that it had not recognized a constitutional right and then reversed it. This is a first. And again, just before it imposed a constitutional right to allow for concealed weapons. How about those justices coming before the senators and saying that they respected, sorry to say, the precedent of the court, that they respected the right of privacy in the Constitution of the United States? Did you hear that? Were they not telling the truth then? again. Just getting to the gun issue, because really, in preparation for this morning, I was really in an exalted state about what happened in the United States Senate yesterday. Counterpoint to the dangerous decision of this Trumpian Supreme Court that they made yesterday, but a way to take us to, as the bill is called, community safety. The Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Right now, and I'm going to have to leave momentarily because we're just finished voting on the rule, we will be debating the bill on the floor, and we expect a good bipartisan vote on it in the House. We congratulate the Senate on the work that they have done and the timeliness of it to be passed in the Senate in a strong bipartisan way on a day when the court made such a dangerous decision. We will, many of our House Democrats' proposals that are included in this package are that keep deadly weapons out of dangerous hands by encouraging states to establish extreme risk protection order laws, ERPO, otherwise known as red flag laws, help put end to straw purchases, close the boyfriend loophole. So many good things are in there. And it's not everything that we want, and we must keep moving toward background checks, but universal background checks, which will save the most lives. But this will save lives. And to listen to Lucy McGrath and other family members of those who have lost their loved ones, this is a giant step forward. Maybe not so much a giant, but a strong step forward. And if it's good enough for them, then we rejoice in passing it. As I say to members all the time with legislation, do not judge it for what isn't in it, but respect it for what is. And there's much to be respected in this legislation. On a happier note, yesterday we celebrated 50 years of Title IX, which has transformed equality and opportunity in our country. Are you familiar with the words of Title IX? Yesterday we had Billie Jean King here once again celebrating Title IX, unveiling a portrait of Patsy Mink, who was the author in the House, working with Birch Bayh in the Senate to make this the law of the land. And this is what it says. No person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. It is officially 11 a.m. here on the East Coast. Good morning, and thank you for joining us. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios, monitoring reaction to a landmark decision by the nation's highest court to overturn Roe v. Wade, ending constitutional protections for abortion that had been in place nearly 50 years in a decision by its conservative majority. Friday's outcome today expected to lead to abortion bans in roughly half of the states in our nation. Now, the decision, which was unthinkable just a few years ago, was the culmination of decades of efforts by abortion opponents, made possible by an emboldened right side of the court that has been fortified by 3 appointees of former President Donald Trump. The ruling coming more than a month after that bombshell draft leak of an opinion written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito, indicating that the court was prepared to take this momentous step. So I do want to bring you out to some of the feeds we've got coming from the Supreme Court steps. Protest erupting outside of the building there. You can see the fence across the perimeter of the Supreme Court. More security being put out there right now. Earlier in some of these shots, you saw Capitol police officers trying to make sure that these protests, these rallies remain peaceful right now. And, you know, it's just a decision that we had been waiting for as a nation for weeks, as a couple of days each week, the Supreme Court would announce opinions and rulings in major cases that they were working on. It puts the court at odds with a majority of Americans who favored preserving Roe versus Wade, which is that 1973 landmark case that basically gave and granted women the right to get an abortion. So again, breaking news that we are monitoring for you here on Live Now from Fox, continuing to bring you all of the different vantage points we have coming from our nation's capital. We were just bringing you live to some remarks from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who had already scheduled a 10:45 a.m. weekly press briefing. But basically, when it comes to what this means for our country, I do want to bring you this interactive map. Now, this is something that can really outline each individual state and what residents in that state can expect. So hovering over some of these blue states. So that means that there is going to be no ban on abortion. I can bring you some individual information. So let's head out and start on the West Coast. We've got this mouse hovering over the state of Washington right now. So in the state of Washington, abortion is banned at fetal viability, which is generally 24 to 26 weeks of pregnancy. State Medicaid does fund covering for abortion. Private health insurance plans are required to cover abortion. Qualified healthcare professionals, not solely physicians, can provide abortions, and protections for patients and abortion clinic staff. Now, we can bring you out and go below here to the state of Oregon right now. Now, abortion is not restricted based on gestational age at all. State Medicaid funds actually do cover abortion as well. Private health insurance plans are required to cover abortion. Qualified healthcare professionals, not solely physicians, can provide abortions, and then state funds help patients pay for abortion care and protections for patients and abortion clinics. Now, if we do go to some other states here, let's head out to some more states such as Idaho, for example. So we're hovering over the state of Idaho right now. Now, trigger bans on abortions are designed to take effect automatically or by quick state action if Roe is overturned. So now we have that decision by the nation's highest court, and immediately these trigger laws are going to go into effect. So abortion right now is banned at fetal viability, which is generally that 24 to 26 weeks of pregnancy. Patients forced to wait 24 hours after counseling, not required to be in person actually to obtain an abortion. And state Medicaid coverage of abortion care is banned except in very limited circumstances. Private health insurance of abortion is banned except in very limited circumstances. Parental consent or notice is required for minors' abortion, and only physicians can provide abortions and not other qualified healthcare professionals. So as we hover over some of these states, you can see Nebraska, for example, saying that a ban is already in place. So right now, abortion in Nebraska is banned at 22 weeks and later. Patients forced to wait 24 hours after counseling to obtain an abortion. State Medicaid coverage of abortion care is banned also except for very limited circumstances. Private health insurance of abortion is banned except in very limited circumstances. So again, kind of walking you through the states where we can expect and not expect some of these laws to change. So actually, I do want to head out to New York right now, because immediately after we got that bombshell leak of that opinion draft written by conservative Justice Samuel Alito, we saw New York Governor Kathy Hochul and AG Letitia James actually react rather quickly. And I'm just going to change the size of this for you here so we can also bring you other footage and other live feeds that we are getting into our desk right now. To the right-hand side of your screen, you've got that shot outside of the Supreme Court, and then you've got protests and rallies outside of the Supreme Court all around the perimeter. Now, it's important to mention that to some, this is good news. To some pro-life activists, we even got some reaction from Mitch McConnell, Kevin McCarthy, saying that this is a great day for America, that, even babies before viability and, fetuses before viability should be protected. But then you've got other protests erupting outside of, clinics, outside of businesses. We actually can let you know that we are monitoring this shot coming from our Fox 26 Houston chopper headed to a Planned Parenthood protest that is expected to happen here very shortly. Meanwhile, we also do have some coverage coming from our Fox Fox 5 DC team, which I'm going to take you to in just a moment right now. But when it comes to reaction to some of, what is going on right now, we have a monumental decision by the nation's highest court. Unfortunately, this was previewed in a sense by that bombshell leak. This all stemming from a case known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, which centered on a Mississippi law that banned abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. A Republican-led state asking the Supreme Court to strike down a lower court ruling that stopped the 15-week abortion ban from taking place. Some of the quotes, some of the text coming from this 200-page opinion report saying, "We end this opinion where we began. Abortion presents a profound moral question. The Constitution does not prohibit the citizens of each state from regulating or prohibiting abortion. Roe and Casey arrogated that authority. We now overrule those decisions and return that authority to the people and their elected representatives." So we do have reaction pouring in on social media. And once again, I can walk you through some of the live feeds that we are getting here into our desk. People gathering outside of the Supreme Court of the United States. And as that is happening, I do want to run you through some of what we are seeing right now on social media. So this is actually coming from Attorney General Eric Schmidt. He said, following the SCOTUS ruling overturning Roe v. Wade, the state of Missouri has just become the first in the country to effectively end abortion with our AG opinion signed moments ago. This is a monumental day for the sanctity of life. So this is what I'm talking about when you see some of these states across the country having these trigger laws and having certain legislation in place to make moves just like you are seeing right here in this tweet. So basically, to kind of break it down for you when it comes to individual states, 16 states will immediately, including Missouri right here, or in short order, ban abortion in almost all circumstances for residents. Legal disputes are going to be expected in 2 or more states to decide whether abortion bans passed before 1973 can come back into effect or not. 13 states have trigger laws banning abortion that were passed to go into effect when the court overturned Roe. So I do want to just hone in on some of the legislation there in Missouri right now. So basically, Missouri is a state where you can see that this went into effect immediately. Once again, this coming from Attorney General Eric Schmidt saying that Missouri has just become the first in the country to effectively end abortion with our AG opinion signed moments ago. He's saying that this is a monumental day for the sanctity of life. So basically, in upholding Mississippi's law in the state of Missouri, you can expect what you are seeing right here. In 2019, the Missouri General Assembly actually passed something called House Bill 126, which contains a so-called trigger ban prohibiting nearly all abortions in the state. So these this is just kind of a glimpse as to what you could see in hours, if not days to come. Certain states having these trigger laws, which have already been in effect, basically saying that the ban goes into effect as soon as the governor or attorney general certifies that Roe has been overturned, which now about an hour ago, we did just get that official ruling from the nation's highest court. Attorney General Eric Schmidt doing exactly that moments after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. So we wanted to bring you this here on Live Now from Fox, specifically since we're focusing in on the state of Missouri. Basically, the trigger law, when you talk about what penalties will Missouri's abortion ban carry, the trigger law makes it a Class B felony to induce an abortion. Class B felonies carry prison sentences of 5 to 15 years. Abortion providers could also have their medical licenses suspended or revoked. Does this law have any exceptions? Well, the law makes no exception for for rape or incest. Its only exceptions are for medical emergencies that threaten the life of a pregnant person or, quote, create a serious risk of substantial and irreversible physical impairment of a major bodily function of the pregnant woman. So when we had our guest on earlier, Jessica Waters, who specialized in women's reproductive rights, she said that you can expect this. Although everybody may not agree with it, certain states are likely to make no exceptions for rape or incest. Can someone who tries to get an abortion be prosecuted under Missouri's law? No, the law only applies to abortion providers. So there's that kind of loophole there when it comes to the whole practice as itself. When it comes to a person who self-induces an abortion, the trigger laws stipulate that a woman getting an abortion cannot be charged, like we just mentioned, but it's not entirely clear if that remains the case for self-induced medical abortions, because like we've mentioned several times since this news broke, there are two different types of abortions. There's procedural abortions, and then there is a pill that a woman can take in two different increments that will basically induce an abortion if she is early enough on in the pregnancy. So again, wanted to bring you this news here on Live Now from Fox. Missouri officially becoming the first state in the country to enact their trigger laws, effectively ending abortion, as their AG, Eric Schmidt, basically says that this is a monumental day for sanctity of life. In the event of breaking news like this, as we take you to more vantage points coming from Washington, D.C. right now, we do want to bring you to some of our coverage from our Fox 5 D.C. team. They've got reporters on the grounds, in the streets, interviewing anyone and everyone about their reaction to this monumental news. So let's tap into some of their coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
Choice t-shirt today. I'm going to put her down. She doesn't want to be in the news today.
She's grabbing the microphone, and that's all right.
I'm horrified. It's really sad to be a person in the United States right now dealing with this. When a fundamental health care right, it's not even a right, it's basic health care, is no longer accessible. And the truth is, it's not women with means that are going to suffer. It's women without means. In rural places, people without access to care, people without financial resources, and those people will die. And so this was a decision that threw brown and black women and poor women under the bus.
When you think about the fact that this was leaked out earlier, that essentially 7 or 8 weeks, this is sort of what we thought may happen, and now that is officially what's happening. I mean, have you prepared yourself for this moment, or how do you feel now that this is actually happening, that it has been overturned? This moment is here.
How do you prepare to have your fundamental rights ripped away from underneath you? I don't think that's possible. The only things that we can do are figure out how to make sure that this is not something that affects as many people as possible, to protect as many people as possible. I'm working with a group of midwives in Prince George's County to open up a clinic to provide all trimester abortion care there. We know that the district and Maryland will be one of the southernmost places that people can still access safe, legal abortion care. So folks will likely need to travel from southeastern states to receive these life-saving procedures. And I'm horrified. The only thing I could do is cry, be angry, leverage my anger into action by making a lot of donations to a lot of organizations that are ensuring care for people who need it.
When you just talk to people in your community, when you've had conversations over the last several weeks, I'm just kind of curious if there's been, what you hear from your friends. What is the perspective of the people in your life who live in D.C. That this was going to happen, or felt like it was going to happen?
I think it's outrage, frankly, and anger and sadness. What we're talking about is basic health care, basic care for women and people that have uteruses and people that are capable of reproduction. And that procedure, those life-saving procedures, have been removed. The right to that procedure has been removed, and it's now illegal. My friends that are receiving care for in vitro fertilization, they're concerned about the ramifications of this decision on their care. My friends who are trying to get pregnant but can't are outraged because the truth is that access to abortion is an issue that affects people who are already parents. Most people that receive abortions are already parents. and they know that they don't want to have another child, or they can't handle having another child. And speaking as a person who gave birth only 22 months ago, I know more than ever that the decision to become a parent and when to become a parent and how many children to have is not a decision that anyone else could make for me, because this is the hardest thing I've ever done.
There's a lot of the country that's happy right now with this decision. What do you say to somebody who's on the other side of this issue about this day? How do you communicate to them how you're feeling?
First of all, if they don't want to have an abortion, they shouldn't. But as a person who's Jewish, Judaism says that if my life is in danger, I am commanded to terminate a pregnancy via abortion. So for me, this issue is also a separation of church and state problem, that my rights are being taken away in a way that allows me not to practice my own faith tradition. So for people who are making this decision based on their faith beliefs, they should not receive this procedure if they don't want it. But that has nothing to do with me and my uterus and the decisions that I make about my family. So the first thing I would say is don't have an abortion. And the second thing that I would say is let's do more to make sure that the babies that are born have the care that they need. I just, as the decision was being handed down, was with my daughter across the street getting her first COVID vaccine. This country has not allowed COVID vaccines for people under 5 for very legitimate reasons until the last few days. But that's a great example of how hard it is to be a parent in the United States today. Why are we forcing people to carry pregnancies when they can't afford to have those children or don't want to have those children? I just don't understand. It's really hard to be a parent and take good care of children. Why are we making it harder to plan families?
I really appreciate your perspective and you sharing that with us on short notice. Thank you so much. So there you have definitely one perspective of many of what we're seeing and hearing now that this ruling has come out. So certainly the fallout from this, the impact of this, we will continue to see for days, weeks, and years to come. Back to you.
It's a contentious issue for sure on all sides. Thanks for the latest there in Tinleytown, David. We want to go over now to Jonathan Adler. He's a law professor from Case Western University. Jonathan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you for joining us here. I want to get your first impression on this huge seismic ruling coming down this morning from the Supreme Court.
Well, it's certainly a big deal. The Supreme Court does not overturn prior precedents that often, and when it does, they're usually smaller, more technical sorts of precedents. This is obviously a decision that everyone's heard of, involving an issue that everyone's aware of. So it's certainly a very big deal. It certainly shows that the court, this is a different court than we've seen in quite some time, a court that is more conservative and that is more skeptical of some of the more liberal rulings of the 1960s and 70s. And as a political matter, it takes an issue that's been a flashpoint in our politics, in the politics of judicial nominations and confirmations for decades now, and returns it to the political process. So here in Ohio, it's certainly going to be a political issue. It will be political issues in legislative races, in judicial races at the state level, and potentially in congressional races as well, as now, the field is clear if Congress wants to try and legislate in this area as well.
Jonathan, we'll get back to the state level in just a minute there. Obviously, you're in Ohio at Case Western University, and certainly a state that could see some movement on this. But I want to talk about the political situation at the highest level, and that being the Supreme Court, because for so long, you looked at the Supreme Court as not taking a political stance, but essentially trying to look at things from a matter of fact. Obviously, opinion is there, and interpretation is always going to be there when it comes to anything that involves the Constitution. But do you feel that this has, first of all, that the court has become more of a political machine now, the Supreme Court, and second of all, if this opens the door for perhaps it to become even more so in the political direction?
Well, so here's the thing. So those who dislike today's opinion and today's decision view this as the court being political and the court doing the agenda or fulfilling the agenda of the conservative movement, of Republicans that put conservative justices on the court. For those who agree with today's opinion, this is actually the court taking itself out of one of the most contentious political issues in our nation. Justice Kavanaugh, in a separate concurrence, makes the argument that the Constitution is neutral on this question, like it is on lots of fundamental questions about what the law should be. And so for those who support this decision, what the court is doing is taking it out of a political dispute and letting politics resolve it. And, this is one of those issues where depending on which side you are on about the case, you're not going to see the way the folks on the other side are viewing it. But that's the fundamental divide about this issue. And it's the divide we see about the opinion as well.
We have our Fox 5 Insta poll coming up here. Did the Supreme Court make the right decision? So far, pretty close. 57% of you saying no and 43% as yes. But Jonathan,
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox on this Friday, June 24th. In major breaking news instances just like this one, we are able to bring you full-blown coverage from our owned and operated stations broadcast if we do have a station in that area. So as we have experts joining our Fox 5 DC's air, you've also got the reporters out in the streets, something we in the news business like to call MOS, man on street interviews, really speaking with anybody walking about our nation's capital as this monumental decision from our nation's highest court just came through here on Live Now from Fox within the hour. It was the second opinion released by the Supreme Court in what was said to be and officially confirmed yesterday as this added day of opinion releases. So there was a huge question as Americans awaited this ruling in a case stemming from Jackson's Women's Health Organization versus Dobbs, centered on a Mississippi law that banned abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. And something that is really cool about our show here is when news breaks, we are able to bring you a front row seat to what is happening around the country. So this is actually a live vantage point that we are getting from outside of Jackson's Women's Health Center, or I should say Jackson Women's Health Organization out there in Mississippi. If many of you didn't know, this is actually the only abortion clinic in the state. So it was the nation's highest court, the Supreme Court, versus this one health clinic. And it was just at 10 a.m. Eastern time that the Supreme Court officially overturned Roe v. Wade, effectively ending recognition of a constitutional right to abortion and giving individual states the power to allow, limit, or ban the practice altogether. And while I say that, before we bring on a live guest here for some more reaction, I do want to take you out to this breaking news out of the state of Missouri. So that was a huge angle that we had been covering first following that draft leak that was issued at the beginning of May, suggesting exactly what is happening right now, a conservative majority of the justices ruling in favor to overturn Roe v. Wade. Well, a lot of states in our nation having something called trigger laws. So that includes Missouri. And right here in front of you, the Attorney General Eric Schmidt officially making Missouri the first state in the country to effectively end abortion with an opinion signed moments ago. He's calling this a monumental day for the sanctity of life. So that's something that we've been monitoring too. Continued reaction on this Supreme Court decision. So some saying that this is a horrible day for our nation. We actually did monitor some reaction, and something that stuck out to me, a woman saying we have less rights in this generation than our parents and grandmothers did. So again, continuing to monitor reaction. I do want to bring on a live guest to our show right now who is joining us out of the state of Tennessee. His name is Dr. John Weil, and he is actually joining us from Middle State University out there in Tennessee. Dr. Weil, thank you so much for joining the program in the wake of this breaking news. I hope you're doing okay. First, right off the bat, your initial reaction to this decision by the nation's highest court.
Well, of course, we had some inkling because of the leak of what Alito's opinion would say. And as far as I can tell, it's pretty much the original, only had some responses to the dissenters. What we now know is that Justice Roberts, it's actually a 5-1-3 decision, 6 agreeing to overturn the current law, but Roberts would simply have stated that the 15-week point is okay without saying all laws against abortion are appropriate or inappropriate. So, but it's certainly a very consequential decision. I mean, it clearly, if you understand Roe versus Wade to rely primarily on that point of viability, then that point is now gone.
And, you know, to really give our viewers almost a history lesson, if whatnot, can we really take a step back first to the 1973 landmark decision, Roe v. Wade, granting the women a right to abortion access? And then do you mind also elaborating on this specific case, Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, and really what that case was all about? Actually, as you do that, we also can show our viewers a glimpse from outside of the Jackson Women's Health Organization in Mississippi. I understand that this is really the only abortion clinic in the state. Am I right?
Precedents for it, most notably Griswold versus Connecticut, which was a 1965 case in which the Supreme Court recognized a generalized right to privacy, in that case dealing with contraceptives. Roe versus Wade essentially, well, it struck down a Texas law prohibiting abortion, and it basically divided pregnancy into 3 trimesters. It was a decision written by Justice Blackmun, who actually did some research at Mayo Clinic in doing it. And basically it said first 3 months, no restrictions. Months 4 through 6, the state could regulate on behalf of the health of the mother. And then at the point of viability, which is generally considered 7 months on, then the state could go so far as to outlaw abortion, except in cases of the life and health of the mother. And that decision has been reaffirmed in a number of cases. The court has did accept some notification laws and some waiting laws and the like, but essentially until today, that was law of the land, and it no longer is.
And, you know, when you talk about laws in individual states, I think that's a huge question that everybody has right now, Dr. Vial, is what happens where I am living. And, you know, while we mentioned this as well, we literally just got into our desk moments ago, the Attorney General in Missouri officially making that state the first in the country to effectively end abortion as the AG signs that opinion. First off, Dr. Vial, you're joining us from Middle State University in Tennessee. Can you talk about what the laws in Tennessee are regarding women's abortion rights?
Right. It's my understanding is that we have a trigger law that is very similar to that of Missouri. And I don't know if it actually officially needs a signature or what you're seeing is more symbolic than anything. But my understanding is that we have a provision that says if Roe versus Wade is repealed, then abortion, at least at some point, is illegal. Now, the one thing that there may be a little bit of ambiguity in today's case, the majority seems to say that, or 5 justices seem to say that all the decisions are now at the state level. But Justice Roberts certainly suggests that he might be amenable to, you know, I don't know if it's that he thinks the 15-week restraint is reasonable, but he may or may not think the same if it were shorter than that. So, and I think many state laws probably do not outlaw abortion completely, but may have a 12-week or a 15-week or the heartbeat or brainwave or some other kind of standard. So there'll be a lot of variation, at least initially.
Yeah, you know, and when it comes to certain laws in certain states, I mean, we've kind of been going through an interactive map of, you know, people joining us all over the country, them asking what is going to happen where I am living. Really, I want to ask you on the legality of this situation, Dr. Vial. Will women or doctors now get arrested for having or performing an abortion in some of these states?
That's gonna, you know, that's a matter of state criminal law. Some states, I believe, only are criminalizing the activity of doctors themselves. But the Texas law, if I recall, is phrased so that you might even be liable for criminal prosecution if you drive an Uber and take somebody to a facility where she would have an abortion. So again, I think this is going to be, you know, we're always looking for something clean. You know, you get an opinion and it solves everything. But, you know, even if you outlaw abortion, and no matter what penalties you have, you'll certainly have women probably going from one state to another that does permit it. And judging from pre-Roe, we'll probably have illegal abortions.
You know, Dr. Weil, we have had on several guests since this news first broke over an hour ago. And something that our last guest said that stuck out to me is this is happening because of politics. This is happening because a majority of the justices on the Supreme Court are conservative. What do you make of that statement?
Well, I think it's true. On the other hand, I think one could make much the same argument about Roe versus Wade. The court, you know, that was actually a 7-2 decision. It wasn't the issue of abortion hadn't been quite politicized right and left in the way that it is today. But, you know, judges do their best, I think, to interpret the law and interpret the Constitution, but they're not monks. You know, they have wives and daughters, and they listen to the news, and, you know, certainly if they don't, they get a lot of information presented to them in briefs.
And, you know, Dr. Weil, now that the Supreme Court has overruled Roe versus Wade, do you feel that in states that are going to keep their abortion rights active, right when we got that bombshell opinion draft leak, we saw New York Governor Kathy Hochul, their attorney general, immediately putting laws into place that would protect not only abortion clinics, abortion doctors there and performers in the state, but also the rights of women who are now probably going to be crossing over state lines to get an abortion outside of their state. Do you feel that that is going to be more common, and that abortion clinics in some of these protected states are going to see an influx and possibly longer wait times?
I think there will be. I mean, this actually was happening before Roe versus Wade. One of the arguments for it was that the law was unfair to poor people. You know, a person of middle income or upper income could easily afford, or more easily afford, the time and the money that it might take to go to another state, whereas poor women could not.
And, you know, when it comes to the states that are keeping abortions legal, you know, what do you make of some of the remarks that we are seeing? We've gotten continued reaction from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, some saying that this is a horrible day for our nation's history, and some saying that this is a great day. So, you know, are we going to continue to see that reaction split down the middle?
I think so. I mean, it will, in some ways, it will probably further the divide between red and blue states, with red states being more likely, you know, particularly I would say in the South and the Midwest, more likely either to outlaw abortion altogether or make it fairly restrictive. And many of the red states, you know, continuing, perhaps even liberalizing a little bit their current laws. Well, Kavanaugh has a very interesting concurring opinion in which he basically says, you know, I know some people are going to say what the court should have done is outlaw abortion. And he says very clearly, this is not what we're doing. We're not saying the Constitution requires or outlaws it. We're simply saying it's a matter for the people of the states.
And, you know, I'm glad that you mentioned conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh, because now we've seen this opinion, this ruling from the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. But even before this, when we first got that leaked opinion draft, we saw protests erupt across the nation, even leading to an assassination attempt of Justice Brett Kavanaugh. What do you make of the reaction that we have seen since the beginning of May?
Well, this is not the first of all, I think the person who went after Kavanaugh probably had a mental issue. And I don't know how representative that is of the country as a whole. But from the beginning, you know, it's hard to think of an issue that is more divisive than this issue. You know, if you believe that human life begins at conception, it's very hard to tolerate abortion. If you believe, you know, that women have full autonomy, then it's very hard to accept restrictions on that right. It's a little bit like, and I mean, the issue is much different, but the emotional impact is a little bit like that of slavery. It's hard to be either, you know, you can take sort of a middle, I mean, this is almost a middle ground, isn't it? That states that want slavery can have it, or want abortion can have it. Those that don't want it can outlaw it. It's hard to get someplace in the middle with that.
Yeah, and when you talk about this being such a divisive topic, we are just months away from November elections. We just heard from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking about how abortion rights are going to be on the ballot in some of these individual states. So how do you foresee this impacting, elections and polling and what's on the mind of voters in November?
Well, I mean, people are still very concerned about the economy, their foreign policy issues, gas prices and many others. But I think in many states, this will continue to be an issue that separates the reds and the blues, the sheep and the goats. I don't know what the proper analogy is, but I think there'll be some states pretty much dead ringers that they're going to do as much as they can to outlaw abortion. And others, it's fairly clear that they're going to keep laws on the books. I think there'll be some middle states, maybe states like Pennsylvania. It's hard to name specific states, but there'll be states where this is strongly contested, and politicians on both sides of the aisle have to decide, is this something they want to stress, or do they think other issues are going to be more important?
And, we did just get a feed coming from the White House, Dr. Weil. We got word that President Biden is going to speak at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time on the Supreme Court's decision. Any insight and any predictions into what you think President Biden will say?
Well, my guess is that he will be disappointed in the decision. He ran basically as a pro-choice candidate. My guess is that he will encourage those states that have relatively liberal abortion laws to keep them. He might, you had mentioned earlier the prospect of women crossing state lines. One might be able to assert federal authority to prevent someone from being punished for going across state lines for purposes of abortion. That would probably be more a congressional action than a presidential, but that would be my first thoughts on it.
We are continuing to monitor reaction, Dr. Weil. I don't have a specific picture up right now of this social media, post that we just got. Obviously, Amy Coney Barrett, one of the conservative justices chosen under former President Donald Trump. We're getting this tweet in from Donald Trump Jr., Donald Trump's son, saying, "Proud of my father for what he has accomplished today. He gave our movement 3 strong pro-life Supreme Court justices, and despite the Dems and the left-wing media doing everything they could do to stop their confirmations, especially with Kavanaugh, he never wavered." Actually, it does look like we are getting that here right now for you. So your initial reaction to this post, Dr. Weil?
It's not surprising. I mean, I think one of the explanations for why the evangelical and to some extent Roman Catholics have stuck by Donald Trump is that he did sort of, make this promise that he was going to appoint pro-life justices, and they seem to have come through for him. I think what complicates this is that there are many that think, that Obama's choice of Merrick Garland should have been considered by the Senate and was not, and that also think that Amy Coney Barrett's nomination was rushed through. But certainly if you're looking at, did Trump deliver on what he promised? Yes, in this case he did.
I feel like we've had a lot of reaction kind of say that history is repeating itself in a number of instances. So when it comes to seeing a majority of conservative Supreme Court justices overturning Roe v. Wade today, do you feel that we could see a more liberal Supreme Court in the future go back and reverse what is happening now?
That's always the danger, isn't it? I mean, for either way, that, if you have a court that if it flip-flops every 4 or 5 years, then that undermines stability. And, much of the Supreme Court's decision in this case was devoted to the doctrine of stare decisis, letting the precedent stand and making arguments why it wasn't appropriate in this case. In some ways, I think it's sad when the court is this politicized, either on the right or on the left. It's probably notable that, Justice Roberts concurred in the opinion concurred in in the ruling without concurring in the judgment, and probably did so because he felt like a 6-3 decision would be less likely to be overturned than if he, did a separate concurring and dissenting opinion, sort of splitting the difference.
Well, Dr. Weil, we really appreciate you coming onto the program. As this news has just broke, as we're expected to see a lot of reaction, a lot of laws being enacted in these individual states. Any last words before we send you off?
No, other than, this has been a very consequential decision. We still have a couple more to come, by the way. To my knowledge, the prayer case coming out of California, the football player, has not yet been decided, and there was a fairly there've been some other fairly consequential decisions this week. But usually, the Supreme Court winds things up in the last week of June, and my guess is probably by next Thursday, the session will probably end.
All right, well, we have Dr. John Weil with Middle Tennessee State University here on the program, weighing in on a landmark decision by the nation's highest court. Dr. Weil, we so appreciate your insight. Thank you so much, and we'll definitely be talking to you soon.
Sounds great. Get back.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. It has been quite a busy last couple of hours. At 10 a.m. Eastern time, the nation's highest court officially changing and really altering abortion rights for women here in the United States. It was breaking news that we have been on here for quite some time now, overturning Roe v. Wade, effectively ending recognition of a constitutional right to abortion and giving individual states the power to allow, limit, or ban the practice altogether. Right now, this is actually a look outside of the Jackson Women's Health Organization in Mississippi, the state that issued this ruling coming regarding the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, centered on a Mississippi law that banned abortion after 15 weeks of pregnancy. A Republican-led state asking the Supreme Court to strike down a lower court ruling that stopped the 15-week abortion ban from taking place. So again, we've continued to monitor reaction for you here on Live Now from Fox. We still do have a shot coming from outside of the Supreme Court. And in major instances like this one, when we have an owned and operated station down there on the ground, we can take you to their full broadcast. So that's what I'm going to do right now. We're going to bring you out live to our Fox 5 DC's air. They have experts joining the show. They have reporters out on the streets in our nation's capital, interviewing people, getting their reaction to this decision by the Supreme Court. So let's listen in here, live, raw, and unfiltered on Live Now from Fox. Also, before we do that, I do just want to let you know that speaking of reaction and coming from our nation's capital, I do want to let you know that President Biden is going to be speaking at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time here. So just about 45 minutes. Here's a look at the White House right now. We are going to hear remarks from President Biden at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time regarding this decision by the Supreme Court. It's likely something that our Fox 5 DC team is about to mention. They are continuing interviewing people there out on the ground in our nation's capital. Let's listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
So far, there's a pretty sizable crowd out here, but nothing too crazy. Everything has remained peaceful. How does today feel compared to some of those other historic days?
Smaller crowd on both sides.
Any idea why you think that is?
I think everybody understood what the preordained outcome was going to be.
And that is perhaps because of that leaked draft opinion that so far tracks pretty closely to what the majority decision today was from the same author of the draft. Today's final majority decision, Justice Samuel Alito, again overturning the constitutional right to choose to have an abortion. We'll continue to bring you coverage here outside the court as the crowd continues to gather. Still pretty small crowd generally, as he said, not as big as even some of the other major opinion days, but as people get to their lunch hour and get word of the historic nature of today's decision and head down to the court, we'll of course keep you updated.
Absolutely. And also I think that
Good morning, and thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Just one of the many shots we have coming to us from outside of the Supreme Court, where earlier here today, their ruling did come down, overturning Roe v. Wade. We have been getting reaction pouring in from across the country, including representatives from both sides of the aisle, state leaders from both sides of the issue as well. So thanks so much for being here with us. We do have right now Representative Adam Schiff. He is speaking with our Fox 11 LA team. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here live, run Unfiltered on Live Now from Fox.
Outweigh adherence to an old rule called the filibuster, which requires a supermajority to get certain things through the Senate. Well, what's more important, this old rule that is not a constitutionally based rule, that is, it's not required in any way, it's just a tradition. Is that tradition more worthwhile, more important than the health care of millions of women? I certainly don't think so, and I would hope and pray that the senators don't think so. There is a pro-choice majority in the Senate. The question is there a majority willing to do away with a filibuster to actually make that meaningful? And we have to press, and we have to fight, and we have to do everything possible to persuade those senators this has to get done. It's more urgent than ever.
Congressman Schiff, I want to investigate a little bit more the statement you made about the Supreme Court, which many people believe has effectively done away with the right to privacy. And that opens up the door for perhaps doing away with other rights, recently acquired rights. Some who, in fact, are pro-life say that people who are pro-abortion rights are overreacting by saying it's going to result in a lot of other rights being abridged. But in his concurring opinion, and Araxia showed me this, Justice Clarence Thomas said that he thinks the Supreme Court should actually revisit other rights, including the right to use contraceptive, including the right to have marriage equality. So you do believe, in fact, that other rights could, in fact, be abridged as a result of the Supreme Court decision today?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And, Justice Thomas, as you say, makes that very clear. And this is part of the same backward social agenda, extremist social agenda that brought us this decision to begin with. This is why these justices were picked. And, for those millions of Americans who never thought we would see this day, well, they've shown they're willing to do this. They're willing to throw out all of this precedent. They're willing to roll back rights for the first time in our history. Why should we believe that this is the only right they're going to roll back? That would be, I think, dangerously naive. And so I think we need to make sure that we protect these rights, we enshrine them in law beyond the reach of this partisan court. And I also think, because this court stands ready to do away with other Americans' rights, and two of those justices were illegitimately placed on the court, one by preventing President Obama from making appointments, and the second from forcing a justice on the court while people were voting for Joe Biden, in contradiction of what McConnell had said the first time, that we ought to expand the court and unstack the court so that the court is more reflective of the views of the American people.
Congressman Schiff, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you racing to your office to connect with us. And we know you're going to have a very, very busy day. So thank you for taking time to be with us. We'll let you go. And you know what? We're going to have Alex, I believe, if he's ready. Alex Michelson, familiar face here, obviously, on Good Day LA. He anchors the evening shows. He also anchors the political show on our station every Friday today at 10:30.
The issue is.
This is going to be the issue, of course, for a long time to come. Alex, I've been monitoring you, as I often do on social media, and right away you went on to talk about why this is why local elections matter. This is why we all should care about things we don't think matter until the bigger picture happens.
Yeah, I mean, so often a lot of these political fights are conceptual, and I think we've gotten so used to faux outrage on social media where people go to their corners, but it really doesn't result in much. And this is proof that elections have consequences, both on the national level, because it is objectively true that if Donald Trump had not been elected in 2016 and appointed 3 justices to the Supreme Court, this day would not be happening. If Hillary Clinton had won in 2016, this would not be happening. So that's the proof that national elections matter, but also that local elections matter, which so often do not get that much attention, which so often have very low voter turnout. This is proof that California will look entirely different than a state like Texas or Mississippi when it comes to abortion rights and potentially going forward on other rights as well. I mean, we should point out, even though Congressman Schiff just made that point about a lot of other rights could fall too, the actual ruling itself makes clear that this only applies to abortion. Don't misinterpret this to go to other rights when it comes to privacy. That Clarence Thomas decision was an isolated decision. He was the only one that put that out. Nobody joined him on it. He would need to get 4 other people to join him to do that. But it will be interesting to see all the different ways that this plays out around the country. And what California does now, this is something they've been planning for months and months, and now they will be executing that plan.
But it is, in fact, interesting. I mean, and you're absolutely right. Justice Thomas's concurring opinion is just that. It's his opinion, and it's concurring with the majority with his own twist to the opinion. That's basically what it is, and it doesn't in and of itself carry an authority, but it does open that door, Alex.
It does, and there are people that believe that, and Justice Thomas clearly is one of them. It seems right now he doesn't have the votes, but it is the idea of the pro-life movement or anti-abortion rights movement, depending on how you want to call it, that they want to see a national ban on abortion. This was the first step to have Roe v. Wade be struck down, which sends it back to the states. But they want there to be a national ban on abortion, and that will be the next move for that movement. And then you will see places like California pushing back hard. One of the things that California is looking at doing, this is something I talked with Attorney General Rob Bonta about yesterday, and he's a supporter of this, is a bill that would make it easier for people to come here from other states to essentially create a fund, including with some taxpayer dollars, to help pay for people, women in other states that where abortions are outlawed soon, to come to California, help pay their travel expenses, and help pay for their abortions.
All right, guys. So once again, thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Wanted to show a live picture of the White House since we do know President Biden will be speaking here today at 12:30 Eastern Time. Did want to let our viewers know, of course, we're going to be on top of that as soon as we get some of those cameras inside of the White House. We will, of course, be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, still waiting for more reaction to come on Capitol Hill. We do still have a shot inside of the Capitol. We just heard earlier today from Nancy Pelosi. We've also heard waiting for possibly Representative Kevin McCarthy, and many other leaders have already been speaking out here today. Do want to continue playing out just some more reaction following this ruling that happened just a little bit earlier here this morning. We did have our camera crews catch up with Representative Jamie Raskin. Let's go ahead, listen into his remarks right here for you, again on Live Now from Fox.
I'm Jamie Raskin from Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, as a constitutional lawyer, what is your take on what happened at the Supreme Court today and yesterday?
Well, the court toppled more than a half century of legal precedent upholding a woman's right to choose an abortion in consultation with her physician and her family and her conscience. You know, if Justice Thomas is to be believed in his decision, he's targeting a lot of other privacy decisions as well, because Roe versus Wade depended upon Griswold versus Connecticut, which upheld the right of all women, including married women, to access contraception. That is now being put up for grabs as the same right-wing forces that targeted abortion are targeting contraception as well. You know, the Obergefell and the right of gay people to get married also depends on this constitutional right to privacy. So it's a terrible day in terms of American jurisprudence, and even worse day for the women of America.
And what do you think is going to be the fallout from the right to privacy being broken down here?
Well, you know, I mean, if you believe the framers, you know, one incursion into the liberties and rights of the people will lead to the next and will lead to the next. So it's a wake-up moment for the American public to reject this assault on the healthcare rights of women. I mean, the idea of government-compelled childbirth is completely anathema to people who have believed in the right to make their own decisions.
Do you think that this is a sign the court has become politicized, that it's a political body as opposed to...
Yeah, it might be a little clue that that's happened. I mean, I think that the Republicans just bought the Tortilla Coast building on the corner of First Street, Southeast. I think maybe the Supreme Court should move in there for a while because they're basically acting as an adjunct to the Republican Party.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Oh, also, really quick, sorry, while I've got you, on January 6th, are there going to be more revelations coming?
All right, so once again, Representative Jamie Raskin there, the representative from Maryland, speaking about all of the opinions that are coming down here today, especially the Roe v. Wade decision. I do want to remind everyone, President Biden going to be making some remarks a little bit later here this morning. Live Now from Fox going to be right on top of that here for you, especially as we've been getting reaction from many of our leaders across the country. I'm going to take us out now to Illinois, where we did have just a little bit ago, not only Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, but also Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. They both were reacting to this news that happened just earlier here today. Obviously, both of them on the Democratic side, upset with today's decision. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here for you as we continue our full coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you out to Fox 32 Chicago, who had Lori Lightfoot's remarks from just earlier here today.
Under any circumstances, these rights are hard fought. These rights are in the spirit of who we are as Americans. We're not going to go back to a day when women do not have bodily autonomy. We're not going to go back to a day where interracial marriage is vilified. We will not go back to a day when gay men in loving each other is treated as a criminal act. And we will not retreat from same-gender marriage. We're not going backwards. So we're going to get people activated, we're going to mobilize, and we're going to fight with all our heart to make sure that the American promise of equal justice under law is real, that it is living and breathing in our country today. So while this decision is angering and frustrating, it's a momentary setback. And we will be even more determined and more adamant to make sure that our rights are respected under law. We're not going backwards. And if the Supreme Court wants to continue to be a politicized organization which delegitimizes itself in the institution, which derobs it of any credibility or legitimacy, so be it. But what I know and what I am committed to making sure is that the city of Chicago remains a justice for all city. So I want to say to women out there in states where the trigger laws are going to go into effect here in the coming days and weeks, you have sanctuary in the city of Chicago. We respect your rights, we support your rights, and we will be here for you. I want people to look all across this country at the states that are going to weaponize this decision against women, against trans members of our community, against the Black and Asian and other minorities. The fight to make sure that our civil rights are respected is not over, and we are not yielding any ground without making sure that we are ready and fighting every single day for our rights. So in Chicago and other cities across the country, we will stand as beacons of light for what our country should be standing for is equal justice under law. We will not retreat. We will fight, fight, fight. So thank you. Happy to entertain any questions you might have. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Listening there to Mayor Lightfoot saying there, yeah, we are not going backwards. You can hear the passion, and possibly don't want to read too much into her emotion, but you could hear the frustration in her voice there as well. She was reacting to the overturning of Roe v. Wade and the implications that it could have on other parts of Americans' lives.
So we've heard from.
All right, so thanks again to our Fox 32 team for getting us those remarks. Did want to show people just some of those pictures we have coming in here outside of the Supreme Court. We've been seeing ever since this ruling came down, more and more people starting to gather on both sides of the issue. We've seen signs and people gathering who are on the pro-choice side, also people who are on the pro-life side as well. Do want to show people also just a few other shots we have coming in here. Still waiting for Representative Kevin McCarthy. He is going to be making some remarks any moment now. Plus, we do expect to hear from leaders like Nancy Pelosi as well as others who will be speaking here outside of Capitol Hill as well. So live now from Fox, going to be bringing you all of these feeds, especially when President Biden speaks. He is set to speak here in about a half hour, set to speak at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. Of course, we're going to continue our full coverage. No breaks here for you as we continue to give you more reaction. Going to take us out to Minnesota, where we did have just a little bit ago Senator Amy Klobuchar. She is on the Democratic side for Minnesota. She was speaking with other lawmakers in Minnesota after this ruling came down this morning. Let's go ahead, listen into that right here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you so much, Mike. And it's so wonderful to be back with such good friends, Paula and Lolita, and new friends. And I want to thank you, Mike, for your leadership. This domestic violence service center wouldn't be here except for you. It started when you were here. I simply carried the torch on, did some expansions here and there. And I want to just thank you for your foresight. You were way ahead of your time in taking on violence that so often was at the time thought of, well, that's just behind closed doors. And our job right now is really taking on the next step, which is the fact that so many of the domestic violence victims, sadly, it doesn't end with one incident. It gets worse. And 600 women a year are killed by guns, by a domestic partner. And so I'm going to talk about what happened last night and the celebration that we should be having today because this important gun violence package has finally passed for the first time in decades. But I must start by addressing the fact that the Supreme Court of the United States just reversed 50 years of settled precedent, 50 years of precedent, Roe v. Wade. This is something that I don't think, especially...
All right, guys, you can see here live, we do have some of our GOP leaders speaking in the Capitol, especially as they all come to make some remarks following this decision. Let's go ahead, listen in live here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. I am honored to be here today with my fellow House Republican colleagues. Today's historic Supreme Court decision is a victory for the sanctity of life. It will save countless innocent children. House Republicans are incredibly grateful for the pro-life movement's tireless efforts for decades, leading to this day to give a voice to the voiceless and protect our most vulnerable, unborn babies. As a new mom, I know there is nothing more extraordinary than the miracle of life. Hearing Sam's heartbeat for the first time, I'm gonna cry, was the greatest blessing and gift for our family. And I stand unified with my Republican colleagues in protecting and promoting the right to life. I'm proud to introduce a pro-life leader and our ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
First of all, I thank God for this day. Thank God that His mercies are new each day, and He is the giver of life. And I ask for the next 50 years and beyond in our country, how are we going to define the greatest human rights issue of our generation? This Supreme Court decision marks a chance for us to restore hope restore hope and healing to every family in this country, moms and children at every stage of life. And may it begin with each one of us doing our part to protect and celebrate all life in this greatest experiment in self-governance that the world has ever known. However, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats are forcing an extreme agenda on America through their Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. It would nationalize abortion all across this nation, making America just as radical as China and North Korea. It legalizes discriminatory abortions at every stage based upon sex, race, or disability. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. There's no part of this that celebrates the life, the dignity, the value of every life. I think about my friend, Chloe. Chloe is a beautiful, smart young lady with Down syndrome. And at 18, she's appeared before the UN twice and spoken. And she told the world, embrace, don't erase Down syndrome. She's helped pass laws at the state level that would make sure that parents, when they receive that prenatal diagnosis of having a baby with Down syndrome, that they would actually get accurate information as to the potential of that life. Democrats want to eliminate laws like Chloe's. We must stand together and say, enough. The court affirmed today that every life is worth living. My hope, my prayer is that America will reclaim our identity as a nation whose God-given rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I'm pleased to introduce a gentleman who's made it his life's mission to protect life and reclaim life in America, Chris Smith, gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you so much. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a brand new opportunity to defend the weakest and most vulnerable from the violence of abortion. And that includes the baby and the mother, the co-victim of every abortion. For decades, right up to this very moment, abortion advocates have gone to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. They've aggressively fostered a culture of denial, disrespect, a culture of death, and a bias against babies. You know, back in 1973, the Supreme Court, in an infamous decision called Roe versus Wade, which you all know about, said we need not resolve the difficult question of when human life begins. They sidestepped it and then legalized abortion throughout pregnancy. Justice Byron White at the time called that an exercise in raw judicial power. The Alito majority opinion issued today, just a couple of hours ago, at long last recognizes the need for elected representatives at the local and federal level to take the action about abortion. Hopefully it'll be on the side of protection, but as Kathy Morris-Rogers said a moment ago, there is a bill pending right now that is an existential threat to the lives and dignity of unborn children. It would allow abortion right till birth and would eviscerate every single modest pro-life policy from women's right to know laws to parental notification statutes throughout the entire country. It passed the House last September. Every one of us voted and spoke against it, and it's pending in the Senate. So while this is a major step forward, it also means that we're in an area where we've got to fight even harder to defend these innocent children. And again, as I think all of you know, with ultrasound, the visibility of an unborn child is more apparent than ever before. The other side says it's not a human being. Well, what is it that you're watching? When mothers give birth to a new baby, long before that, what are the pictures that are on the refrigerator? The pictures of the ultrasound of that unborn child. Birth is an event that happens to each and every one of us. It's not the beginning of life, and we want to protect all life from womb to tomb. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Ann Wagner, who's the prime sponsor of the Born Alive Act. Ann.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am. I'm Ann Wagner, and I represent Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And I will say today, as a mother and a grandmother, I am so incredibly grateful and gratified that the Supreme Court has finally overturned Roe versus Wade. This is an historic moment for families, for mothers, and for the precious unborn children who cannot protect themselves. Today, we do give voice to the voiceless. I have always been clear that every child deserves a chance to live. I will always stand for life. And I am hopeful that the state legislatures across the country will take action and swiftly pass protections for our vulnerable babies. The Democrats' radical pro-abortion agenda has been forced on Americans for far too long, nearly 50 years. Democrats, as has been stated in the U.S. House and Senate, support abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even the minute after, at taxpayers' expense. That position is simply unconscionable and incompatible with the views of most Americans. This decision is a victory for the pro-life movement and for the generations of Americans who never gave up hope. People like my mother-in-law, Loretta Wagner, who started this in 1973, founded Missouri Right to Life, a pregnancy center called Our Lady's Inn, the March for Life on the state capitol, helped write the Hyde Amendment with Henry Hyde. It is generations of Americans who are so happy that that they never gave up hope. That's what I would say, that the Supreme Court would do what is right and return this issue to the states. It will save countless innocent lives. We are entering a new era of freedom for the unborn, and I am proud to have always been on the side of my pro-life brothers and sisters who stand here with me today and all across America. We always knew we would realize true freedom for all Americans. I thank you, and it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce a pro-life advocate, gentlelady.
The pro-life community has always known this. Every innocent life is precious, from conception until natural death. But for nearly 5 decades, abortion has remained one of the biggest tragedies of our nation. Roe put judges in charge of abortion policy, imposing laws legislated by unelected judges that left Americans with no voice. Now, the American people will be able to decide the issue of abortion through their elected officials. This is what democracy looks like. Elected leaders accountable to the people they represent, that propose and pass laws that people support. The Constitution gives the people this job, and the people are ready to protect life. Thank you very much, and it is my honor to introduce Representative Julia Letlow.
I want to begin today by recognizing the historic significance of this one moment in time. Today's ruling is an answer to prayers and a shining beacon of hope for the American people. We are here because of nearly 5 decades, our strong pro-life advocates never wavered in their commitment for life. This journey has had many, many ups and downs, but they never gave up. Their faith and perseverance has been our movement's guiding light. We are here today because of them. This is their day, their victory, one I never thought I would see in my lifetime. And our country owes them a tremendous debt of gratitude. When we talk about what we have fought for, it is this simple truth. Every soul is precious and deserves life. As a mom, I can tell you the bond that grows between you and your child over those 9 months is a sacred miracle. It is something you feel in every moment, from the second you find out you're expecting to months later when you watch your precious and innocent child take those first beautiful breaths. While today is a monumental win for the unborn, I would like to note that being pro-life is about more than saving a child's life. It's a commitment to supporting our mothers. As policymakers, we must work together to bring forward legislation that helps families build nurturing home environments where children thrive and build healthy and happy lives. In today's ruling, the Supreme Court made the right decision by moving this debate to where it belongs, in the hands of the people's representatives. And while we know that much work lies ahead,
Let us take this moment and honor this history that we are witnessing in our own moment in time. Years from now, we will tell our children and grandchildren about the day when the United States finally and firmly stood for life. Thank you, and I yield to my new member, Representative Mayra Flores from Texas.
Hallelujah. I woke up this morning praying for this, and I never thought that it would happen. This was a big win, not only for South Texas, because we are pro-life, somos pro vida, but it's also a big win for our country. If we want to see real change in bringing crime down, we need to raise a generation to respect life in the womb. Esta victoria es para nuestra comunidad hispana. Y si tanto orgullo tenemos de nuestra gente, debemos de defender la vida. Si tanto orgullo tenemos de nuestra cultura, de nuestros valores, de nuestras raíces, debemos de defender nuestra gente. Porque la vida no tiene precio. Thank you so much. And now, Web Steve Scalise, que siempre ha defendido la vida también. Es un orgullo para mí presentarlo, porque necesitamos más personas como él, que entiende el valor no solamente de nuestra comunidad aquí en este país, pero que defiende la vida de nuestra comunidad hispana, que para mí es muy valiosa. Siempre tendré orgullo de donde soy, de quién soy, de mi familia. Gracias, Steve Scalise, por siempre defender la vida de nuestra comunidad. Thank you for always defending the life of the unborn.
Thank you so much, Lara. What an historic day this is, and what a great victory for life. And it's not just a victory for life, it's a victory for millions of people who have been part of this pro-life movement for decades, who have gone to state legislatures, who have gotten involved in the political process, who've prayed, and prayers were answered today. The decades of work is celebrated today, but the work just begins now to go and protect life even more, because the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade, correcting that flawed decision, finally allows states and Congress to protect life in ways that we never were able to for the last 50 years. That debate was silenced during the years Roe v. Wade was the law of the land, but that debate just begins again in so many places in this country. You know, one of the most inspirational days of the year is the March for Life. It's a day where thousands of young people come to Washington, not to cause violence, but to celebrate life and to pray and work that we can end abortion in this country. Because for many of them, the first picture they have of themselves is in their mother's womb. And so when we celebrate this victory, I think back to 2006 when I was a state representative in Louisiana, and I co-authored a law that I wondered if I would ever see implemented. That law says if Roe v. Wade is overturned, then abortion would end in Louisiana. It was signed by our Democrat governor, Kathleen Babineau-Blanco. Because you see, life across this country has been a bipartisan battle. People in the pro-life movement have been bipartisan. When you see the debate up here, unfortunately, it's become partisan because the far left has tried to shut down this debate. But in so many states, Republicans and Democrats come together to support life. And I'm so proud to say that right now, in my state, that law from 2006, even strengthened by recent actions, will now become law today. I wondered if I would see that, but I now see that moment. And about a dozen other states are going to have their similar laws take effect right now on this historic day. And many other states are going to start a renewed debate that had been shut down for decades, but finally begins anew. God bless life. God answers prayers. And with that, let me bring up our leader, Kevin McCarthy. Only a few of us are speaking today, but I hope you acknowledge everyone who's standing behind us. I hope you acknowledge everybody who's sitting at home, saying the exact same words that we are. You know, today's Supreme Court decision in Dobbs is the most important pro-life ruling in American history. By a vote of 6-3, the court affirmed that the power to protect unborn life is returned to the people and their elected representatives. The people have won a victory. The right to life has been vindicated. The voiceless will finally have a voice. This great nation can now live up to its core principle that all are created equal, not born equal, created equal. Americans celebrate this historic victory because we know it will save the lives of millions of children and it will give families hope. But as encouraging as today's decision is, our work is far from done. Americans remain one of only 7 countries on earth that allow elective abortions in the 3rd trimester. Of those 7 countries that America's one of them, there's 2 others, China and North Korea. That is radical. The House Democrats continue to support it against the wishes of the American people. This Congress, every House Democrat has voted for extreme policies, like taxpayer-funded abortion on demand until the point of birth. But Democrats' radical agenda does not have America's support. To the contrary, America rejects it because they remain committed to our values and our principles. The Supreme Court was not bullied by the far-left mob. Threats of violence against the justices did not win. And the truth is, pro-life Americans are not planning a night of rage. The reaction to this principled decision by the court, it must be peaceful. And the DOJ must step up to protect our justices, their families, churches, and pro-life pregnancy centers from unprovoked violence. To the DOJ, do not be silent. Do not stand back and uphold the rule of law. We live in a country that is based on the dignity of all human life. With that, we'll take some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Senator McCarthy, Justice Thomas, as part of this ruling, has said that he wants to revisit things like the Supreme Court's decision on gay marriage and contraception. What do you all say to that?
Well, the Supreme Court is a different branch of government. They can look at whatever comes before them. I just know in what we are doing, what we have today, is that life matters. That for so many years, life has stood up.
But would you all support
Yes,
those
ma'am.
decisions being revisited?
The Supreme Court is a separate branch of government. They take their positions, yes.
If you were Speaker and what are some of the proposals that you
Well, first and foremost, I believe in saving every life possible. Look at what we have done. Hyde Amendment, but more importantly, look at what the Democrats have done. For decades, that was a bipartisan position. Why did this new radical agenda, when the Democrats took the House, the Senate, and the White House, even the President Biden, who had supported that, remove that? Look at Ann Wagner's bill. And when you look at what we can do, we will continue to look wherever we can go to save as many lives as possible. Yes.
Peter, you touched on this a little bit, but current laws are still in place right now where the Attorney General is just not doing anything about it, playing politics. What would you want to tell him specifically?
I would tell him in less than 140 days, things are going to change here. And he will have now a Congress that will call him up. He will now have the ability of a Congress to have oversight. He will now have a Congress that will hold him accountable. Thank you all, and most importantly, to America. I continue to pray, one, for the safety of everyone, but more importantly, we now have a voice for all life. Thank you and God bless.
House Republicans here speaking as they are all praising Supreme Court for their recent decision. Do want to take us out to a couple of those different live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. A lot of reaction still pouring in with both abortion rights and anti-abortion. We have protesters as well as people gathering outside here. And of course, Live Now from Fox going to continue our coverage here. Want to show both sides of this ruling as well, especially as we've had a lot of people pouring in with reaction. Again, we just heard from some of those House Republicans. So next, I want to take us out to Gloria Allred. She leans towards the left. She was speaking with our Fox 11 team following this ruling. We're going to play it out here for you on Live Now from Fox. Do want to remind everyone, too, we do have President Biden, who is set to make remarks here at any moment. It was scheduled to take place at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I don't have shots inside of the White House quite yet. As soon as that does happen, of course, you'll see it up on your screen as well. So right now, going to head out to our Fox 11 team, who is just speaking with Attorney Gloria Allred on this issue here this morning.
First guest.
She was. Yeah.
So she's also had a very busy morning and an emotional morning. Let's go back to her. And Gloria, thank you again for hanging out and connecting back with us. This, you know, for people who are not familiar with your story, I was hoping you could just tell us why this matters so much to you and your personal connection to this case.
Yes, I have a personal connection because when I was in California, and I was in my 20s, and that was in the 1960s, I traveled to Mexico for a vacation. I went out with a doctor, a medical doctor with whom I had a date. He took me to, he asked me if we could go to the hospital where he had to see some patients first, and I said, fine. And then he said, well, I need to see a patient who's now in a hotel recovering. Will you go with me there? And I said, fine. And we went into the room, and then he pulled out a gun, and basically I was raped at gunpoint. I got pregnant. I came back to California, found out that I could not get a legal abortion in California. So I had an illegal one, illegal for a doctor or nurse to perform it, but not illegal for me to get it. So I had somebody who did it for profit. I was left in a bathtub, hemorrhaging, 106-degree fever. The person who gave the abortion would not do anything for me. I ultimately got an ambulance, went to the hospital, and had to be packed in ice. And I was, you know, fortunately for me, my life was saved. So I know what the impact is of illegal and unsafe abortions, and that's what today many women are going to have to do. I want to emphasize that once in the 60s, California was anti-choice and put women's lives and health and girls' lives and health at risk by unsafe abortions. What we did is we organized. We did what Mother Jones said. We didn't agonize. We organized. We threw out a lot of anti-choice politicians, and we brought in pro-choice elected officials. And that's why we are now a blue state. That's why we are now a safe pro-choice state. That's why now we are going to be able to help women from other states to come to our haven state, California. And women and girls will not have to worry about whether abortion is safe and legal in California. So that's the power of political power. But we had to fight to win it. Nobody gave it to us. We had to organize and get this done. And we have to continue to make sure we have pro-choice elected officials in California. But in other states, women and girls' lives are at risk. As Planned Parenthood, which, by the way, is, I mean, I just have so much commendation for them to have operated and continue to operate to help women to have reproductive choices. But in so many other states, trigger laws are coming into effect, and those lives of those poor women and the young women and the rural women and the women of color are going to be at risk. And we have to help them to travel to California or to New York or to other haven states nearby them so that they can have more control over their lives. This is an anti-choice, anti-woman, misogynistic kind of Roe v. Wade overturning decision, and we cannot let it stand. So yes, the personal is political, the political is personal, we can all do something because we all have a stake in what happens now. If we can't control our lives, as has been said, from the skin in, we can't control our lives from the skin out. And we must fight back against mandatory motherhood. I'm happy about the women you just showed who said, you know, they're anti-choice, but, you know, they're happy, they've had children, they're beautiful children and all of that. That's fine. They have that choice. But other women don't have that choice now because of the because of Dobbs versus Jackson Supreme Court decision today. We need to respect the choice of every woman and every girl and not have someone else's religious ideology imposed on us. Trust women. That's not what the U.S. Supreme Court did today.
Gloria, let me, and not to belabor the horrific situation that caused you to seek an abortion, but it's an important point that I want to discuss with you with regard to this Supreme Court decision today, because it sounds like, based on everything that we've heard, that basically the Supreme Court has said that states can enact whatever abortion laws they want. It can be as restrictive as they want to be with them, which means then I would think that a state could enact a law banning abortion even in cases of rape and incest.
I'm so glad you pointed that out. And in fact, that's what a number of states are already done. And even in some states where a woman's life is endangered if she is forced to take a pregnancy to term. So yes, no exceptions for rape and incest, no exceptions in some states for a woman's life being endangered, no exceptions in some states for a woman to even take a pill to provide a medical abortion or to get that pill brought to her, sent to her, distributed to her. This is complete control over a woman's body, her life, and her future. A woman cannot enjoy equality. She cannot enjoy liberty. She cannot enjoy her rights if she cannot control her reproductive choices. And many states want to outlaw contraception as well. Men need to take note of this because they are going to have their partners, their wives, their significant others have their health and safety placed at risk as well. So the choice of men to talk to their partners and say, we should decide together, this is a time for you to terminate a pregnancy. And if both decide, that's not going to be possible. In some states, even if a parent tells their teenage daughter, we're going to help you get an abortion, in some states, the parents will be at risk of being sued or maybe in the future prosecuted for helping their own child to get an abortion. This is outrageous.
Gloria, I want to ask you, going back to those trigger laws, because it is a bit confusing for many people. We're talking about California potentially becoming a sanctuary state and people from other states having to come to states like California that has that right to that sort of reproductive health care. Should we, as of today, because, talking about these trigger laws, states like Oklahoma, one of those 13 states, the governor signed a bill into law that explicitly banned abortion. There was no confusion about it. The only protection, at least from my, non-legal understanding, it was Roe versus Wade. So should women in those states that have specifically mapped the ban out, should, as of today, is their access to abortion completely gone?
In many states it is, or will be within the next few days, weeks, or a month, because these trigger laws in different states take effect at different times. In other words, they are triggered by this decision. They will then come into, effect. And so look at the big smiles on some of the elected officials in some of these states. They're so excited that they could put women's life at risk and hurt young girls. Of course, they don't use that terminology, but that's the impact in the real world of what they're deciding. And why are they doing it? Why are they trying to control women? They're appealing to their base. A lot of their base, is the extreme right wing. is, frankly, a lot of men in the Republican Party, as opposed to more women who are Democrats. And so they're doing it for crass political reasons. They want to appeal to their base to get votes so they can be reelected. They don't, frankly, give a damn about women's lives or girls' lives or the fact that they could die or be maimed from unsafe, illegal abortions. That isn't their priority. It is my priority.
We've touched on a number of these things, but Sandra Endo just handed me this list that she compiled, which I find to be interesting. Some of the things what people are talking about. What can the federal government do? What can feds do? Like allow abortion pills at pharmacies, ease restrictions on abortion pills, declare a public health emergency, which seems like such an extreme thing to do. Medicare costs. That's something people are wondering. Would Medicare cost traveling across state lines if someone, say, in Oklahoma wants to come to California? Some of these things that you've never thought about are now things that people are going to think about and wondering, what can the federal government do? Can the federal government have any room to step in and do these things?
Well, actually, the president is going to be speaking, I think, in about 10
expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected women's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as Vice President and now as President of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faiths and backgrounds found acceptable, and that had been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision, written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls were forced to bear their rapist's child. With the child, a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case. The poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose and the balance that existed is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify women's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all of my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. My administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail or search a person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health. The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This is extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They've made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. More to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you still have confidence? Do you still have confidence in the court, Mr. President?
You can see the president exiting without answering any questions. Of course, he is very upset with this decision, as many of our Democratic leaders across the country have been speaking out here ever since this decision came down. Want to take you back out to just some of those live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. More and more people continue to file into the Washington, D.C. area, just outside of the Supreme Court on both sides of the issue. We have both anti-abortion protesters as well as abortion rights activists as well. They are out here in full force. We're going to continue to keep an eye on these shots, especially since from time to time I've seen a couple of our cameras getting some of that interaction between the two groups, as it has been pretty heated here and is only going to continue to ramp up here throughout the day. But you heard President Biden just mention he is asking everyone who's going to be out there speaking their opinion to do so in an orderly fashion. Of course, they don't want to have any issues happen. They don't want to see after we had that leak back in May saying that this could be overturned. We saw quite a few different people and groups go out and be attacked, especially for those groups who were on either side. We had seen many people go into buildings and trash them, whether they were a Planned Parenthood type of location or even if they were an abortions right group as well. So right now on Live Now from Fox, we're going to continue giving you more of that reaction coming to us from across the country. Do want to show our viewers also that we've had some breaking news coming in here after this decision came down. There's been at least one person who's protesting this decision. Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge is temporarily shut down. The District Department of Transportation has announced this, saying that there is safety concerns involving a protester, an activity that's going to remain in effect until further notice. You can see that person at the very top peak of the bridge there. Now motorists and everyone is encouraged to plan ahead for their commute, especially as we're only going to see more traffic entering that area. They do have law enforcement officers as well as first responders out here on scene. You can see even they have blown up a padding there on the bridge as well. So emergency personnel out here dealing with a protester on the bridge. This is the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, which is temporarily shut down. We're going to take you into 3 boxes. We'll keep an eye here on this protester. We're also going to keep an eye on all of those folks who have been gathering outside of the Supreme Court, but also we'll take you out to Tampa, where we do have our Planned Parenthood leaders in the Tampa area. They are speaking after this ruling came down. Of course, a lot of states now going to be implementing their own rules and legislation ever since this decision came. Let's go ahead and bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
EVESQUE. All right, I want to thank everybody again for coming out. My name is Elizabeth Baker. I'm the regional organizer for the Florida Planned Parenthood PAC in Tampa Bay. We're here today because of the opinion released by the Supreme Court of the United States, stating that they will uphold Mississippi's draconian abortion ban. The language used in this opinion has eviscerated protections for abortion access and has overturned 50 years of legal precedent clearly established by the Roe versus Wade case in 1973. At Planned Parenthood, we are outraged and disgusted by this decision. 80% of Americans believe that abortion should be legal, meaning that this court, dominated by justices who are hostile to our freedom, has gone against the will of the people. This outrageous decision will fuel efforts by state politicians to ban abortion access across the United States and in Florida, forcing people to travel hundreds, sometimes thousands of miles in order to access vital care or else remain pregnant. And we know that abortion bans disproportionately harm Black, Latina, Indigenous, and other people of color, and people living in rural areas, people with low incomes, because of this country's legacy of racism, income inequality, and discrimination. Abortion bans strip us of our freedom to control our own bodies and are a product of the systemic barriers to care that too many in our communities face every single day. Abortion access should not be based on your zip code, your income level, your race, or your immigration status. That's why it's paramount that Floridians vote on August 23rd in the Florida primaries and on November 8th in the general election of this year for candidates who are committed to protecting and furthering abortion access and reproductive health care initiatives. As Floridians, we need to hold our political officials accountable by sending the message loud and clear that we will not tolerate policy and legislation that threatens our basic human right to bodily autonomy. And we can send this message with our vote. This court has failed us. This court has failed us. It has taken away the power to control our bodies, our lives, and our futures, and we believe everybody's body is theirs and theirs alone. We must have the freedom and the power to control our bodies and our lives. It is a fundamental human right. That means that no judge, no politician, no piece of legislation should ever have the ability to restrict personal medical decisions or determine the course of one's life. I'm here today with some folks who are going to share their stories. Stories about how the freedom to access reproductive health care, or the lack thereof, has impacted them and the course of their lives. I'm also here today to say that this decision will not stop us. We are not backing down. We will fight like hell to make sure that those who would threaten abortion access are voted out of office this year. And we'll do it together because even in the face of impossible odds, the people's collective voice will be heard. The people's collective voice will be heard. It will be heard in Tallahassee, it will be heard in Washington, D.C., and it will be heard in the ballot box on August 23rd and on November 8th, and it will not be ignored. I'll now invite our first speaker, Natasha Milburn, to speak. We'll hold all questions until the end, please.
Hello, everyone. What a way to start the day. It's going to take a moment to breathe and really be here. It's a pretty big impact. My name is Natasha Milburn, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm a loud and proud queer cis female Air Force veteran and a fierce reproductive justice advocate. Currently, I'm an academic researcher designing a comprehensive and inclusive sexual health curriculum for youth in underserved and/or marginalized communities, and I'm a passionate, mindful art educator for youth of all ages. And I've had an abortion. To my very core, I believe everyone's life and body are their own, and it's the individual's right and choice to create their own path in deciding what they believe is best for them in their journey. I believe that in turn, it's the government's responsibility to provide the means for us to do so via accessible health care and historically factual, comprehensive sexual health education for everybody who wants or needs such fundamental human services. These services are vital, especially for those who already face societal health barriers, the LGBTQ+ community, BIPOC folks, those with disabilities, or who are from low-income home. And what hits heart most for me, adolescents who are scared and stuck without access to safe and illegal abortion. It was the summer before my high school senior year. I felt confused, alone, physically and mentally sick, and didn't understand what was happening to my body. After conducting a very brief Google search, which confirmed my fears, I bought a pregnancy test which tested positive. It was in that instant that I truly matured. A feeling I had never felt before nor since consumed me. An unconscious survival mode kicked in. I didn't know how, but I knew that I needed an abortion. Looking back, I am thoroughly impressed at the isolating challenges and heartbreaking hurdles my 16-year-old self went through to do what I absolutely knew was best for my future. Just as it is in Florida right now, in order for a minor living in Michigan to receive abortion care, they needed a guardian signed consent. Forcing me into even further premature adulthood, my religious family refused to give me the consent I needed. So alone, I found and made my way to an abortion clinic 4 hours away in Chicago. Although resolute and determined, a lost and scared teenager shouldn't have to cross state lines in the middle of the night alone to receive health care that was a human right given to me and us from the moment of birth. I hardly remember checking in, and having never had a women's wellness exam at that point in my life, I had no idea what to expect or where to expect it. They called me into a small cubicle to ask me questions and checked my vitals, then sent me back to the waiting room with an ultrasound picture. I was so confused and scared, having one mental panic attack after another, which felt like hours, until I finally heard my name. This was my time, this was my choice, and never once did I have a shred of a doubt. As the anesthesia set in, I remember the nurse saying, "It's okay, honey. This will be over soon. We'll get you on some good birth control, and you'll move on from this. You will move on from this." This statement gently guided me through the fears of the procedure, forced me past the guilt of wanting an abortion to begin with, and slashed away my shame for getting one. Support and care. It's what I deserved, not only as a sexually uneducated adolescent making sexually uneducated decisions, but it is what I deserved as a person. It's what we as the people deserve. We as humans deserve the right to legal and a safe abortion, especially when those humans are in a country that boasts of freedoms and liberty and whose leaders insist that they serve in justice for all. I remember when I was a child, and I used to be proud to be an American because at least I know I was free. These statements and songs were part of our indoctrination as youth, trying to convince us that there was something of this country to be proud of. Maybe there once was, roughly 50 years ago when Roe was passed, stating that abortion care is a fundamental human right. America claims to be or to have been the greatest country in the world. Some American even leaders still want to make America great again. But how can anything that strips away basic human rights of over 36 million childbearing people that they have sworn to represent and serve, be great? This decision puts the control over our health choices in the hands of political strangers. It makes this party of politicians and their politics the deciding factor in our plans of parenthood and of livelihood. This decision is a mistake. It's strictly unconstitutional. Every person deserves autonomy in their own life, for their own body and their freedom to determine their own future. And we will not stop until all people have access to every essential reproductive care option for whoever is in need of it. And we will continue our fight in disseminating progressive and comprehensive sexual health education to the youth of America. Education that will prevent life-changing experiences of unwanted teenage pregnancies such as my own by providing knowledge, resources, services, and confidence in oneself, choices, and bodies to become a healthy sexual being. We are no longer the United States of America. This decision divides the states of America, and it tears at the very fabric of the flag that supposedly stands for being united and free. Worse, it further endangers the lives of liberty and justice for all that they claim to uphold. How is this liberty and justice for all? How is this justice at all? We will not back down. We will not stop. We will use these feelings of enragement and pain to turn them into power and empowerment. We will stand, we will march, we will scream and fight for our freedoms and rights until liberty and justice is truly served for all. I have had an abortion, and I am not ashamed. This unnecessary, traumatic adolescent experience shaped me into the woman I am today and who the woman I will continue to grow to be, whatever the reason. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now have Tony Van Pelt.
Good morning. This is the first time the Supreme Court has gone back on a constitutional right. Politicians have no business interfering in our lives, especially women and her doctor. I'm here to tell you what it was like before Roe was decided in 1973. I was born in 1947. I'm 74 years old. When I was 19, I had an illegal abortion. When I found out I was pregnant, there was absolutely no question that I would have an abortion, whatever it took. My life was just beginning, and I knew how horrible, how unnecessarily horrible the women in my family suffered because of the interference of the government and religion into a woman's right to control her own body. In those days, you asked at a club for the phone number. I made contact and was instructed to come alone and to bring $400 in cash. It was hard for me to scrape up that kind of money back then. Women were also not allowed to have credit in their own name, so I could not get a loan. It was stormy and dark out as I drove to the address I was given. Driving home from the abortion, a driver ran a red light and broadsided my car. I was thrown out and hit my head on a curb. I landed in a hospital, ill, in pain, confused. I didn't want to be examined for fear of being arrested. I refused treatment and I left. It turned out I was so severely injured in the accident I had to move home and was out of work for a month. The accident dislodged the tube inserted in my cervix. I had to go a second time to another location to have the abortion completed. I was put in a tub of scalding hot water while two women poured more water, heated on the stove, into the tub. That's all I can remember. To this day, I only shower. I aborted blood clots of tissue into the toilet at home the next day. It was painful. I was alone, but I did it. And I was so relieved. There was and is no shame in having an abortion. And I was lucky. I didn't suffer any long-lasting ill effects like so many other women did. A few weeks later, I received a phone call from a young woman I didn't know. She was asking for the number. I gave it to her. She ended up in the hospital surrounded by police. She gave them my name and told them that I worked for an airline. The police located me at my job. 3 of them showed up and demanded I give them the phone number. They said that they would arrest me on a felony charge for aiding and abetting an illegal abortion. I refused. They came twice more to my workplace to bully me. On their 3rd visit, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving at 11 p.m., they arrested me. Their plan was to intimidate me into cooperating by keeping me in jail over the long weekend. Judges didn't sit on the holidays, so I wouldn't be able to bail out. They moved me from jail to jail that night until I ended up in downtown Cleveland City Jail, a filthy, miserable place. I was body searched in the garage before they took me in. I had my fingerprints taken and my photo taken, and I was strip searched. I refused to cooperate with them when they asked me for my name and other personal information. Everything was taken from me, including my medications. The cell was filthy, with cockroaches running around. The toilet was more or less a hole in the...
All right, once again, thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We've been hearing some stories outside of the Tampa Planned Parenthood as more reaction continues to pour in here after this ruling. Do want to show our viewers just some of those live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk outside of the Supreme Court. Earlier this morning, before the opinion had dropped, there was not as many people outside of the gates that have been put up surrounding the Supreme Court, but now you can see a lot of people on both sides of the issue. We've had both anti-abortion as well as abortion rights protesters all stepping out here to share their opinions after this ruling came down. This has ended a constitutional protections for abortion that has been placed nearly 50 years. It's a decision by a conservative majority. It overturned Roe v. Wade, and today's outcome is expected to lead to abortion bans in roughly half the states. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map that we have here showing just some of those states. The red, you can see a ban already in place. The dark blue, no ban. That peachy pink color is where a ban would be triggered, and the light pink, that's Montana. They are likely to ban abortion as well. So did want to at least break down these different states where they stand here at this time. We've already seen some of those state leaders speaking out earlier here today. We're going to continue giving you more reaction here on Capitol Hill, including taking you out to New York, where we do have any moment New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He's going to be speaking out after this decision and ruling came here today. We'll have it live on Unfiltered for you right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we have been keeping on top of this breaking news that came down this morning after the U.S. Supreme Court overturned the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide, letting states have the final say according to the final opinion that was previously leaked out and finally issued here today. The ruling on the case, known as Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, sets in motion a series of events that will likely lead to abortion being banned or severely restricted in roughly half of our 50 states. You can see here there's a number of people who have stepped out in front of the Supreme Court here in Washington, D.C. Do you want to remind people, viewer discretion advised? I've seen quite a few inappropriate signs, but there's so many voices being given out here on this issue here today. Live Now from Fox's job is to bring it all to you, let you make your own decisions. We've been playing both sides of this issue. Earlier here this morning, we did have some of our House Republicans. They gave reaction praising this decision. And of course, we heard from President Biden just a little bit earlier here today. He, of course, was saying the decision is a tragic error by the court, and he's going to do everything in his power to try to help states with this opinion that just came down this morning. I do want to show you just some more of the reaction that's been coming to us. We do have right now on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge a protester who has made his way to the top of the bridge, causing a shutdown here temporarily as first responders and emergency personnel are outside here. This closure, obviously, for safety concerns involving this protest activity, and will be shut down until further notice. There's a lot of emergency personnel surrounding here as this person continues to stand on top of this bridge. It's been one of those shots we've been having in our triple box as we've continued to hear a different reaction coming in. So I'm going to leave that up in our triple box. We're going to be now headed out to New York City. We do have not only New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who is going to be giving some reaction, but other New York City leaders also reacting to today's decision. We're going to jump into it live. We're on Unfiltered right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Women in Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma deserve the same rights as women in New York. But today, 36 million Americans, nearly half of the women of reproductive age in this country, stand to lose safe and legal abortion access. Now, pregnancy and abortion are deeply personal matters. It is because these issues are so important that we must have the right to make our own choices. no one can really know what the circumstances are of others. And that is especially true for judges and for politicians, many of whom will never be pregnant. I know this firsthand. I had an abortion. It was the right decision for me and my husband. And so today, I share your anger, I share your disappointment, I share your frustration, and I share your outrage. But also today, we in the Adams administration want to send a very clear message that we will take the necessary steps to fully protect both women in this city and those who come to our city to access the freedom which may no longer exist in their hometowns. Today and always in this city, women will have full autonomy over their bodies and the right to make their own medical decisions. But then tomorrow, and every day until reproductive health access in this country is fully restored, we in the Adams administration will be right here with you, hand in hand. It will not be an easy fight, but it is a fight that we can win. So let's get to work. I'd now like to introduce the Deputy Mayor for Operations, Mira Joshi.
Hello, I'm Mira Zoshi, Deputy Mayor for Operations. Women have children. Women overwhelmingly are responsible for raising those children. This reality, without a doubt, frames the quality of women's lives. Whether we work, where we work, what times we can work, and our ability to engage in and contribute to society. For women, safe, I'll be louder than him. Legal abortion is the tool. For women, safe, legal abortion is the tool that allows us to break out of these constraints. And today, the Supreme Court stole that tool. They stole our freedom. They stole the wide open future of our sisters and our daughters. They stole the boundless dreams and aspirations of young women across the nation. Our female role models often say, "Young girl, this can someday be you." But today, the foundational premise of that statement has been shattered. And with this theft in broad daylight, the court sent a deeply disturbing, spine-chilling message. Women in America, you're not worthy. You're not worthy of having the ability to make a choice that will allow you to pursue your dreams, follow your ambition, break cycles of poverty, and live full and complete lives. This event is packed with women, many of whom's presence here today is a direct result of having choice. And it's a stunning example of the power of that choice. This is a room symbolic of powerful, colorful gatherings across the country. Now imagine a world where many of these valuable creative figures are absent. The strong women to the left and right of you, all because they can't make a choice over their body, and because they can't make a choice, they can't participate. That's a dark world. That's a world in which we all lose. So let's not get confused. Today, the nation was robbed of the hard-fought right for women to participate in all parts of our society. It's a right that allows our nation to be a more complete and a more just one. So let that ugly and simple truth be what burns in our souls and feeds our fight forward. Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to our Deputy Mayor, Sheena Wright.
I so deeply appreciate the sisterhood that we have here in the city. I am not as eloquent today as my sister deputy mayors, and I don't have prepared remarks. quite frankly, I was stunned. Like the wind was knocked out of me today. We knew it was coming, but it's like, I was like, no, they won't do that. They won't take away this fundamental right that women enjoy in this country. And when it happened, I was just on my heels. I couldn't function the rest of the day. And the shock and outrage that I know we all feel, as has been said, has to be met with a fight back. I am grateful that we live in the city of New York, in the state of New York, but I weep for all of our sisters who live in all of those states who are gonna be shamed, trying to shame them. They're gonna be persecuted. This is a horrible, horrible outcome. But I know, particularly with these women here and others across the country, we will continue to fight and we will get on the right side of this issue. While we are stunned today, we're outraged, we're in despair, we have not lost because we will continue to press forward. The last thing I'll say is, as I thought about today, I thought, what's next? What's next? Clearly, anything is possible if this fundamental right has been taken from us. So we have to stay vigilant, we have to stay focused, and we have to keep pressing forward. I want to introduce our Chief Housing Officer, Jessica Katz.
Hi, everybody. I wasn't planning on coming and speaking here today, but listening to these amazing women and their stories, I felt compelled to. And I want to say something to everybody here, and particularly the men here today, is to just be gentle with the women in your life today. Because I'm relieved to be living in New York City on this difficult day, but it's also cold comfort because it still feels like a fundamental right has been taken away from us. As you've heard a few times here today, there's a few different kinds of abortion stories, and I've experienced a few of them. There's the kind where you're so young and it's the wrong guy and the wrong time, and you have your whole life ahead of you, and you don't think that that should be determined by one moment of bad judgment. There's the kind where you're having a miscarriage and you're in the middle of fertility treatments that didn't work again, and you're just desperate for it to be over so you can have the baby that you so desperately want. And I can't even imagine what it would have been like in that moment to have to beg a judge for mercy, as so many women across the country are now going to have to do. And then there's the kind where you have amazing family and the children that you want and the career that you've aspired to your whole life, and your family feels complete, and you don't think that another pregnancy and another baby is what's best for you or your family in that moment. So all those kinds of stories. There's a few other kinds that I've been very lucky not to have to experience. So I want to just make sure that everyone here is gentle and kind to each other today, and just to remind everybody how much all these amazing women on the stage today, we owe not just our careers that we love, but also the families that we love, to being able to have that right to have an abortion. So thank you so much to everyone who's here, and with that, Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you. And I thought it was imperative that we heard from the women of the office. And I just want to bring on, before I speak, a woman who has been very much part of my career and have really watched me develop into the person that I am. And I just want her to be part of showing what the women of this office feel and what they are experiencing. Ingrid.
As our first deputy mayor and all of our other deputy mayors expressed, today is a tragic day, a sad day. When women cannot make a choice of what they want to do with their own bodies, it's completely unacceptable. For a woman who is raped, who didn't want to engage in having sex, and becomes pregnant, to have to give birth to a baby that she may be ill-equipped to nurture is unacceptable. Deputy Mayor Ann William Isom said that whatever you feel like doing today, you should do. If you want to protest, protest. I say to you this: there will come a time when the opportunity will present itself for this tragic ruling to be reversed. Everyone who is outraged, you must exercise your right to vote for the proper president who will appoint Supreme Court justices who will see and understand the magnitude and the scale of what has happened today.
All right, so we are listening in here. New York City Mayor Eric Adams hosting this event with other fellow city leaders. We're going to continue listening in live. You can hear in the background some abortion rights activists outside of this event speaking out. And we have definitely been seeing both sides stepping out, especially in that Washington, D.C. shot. Do want to remind our viewers, viewer discretion advised, as we have a lot of opinions being shared here today. We're going to send some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in live here in New York City on LiveNOW from Fox.
The proper person who can make the right size appointments. And without any further ado, it's indeed a pleasure for me to present to you our 110th Mayor of the City of New York, Eric Adams.
Thank you. And I knew in hindsight there was a reason I brought on board with me for the first time 5 deputy mayors and my chief advisor, all of the women who are here with us in this administration. And something is significant, as I say to them all the time, you know, ignore the noise. Hundreds of us are on the step. You have one idiot out there, and you may think that that's what Americans are feeling. That's just noise. That's just noise. And notice it's not a woman. Notice that. Jessica said something that just really resonated with me. The wrong guy at the wrong time. I was 15, and I just got home from being arrested, and Linda came to me, and she said, Eric, I'm pregnant. And look at your life. And it was my desire automatically just to say, Linda, keep the baby. She said, Eric, you're arrested, you're not going to school. What future is this baby going to have? And she made the decision that was smart for both of us. She made the right call because she was empowered. She was in control. And some years later, when Jordan's mom was pregnant, she made the determination she wanted to have her son. She made the determination because she was empowered to make that determination. Don't kid ourselves. This is the erosion and destruction of the ability of women to have and be empowered. 5 men who could never conceive made a determination on what will happen to the women of this city and country. Every decision not to have a child comes with it a story. And each one of those individual stories are so important, they're so private, they're so significant. And no woman just decides automatically. It's a deep thought to make that determination. And now to rob them of that ability to do so is probably one of the most darkest periods in our country. So what a battle we are in. This is so surreal what is happening in our country. It is as though everything we fought for to become the social conscience of the globe is being dismantled right now. And this is the second time in a week that a radical Supreme Court has issued a decision aimed directly at safety, health, freedoms of New Yorkers and all Americans. The second time in a week. What a warning sign. This decision will fundamentally alter the role of women in our society by constraining their freedoms and challenging their autonomy. A direct attack at women in this country. It takes us backwards in a dark time in our nation's history, when women used to go to places and have unsafe pregnancy terminations, particularly those poorer and black and brown communities. We know that. We're coming with this knowledge when we make this change. They were targeted in these communities. After today, young women will come of age with fewer rights than their parents. They come of age with fewer rights than their parents. Fewer alternatives. Won't be able to make these decisions. It sends chills down my spine. This is more than an issue of reproductive rights and public health. This is a decision about controlling a woman's body. Controlling her body. You can't legislate that. You can't put in place some Supreme Court decision on that, the right to control your body. This is about who decides, who rules, who has power, and who's deprived of it. And right now, the American people are being deprived of that fundamental power to choose one's destiny. Whether they are allowing dangerous people to buy and carry deadly weapons or banning women from making their own health decisions, the far right, enabled by this court, has declared war on the American people. War on public safety, and our pursuit of happiness. They want to talk about constitutions. Somewhere I read that you have the right to pursue happiness. You just robbed that right away. The decision in these two consecutive cases, Roe versus Wade and Bruin and Dobbs, also highlight a fundamental hypocrisy on the issues of personal rights and states' rights. When it comes to our bodies, we have no rights. But when it comes to their guns, they have every right. This is not wise jurisprudence or reasonable argument. This is a power grab. The delegitimizing the court even as it undermines our freedoms. While there is talk of history in these decisions, there's little acknowledgement of the reality. That is what we are facing in this court, including the reality of how this decision would play out for those already struggling with poverty and inequality, with racism and other crises. The reality that most Americans face, especially in poorer parts of this country. The court's dissenting opinion highlights that this court is now voting politically and not judicially. In my view, this decision signals that overturning Roe versus Wade is only the beginning of a long-range plan to dismantle individual rights and roll back social progress in the service of minority rule. From marriage equality, something I fought for on the Senate floor, to the rights of contraceptions, from voting rights to human rights, the court intends to destroy long-established protections and turn back the clock on the progress that many have fought so hard for. This is their beginning, but this is not our ending to fight against the Supreme Court and use our powers. And as Deputy Mayor William Isom has indicated, we are going to step up, because this is the city of fighting on behalf of all. We will step up and ensure those women across this country that need a safe haven, we will ensure they get information and ensure that our healthcare facilities are there to stand with them. And let's be clear, we're not standing idly by. We're working to inform the public of their rights in New York and ensuring the safety and security of everywhere. New York will be the safe haven for America and for the women of this country. All Americans must have a legal right to reproductive health care in any kind, including abortion. Everyone must be free to live their own lives as they choose without being constrained to retrograde in state-sponsored dominance. Anything less is an affront to our fundamental rights and must be fought with fierce resistance. And in New York and all over this nation, that fierce resistance will rise. New York is the place where freedom is defined, and rightfully so. Our demographics, our ethnicity, our diversity is reflective of every country and every state in this country. New Yorkers aren't going to stand by and let the will of the majority of Americans be bypassed. They won't be undermined by a cabal of activist judges with a clear political agenda. We must use our power of protest, as was mentioned, and our sacred right to vote, as Ingrid mentioned, to stop this assault on our individual liberties. And now more than ever, it's time for Congress not to sit on past precedent. Let's codify abortion into law. Let's pass the law that states women have the right to choose their body. This is our moment, New York. This is our moment, America. Let's step up and reach that moment. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions on time.
All right, so once again, city leaders out of New York here speaking after this ruling coming down here this morning. We are giving you both sides, both anti-abortion groups as well as those who are fighting for abortion rights. Listening in here with New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's going to be getting some questions from the media. Just a heads up, some viewers going to be going out to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in here live on Unfiltered.
You may be a reporter, but you're emotionally attached to this issue. And I can tell that. As a woman, you are offended. In the state. And we should, just as we're going to ask the governor to return to Albany to deal with the right to carry, we should deal with this issue. But let's be clear. If we pass something in the state, we are leaving our sisters behind in other states. This is a national problem, and it's time for national leadership to step up and solve this problem. What does it say to my auntie in Alabama? What does it say to my family members in Florida? I am not going to say we should only have the right in New York. We should have the right in our country. We will look at that fund, and we think that's an excellent idea. Our legal counsel, as well as our budget office, is going to look at that. As Deputy Mayor William Isom indicated, we are leaving no stones unturned. This is a fight that we believe we must take on behalf of the people of this city and behalf of the people of this country. This is not a fight we're going to sit idly by on. Deputy Mayor William Isom, you want to talk about what we're doing?
Thanks for the question. I just want to also say that this is an issue of rights, but it's also an issue of safety. This is not going to reduce the number of abortions, as we've seen in states that already make abortions more difficult. This is going to increase the number of unsafe abortions. It's going to increase the number of unsafe pregnancies. So this is a direct harm on women in addition to snatching their rights and their choice. For the city of New York, we're working to expand access to medication abortion in our sexual health clinics. We're working to expand the provider capacity and the number of abortions conducted at our public hospital system. And most importantly, we're looking at also supporting people who want to come to our city to get access to care, to get the supports they need, things like transportation, lodging, food, support so that they can travel to our city and get taken care of holistically. And so we'll be announcing plans over the coming days, weeks, and months. And I'm eager to do that with partnership with all these fantastic leaders here.
Anti-abortion advocates have really deeply held religious beliefs, and they see this as a religious issue, a moral imperative. What do you say to them?
I'll say the same thing we would say to anyone. As Dr. Fassan pointed out, this is a health issue, and particularly in poorer communities. Access to quality health care is a long-time fight. As we look at what happens when unwanted pregnancies, as Ingrid pointed out, one could be the victim of a crime. I believe all of us need to look inward and state that we should never dismantle a woman's right to choose her body. I don't know any law that has been put in place, or ruling that has been put in place, that allow men not to have the right over their bodies. So why can't we do the same for women? Our law department has been extremely busy from the terrible ruling that was handed down yesterday to this. Judge Sylvia Hines Radix is here. She's going to be partnering with our chief counsel. We are communicating with lawyers all across this country to really combat these two issues, but also to look at the other issues on the horizon. This is really the beginning of the actions, I believe, of the Supreme Court. And we're going to look at everything that's possible for New York to utilize what's within our scope of authority to push back on rulings such as this.
Could you talk a little bit about folks who feel under siege? So abortion is protected in New York by state law, but folks are worried that the Supreme Court could come for the state's abortion statutes next. People are worried that the Supreme Court could come for gay marriage next, that it could come for the contraception next. What do you say to folks who look at, well, if Roe v. Wade can get banned, what protects every other sort of modern civil right?
I would say to New Yorkers and Americans, be very afraid, be very afraid. And that fear should turn into mobilization. That fear should play out as we make a decision of electing the right people to make the decision on who's going to be our Supreme Court justice. 6-3 right now. I believe that this is a real plan to look at all the things that they've been waiting to dismantle taking place. So we can't allow fear to stymie us, to sit still. We must allow that fear to motivate us to ensure that we could balance out this court. I never thought we would see the court use politics or personal beliefs to get in the way of what the American people want. So this is an alarming, concerning time. And if we ignore that, and believe as though that this is just two issues that were handed down, this is not an overall plan, that's a big mistake. So what does that call for? That calls for women rights activists to partner with those from the LGBTQ+ community, to partner with those with immigration rights, to partner with those with voting rights. We can't remain divided. We have to be united to pursue, because if we ignore what happened to women today, they could happen to the members of the LGBTQ+ community tomorrow, immigrants, voting rights. All of these issues are in play, and we have to unite together and say we are fortifying our front to fight this.
Would it be fair to say that this decision perhaps
spite of it or because of it will actually make abortion services more widely available in New York than they were before.
Well, and I understand what you're saying, NJ, but you know, it's just not about New York. There's no one here in this room that does not have a family member outside the state. And if we basically say, well, you know what, we dodged a bullet, then that is not who we are as a city. This city has always reached beyond our borders to state that we are in this together. This city, there's something special about New York. We are the social conscience of this country. And the reason we're here is not because of what is impacting us directly, but what is impacting our country indirectly. So if one of their children decide to move to another state, their child may be in that state and they're not going to have the rights that they had here. So that is why this is so important to move this to the national level. We're going to do what we have to do here and make sure this is a safe haven, but we need the national government to step up with the same level of vigilance that we're seeing here.
Are you saying that we will have more services in New York because of, in spite of what the Supreme Court decided?
Dr. Fassan and the Deputy Mayor William Isom, our team is sitting down. As soon as we thought this was on the horizon, we started thinking about what could we do. And we're going to continue to fortify the grounds here, and both of them and their entire team is looking at this. This must be a safe haven for people who are seeking refuge from what is happening in their state.
For somebody who's going to be in one of these states, I know you touched on this, but could you expand a little more on this plan to offer transportation or some subsidies to get here? Will that also even extend to legal protection if in their state it's very stringent? And the other thing is, in New York City, are you going to put on more police patrols at locations where abortions are already there in case of any sort of protest or retail violence?
We're all going through economic challenges. We don't have an open-ended purse to everyone in this country that desires to give transportation. Whomever comes here for assistance, we will be here for that. And that is what we're going to do. We're going to see what we could do with the minimum amount of resources for those that we can give transportation to, but we're also asking our corporate entities. There's no reason all of our corporations can't come together and put together some form of pot to help those who are seeking the right to have an abortion. When it comes down to police, I spoke with the police commissioner this morning. We thought we had a suspicious package at a site where someone was protesting at, or protesters were there. We're going to remain vigilant at all of these locations to ensure that no one is put in harm's way, no one is threatened, and no one is put in a position where they will be harassed out of their right to have an abortion if they choose to do so.
All right, New York City leaders here on the abortion rights side of this ruling speaking out, saying that they are going to be implementing laws and rules in place to continue to support those who are seeking an abortion. He's also speaking about people who may be stepping out overnight and into the weekend after this ruling came down, saying, of course, they want to keep everything as peaceful as possible. That's something President Biden had even mentioned earlier here today. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Attorney General Merrick Garland had said just earlier here, releasing a statement, a very lengthy one. We kind of broke it up into a couple different paragraphs today, releasing this statement after the Supreme Court decision came down, saying today the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood versus Casey and held that the right to abortion is no longer protected by the Constitution. The Supreme Court has eliminated and established right that has been an essential component of women's liberty for half a century, a right that has safeguarded women's ability to participate fully and equally in society. And in renouncing this fundamental right, which it had repeatedly recognized and reaffirmed, the court has upended the doctrine of hysteresis, a key pillar of the rule of law. Now, the Justice Department strongly disagrees with the court's decision. This decision deals with a devastating blow to reproductive freedom in the United States. It will have an immediate and irreversible impact on the lives of people across the country, and it will be greatly disproportionate in its effects, with the greatest burdens felt by people of color color and of those limited financial means. Now, there was a lot of comments again surrounding people stepping out in disagreement. We'll, of course, be bringing you much more reaction right here on Live Now from Fox, including some of our representatives were stopping by, speaking with our camera crews on Capitol Hill. It's all coming up right here on Live Now from Fox in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It has been a busy morning ever since the Supreme Court ruling came down just earlier here today. Thanks so much for being here with us. I'm Christy Larson. We have been giving you full coverage ever since that opinion was released, and we do appreciate all of our viewers tuning in. Our job here at Live Now from Fox is to continue to gather all of the different reaction that's been pouring in from across the country, present it to you, let you make your own decisions, especially since we've had both sides speaking out. Earlier here today, we had House representatives who were on the Republican side, who were there in the court or in the Capitol celebrating after this had been overturned. Whereas then we also had President Biden. He had made some remarks, obviously leaning towards the left on the Democratic side. We've heard from Nancy Pelosi as well. They are sharing their disappointment. President Biden even reminding viewers and everyone who was listening to his speech this morning that this could mean that your vote coming up on the ballot this fall is going to be very important. Roe v. Wade going to be part of that ballot. So we're going to be playing both sides of reaction, continuing to do that here for you. Want to show you just a couple live pictures we have coming in here to our desk, especially as we do have more people starting to gather outside of the Supreme Court. We have just continued to see more and more folks piling in. Do want to say viewer discretion advised, as a lot of signs are up being waved around here on Capitol Hill, especially as we get into these later hours. You know, more people only going to continue to step out and speak their opinions, which of course we'll continue to keep track of right here for you. I'm going to take us out to just some of that reaction from our leaders on Capitol Hill. Earlier, just a little bit ago, we had not only our representatives on the steps, but we also had more who were inside on the House floor as well, giving us some different remarks. So let's go ahead, listen into just some of those leaders as they were leaving the Capitol. Our camera crews were catching up with them to get some of that initial reaction. Let's listen into what they had to say on this major decision made here today.
Look, what you're seeing is a clear choice. The MAGA Republicans want to criminalize abortion in all 50 states, and the Supreme Court decision makes that possible with one law if they take control of the Congress. Democrats are going to protect Roe v. Wade. That's the choice. It's that simple.
But is this going to be a bigger issue than the economy in the midterms?
Look, it's not an either or. We should be talking about the economy. We should be talking about our plan to lower costs for families. We have a plan. But their priority is going to be to ban abortion in all 50 states. And that's the choice the voters are going to get to make.
Abortion has never been a top issue for Democratic voters heading to the polls. Is that going to change this year?
What I'm telling you is that we should be talking about growing our economy, getting our costs down, getting the price of the pump down. And that's why the MAGA Republican obsession with criminalizing abortion everywhere in our country is so out of step. And the Supreme Court's decision today makes it possible. Every Republican should answer whether they will criminalize abortion in all 50 states, because the Supreme Court said the Constitution doesn't stand in their way. And we know that that is their priority. And those are the wrong priorities. I got to go, guys. I got to catch a plane. See ya. Thanks.
All right, so there was just some reaction. I do want to continue to just zip forward to yet another representative. This one, Marjorie Taylor Greene. She was speaking with camera crews also on the steps of Capitol Hill. Let's go ahead, listen to her reaction from just earlier here today.
How about AOC saying take to the streets? Would y'all like to talk about that? Would you consider that an insurrection?
Can I ask
I think you should be asking Democrats, are they going to call for peace here in our city, or are they calling for violence? Because everything I've heard out of them is they're calling for violence. I'm on record always saying that January 6th was wrong, and I'm on record saying that it shocked me. And I don't understand why the National Guard wasn't here. Why wasn't the National Guard here? And then another question is, what about Ray Epps? Why isn't he on television with the January 6th committee? So I'm not the one you need to be asking questions to. You should be asking Democrats today, are they going to call for peace? Are they going to call for people to abide by the laws today in this important historic ruling? Or are they going to continue what they always do, which is riot, damage, attack the Supreme Court? Are they going to burn it down because that's what they've said? Are they going to be attacking pregnancy resource centers, women's clinics, churches, and firebombing them like Jane's Revenge and Ruth sent us? I certainly hope not. I think we should be protecting life, and we should be calling for everyone to obey the law.
Can you say yes or no? Did you ask for a pardon?
I can say that our Attorney General needs to enforce the laws too. And then why isn't Nancy Pelosi and everybody calling for the National Guard over there? These are the questions that need to be asked.
Congresswoman, if Republicans retake the House, do you expect and do you want to see more abortion restrictions passed?
I'm on record. I believe in life at conception. I would love to see abortion ended in the United States. That would be my ultimate goal. And as far as pardons are concerned, I think we should pardon Julian Assange. I think we should pardon Edward Snowden. Those people need pardons. You know what? You're a member of the press. You should care about what I just said. It really matters.
All right, so again, a lot of different reaction coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. I do want to say thanks again to everyone who has been following us ever since this ruling came down. Did want to at least pop up this map another time so you can kind of see where the different states lay when it comes to this decision. So all of those states in the red, that's where a ban is already in place. Those dark blue states, which I'm sure you can tell, they lean a little bit more to the left. A lot of Democratic states, they have no ban for abortion in place. Then you have that hot pink color, that peach pink color. That's where a trigger would be taking place for a ban. And Montana, that only state in light pink, that is a state that is likely to ban abortion. Again, now this decision turned over to the states. That's why President Biden earlier here this morning was reminding all of those people listening in who were upset about this decision that it could come down to the ballot this fall. So let's go ahead, replay those remarks. President Biden speaking just earlier here today. I want to play it out so everyone can hear the message that President Biden delivered. We're going to play it out here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Today is it's not hyperbole to suggest a very solemn moment. Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people that it had already recognized. They didn't limit it, they simply took it away. That's never been done to a right so important to so many Americans. But they did it. It's a sad day for the court and for the country. 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade was decided and has been the law of the land since then. This landmark case protected a woman's right to choose, her right to make intensely personal decisions with her doctor, free from the interference of politics. It reaffirmed basic principles of equality, that women have the power to control their own destiny, and it reinforced a fundamental right of privacy, a right of each of us to choose how to live our lives. Now, with Roe gone, let's be very clear. The health and life of women in this nation are now at risk. As chairman and ranking member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, as vice president and now as president of the United States, I've studied this case carefully. I've overseen more Supreme Court confirmations than anyone today, where this case was always discussed. I believe Roe v. Wade was the correct decision as a matter of constitutional law and application of the fundamental right to privacy and liberty in matters of family and personal autonomy. It was a decision on a complex matter that drew a careful balance between a woman's right to choose earlier in her pregnancy and the state's ability to regulate later in her pregnancy. A decision with broad national consensus that most Americans of faith and backgrounds found acceptable, that had been the law of the land for most of the lifetime of Americans today. And it was a constitutional principle upheld by justices appointed by Democrat and Republican presidents alike. Roe v. Wade was a 7-2 decision, written by a justice appointed by a Republican president, Richard Nixon. In the 5 decades that followed Roe v. Wade, justices appointed by Republican presidents from Eisenhower, Nixon, and Reagan, George W. Bush, were among the justices who voted to uphold the principles set forth in Roe v. Wade. It was 3 justices named by one president, Donald Trump, who were the core of today's decision to upend the scales of justice and eliminate a fundamental right for women in this country. Make no mistake, this decision is a culmination of a deliberate effort over decades to upset the balance of our law. It's a realization of an extreme ideology and a tragic error by the Supreme Court, in my view. The court has done what it has never done before, expressly take away a constitutional right that is so fundamental to so many Americans that had already been recognized. The court's decision to do so will have real and immediate consequences. State laws banning abortion are automatically taking effect today, jeopardizing the health of millions of women, some without exceptions. So extreme that women could be punished for protecting their health. So extreme that women and girls who are forced to bear their rapist's child, with the child a consequence. It just stuns me. So extreme that doctors will be criminalized for fulfilling their duty to care. Imagine having a young woman have to carry the child of incest as a consequence of incest. No option. Too often the case, the poor women are going to be hit the hardest. It's cruel. In fact, the court laid out state laws criminalizing abortion that go back to the 1800s as rationale. The court literally taking America back 150 years. This is a sad day for the country, in my view. But it doesn't mean the fight's over. Let me be very clear and unambiguous. The only way we can secure a woman's right to choose, and the balance that existed, is for Congress to restore the protections of Roe v. Wade as federal law. No executive action from the president can do that. And if Congress, as it appears, lacks the votes to do that now, voters need to make their voices heard. This fall, we must elect more senators and representatives who will codify woman's right to choose into federal law once again. Elect more state leaders to protect this right at the local level. We need to restore the protections of Roe as law of the land. We need to elect officials who will do that. This fall, Roe is on the ballot. Personal freedoms are on the ballot. The right to privacy, liberty, equality, they're all on the ballot. Until then, I will do all in my power to protect a woman's right in states where they will face the consequences of today's decision. While the court's decision cast a dark shadow over a large swath of the land, many states in this country still recognize a woman's right to choose. So, if a woman lives in a state that restricts abortion, the Supreme Court's decision does not prevent her from traveling from her home state to the state that allows it. It does not prevent a doctor in that state from treating her. As the Attorney General has made clear, women must remain free to travel safely to another state to seek care they need. My administration will defend that bedrock right. If any state or local official, high or low, tries to interfere with a woman's exercising her basic right to travel, I will do everything in my power to fight that deeply un-American attack. My administration will also protect a woman's access to medications that are approved by the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, like contraception, which is essential for preventative health care, mifepristone, which the FDA approved 20 years ago to safely end early pregnancies and is commonly used to treat miscarriages. Some states are saying that they'll try to ban or severely restrict access to these medications. But extremist governors and state legislators are looking to block the mail or search a person's medicine cabinet or control a woman's actions by tracking data on her apps she uses are wrong and extreme and out of touch with the majority of Americans. The American Medical Association, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists wrote to me and Vice President Harris stressing that these laws are not based on evidence and asking us to act to protect access to care. They say by limiting access to these medicines, maternal mortality will climb in America. That's what they say. Today, I'm directing the Department of Health and Human Services to take steps to ensure these critical medications are available to the fullest extent possible. And the politicians cannot interfere in the decisions that should be made between a woman and her doctor. And my administration will remain vigilant as the implications of this decision play out. I've warned about how this decision risks the broader right to privacy for everyone. That's because Roe recognized the fundamental right to privacy that has served as a basis for so many more rights that we've come to take for granted, that are ingrained in the fabric of this country. The right to make the best decisions for your health. The right to use birth control, a married couple in the privacy of their bedroom, for God's sake. The right to marry the person you love. Now, Justice Thomas said as much today. He explicitly called to reconsider the right of marriage equality, the right of couples to make their choices on contraception. This is extreme and dangerous path the court is now taking us on. Let me close with 2 points. First, I call on everyone, no matter how deeply they care about this decision, to keep all protests peaceful. Peaceful, peaceful, peaceful. No intimidation. Violence is never acceptable. Threats and intimidation are not speech. We must stand against violence in any form, regardless of your rationale. Second, I know so many of us are frustrated and disillusioned that the court has taken something away that's so fundamental. I know so many women are now going to face incredibly difficult situations. I hear you. I support you. I stand with you. The consequences and the consensus of the American people, core principles of equality, liberty, dignity, and the stability of the rule of law demand that Roe should not have been overturned. With this decision, the conservative majority of the Supreme Court shows how extreme it is, how far removed they are from the majority of this country. They've made the United States an outlier among developed nations in the world. But this decision must not be the final word. My administration will use all of its appropriate lawful powers, but Congress must act. And with your vote, you can act. You can have the final word. This is not over. Thank you very much. More to say this in weeks to come. Thank you.
All right, the president not making any other remarks, not taking any questions after his speech there, but reminding everyone who's going to be stepping out throughout the afternoon into the evening hours and even over the weekend, no matter which side you are on, he wanted to ask everyone to please make it as peaceful as possible, especially when we know there's going to be a lot of butting heads between the two sides, both those in favor of abortion rights as well as those who are anti-abortion as well. Live now from Fox can continue to give you more of these different pieces of reaction coming in. Right now, we do have two different events going on. One in Illinois, where we do have Mayor Lori Lightfoot is in Chicago at a Planned Parenthood. Plus, on your right-hand side, Minnesota abortion rights groups also speaking out about keeping protection for those who seek abortions. We're going to be bringing you a lot more reaction right here on Live Now from Fox after we return from this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So we are keeping an eye on all the reaction pouring in here after this morning's decision as the Supreme Court has overturned Roe v. Wade. Of course, a lot of different feeds coming in. Our crews down on the ground on Capitol Hill, but also across the country, groups are speaking out. We're rolling on many of these events because we do want to continue to bring you some more reaction coming in from some of our lawmakers after this decision was announced. We're going to take you out to Senator Elizabeth Warren. After that, we'll switch sides since she's in the abortion rights abortion. I do want to also play out some of those who are anti-abortion. So we'll take you into the House Republicans who spoke out earlier here this morning. But first, let's go hear what Elizabeth Warren had to say. She released a statement just earlier today.
A person's control over if and when to have a child leads to healthy adults, healthy children, and healthy families. But that is not the world we're about to live in, because the extremists who got us here don't care about health. They care about control more than they care about our fundamental constitutional rights. In the face of this dark reality, I have 3 words: hold on to hope. Do not give up. Do not give in to despair. It could get worse, and that means we've got to stick together. With the Supreme Court decision, we have reached a critical moment that has been a long time in the making. For decades, extremists have cultivated far-right judges and spent billions in dark money. And when that still wasn't enough, Republicans stole 2 seats on the Supreme Court, all to force their unpopular agenda on the rest of America. And what will they seek to control next? Further control of doctors by putting every OB/GYN on a watch list? Further control of pregnant people by monitoring their location data and investigating miscarriages? Look, this is not theoretical. State legislatures are already competing to introduce the most extreme Our solidarity must reach across state lines, because make no mistake, the Republican extremists are coming for all of us. Red states, purple states, blue states. Of course, if abortion is outlawed everywhere, women with means will still find ways about it. The impact will fall hardest on low-income women, people in rural areas, young women, women of colors, victim of incest and abuse, working moms. So where do we go from here? Well, if Mitch McConnell wins back control of the Senate, he has already threatened to pass a nationwide abortion ban. So let me be completely clear on this. Democrats must win. And in a post-Roe world, I've got a plan. 1, elect pro-choice Democrats. 2, elect Democrats who will end the filibuster in the Senate. And 3, expand the Supreme Court. Now, the Senate recently had a chance to pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which would have protected abortion rights nationwide. It failed, and frankly, it never had a chance because of the filibuster in place. The filibuster allows the minority to paralyze all progress. It is undemocratic. It is a relic developed by racist politicians to defend Jim Crow, and it's time for it to go. So I'm going to be campaigning my heart out for Democrats like Mandela Barnes in Wisconsin, who has a great chance of unseating Republican Ron Johnson in November. I'll be out there for Charles Booker, who just won his primary in Kentucky. Woohoo! And for Democrats like John Fetterman, who is running hard for the Senate in Pennsylvania. That's what we got to do on the election front. Let's talk for a minute about the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is advancing an unpopular and partisan agenda. They're doing it on abortion and on a ton of other issues, everything from sensible gun laws to labor and civil rights. The Supreme Court is pushing goals that contradict the Constitution and the basic rights of the American people. Now, court expansion is not something that is new or radical. The court size has been changed 7 times in our nation's history. It is a small d democratic recalibration. And look, extremists are trying to send us back to the days when women had no control over their own bodies and their own futures. So if this feels like a personal attack, that's because it is. Many people today will feel scared and angry, but we do not give in to despair. I'm going to be doing everything I can to make sure that we have more allies in this fight. Look, we have each other's backs, and we will take care of each other. That's who we are.
All right, so Elizabeth Warren giving some reaction here. We do have our camera crews walking through the crowds that have gathered outside of the Supreme Court here. You can see fencing up, viewer discretion advised, as we do have a lot of signs that are out here. Both sides of the issue being supported here. Live Now from Fox, always trying to keep things fair, bringing you both sides of the issue, especially when it comes to today's decision made by the Supreme Court. Earlier this morning, we did have some of our House Republicans gathering together to give their remarks on the decision. They obviously were very happy and praising the Supreme Court for coming to this decision. Let's go ahead and listen into their remarks that happened just, again, earlier here this morning.
Today with my fellow House Republican colleagues. Today's historic Supreme Court decision is a victory for the sanctity of life. It will save countless innocent children. House Republicans are incredibly grateful for the pro-life movement's tireless efforts for decades, leading to this day to give a voice to the voiceless and protect our most vulnerable, unborn babies. As a new mom, I know there is nothing more extraordinary than the miracle of life. Hearing Sam's heartbeat for the first time, I'm gonna cry, was the greatest blessing and gift for our family. And I stand unified with my Republican colleagues in protecting and promoting the right to life. I'm proud to introduce a pro-life leader and our ranking member of Energy and Commerce, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
First of all, I thank God for this day. Thank God that His mercies are new each day, and He is the giver of life. And I ask for the next 50 years and beyond in our country, how are we going to define the greatest human rights issue of our generation? This Supreme Court decision marks a chance for us to restore hope and healing to every family in this country, moms and children at every stage of life. And may it begin with each one of us doing our part to protect and celebrate all life in this greatest experiment greatest experiment in self-governance that the world has ever known. However, Speaker Pelosi and the Democrats are forcing an extreme agenda on America through their Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. It would nationalize abortion all across this nation, making America just as radical as China and North Korea. It legalizes discriminatory abortions at every stage based upon sex, race, or disability. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. There's no part of this that celebrates the life, the dignity, the value of every life. I think about my friend, Chloe. Chloe is a beautiful, smart young lady with Down syndrome. And at 18, she's appeared before the UN twice and spoken. And she told the world, embrace, don't erase Down syndrome. She's helped pass laws at the state level that would make sure that parents, when they receive that prenatal diagnosis of having a baby with Down syndrome, that they would actually get accurate information as to the potential of that life. Democrats want to eliminate laws like Chloe's. We must stand together and say, enough. The court affirmed today that every life is worth living. My hope, my prayer is that America will reclaim our identity as a nation whose God-given rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. And I'm pleased to introduce a gentleman who's made it his life's mission to protect life and reclaim life in America, Chris Smith, gentleman from New Jersey.
Oh, there you are. Good. Thank you so much. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is a brand new opportunity to defend the weakest and most vulnerable from the violence of abortion. And that includes the baby and the mother, the co-victim of every abortion. For decades, right up to this very moment, abortion advocates have gone to extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, and cover up the battered baby victim. They've aggressively fostered a culture of denial, disrespect, a culture of death, and a bias against babies. You know, back in 1973, the Supreme Court, in an infamous decision called Roe versus Wade, which you all know about, said we need not resolve the difficult question of when human life begins. They sidestepped it and then legalized abortion throughout pregnancy. Justice Byron White at the time called that an exercise in raw judicial power. The Alito majority opinion issued today, just a couple of hours ago, at long last recognizes the need for elected representatives at the local and federal level to take the action about abortion. Hopefully it'll be on the side of protection, but as Kathy Morris-Rogers said a moment ago, there is a bill pending right now that is an existential threat to the lives and dignity of unborn children. It would allow abortion right till birth and would eviscerate every single modest pro-life policy from women's right to know laws to parental notification statutes throughout the entire country. It passed the House last September. Every one of us voted and spoke against it, and it's pending in the Senate. So while this is a major step forward, it also means that we're in an area where we've got to fight even harder to defend these innocent children. And again, as I think all of you know, with ultrasound, the visibility of an unborn child is more apparent than ever before. The other side says it's not a human being. Well, what is it that you're watching? When mothers give birth to a new baby, long before that, what are the pictures that are on the refrigerator? The pictures of the ultrasound of that unborn child. Birth is an event that happens to each and every one of us. It's not the beginning of life, and we want to protect all life from womb to tomb. Thank you. It's my honor to introduce Ann Wagner, who's the prime sponsor of the Born Alive Act. Ann.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am. I'm Ann Wagner, and I represent Missouri's 2nd Congressional District. And I will say today, as a mother and a grandmother, I am so incredibly grateful and gratified that the Supreme Court has finally overturned Roe versus Wade. This is an historic moment for families, for mothers, and for the precious unborn children who cannot protect themselves. Today, we do give voice to the voiceless. I have always been clear that every child deserves a chance to live. I will always stand for life. And I am hopeful that the state legislatures across the country will take action and swiftly pass protections for our vulnerable babies. The Democrats' radical pro-abortion agenda has been forced on Americans for far too long, nearly 50 years. Democrats, as has been stated in the U.S. House and Senate, support abortion on demand up to the moment of birth and even the minute after, at taxpayers' expense. That position is simply unconscionable and incompatible with the views of most Americans. This decision is a victory for the pro-life movement and for the generations of Americans who never gave up hope. People like my mother-in-law, Loretta Wagner, who started this in 1973, founded Missouri Right to Life, a pregnancy center called Our Lady's Inn, the March for Life on the state capitol, helped write the Hyde Amendment with Henry Hyde. It is generations of Americans who are so happy that that they never gave up hope. That's what I would say, that the Supreme Court would do what is right and return this issue to the states. It will save countless innocent lives. We are entering a new era of freedom for the unborn, and I am proud to have always been on the side of my pro-life brothers and sisters who stand here with me today and all across America. We always knew we would realize true freedom for all Americans. I thank you, and it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce a pro-life advocate, gentlelady from Minnesota, Michelle Fischbach.
And we will bring you that Minnesota representative's remarks here on Live Now from Fox after we return from this 2-minute break. A live picture in Washington, D.C., where the streets are becoming packed full of people, both anti-abortion as well as abortion rights protesters, all out here together. A lot of people sharing their opinion after today's historic ruling. We are going to take you back out to Capitol Hill, where just earlier today we were listening in with House Republican leaders giving some reaction to this ruling.
And thank you very much. This is certainly a day that pro-lifers have been waiting for 49 years. Today's Supreme Court decision was a step to protect the most precious and basic right, the right to life. Roe versus Wade was unconstitutional. The pro-life community has always known this. Every innocent life is precious, from conception until natural death. But for nearly 5 decades, abortion has remained one of the biggest tragedies of our nation. Roe put judges in charge of abortion policy, imposing laws legislated by unelected judges that left Americans with no voice. Now, the American people will be able to decide the issue of abortion through their elected officials. This is what democracy looks like. Elected leaders accountable to the people they represent, that propose and pass laws that people support. The Constitution gives the people this job, and the people are ready to protect life. Thank you very much, and it is my honor to introduce Representative Julia Letlow.
Thank you. I want to begin today by recognizing the historic significance of this one moment in time. Today's ruling is an answer to prayers and a shining beacon of hope for the American people. We are here because of nearly 5 decades, our strong pro-life advocates never wavered in their commitment for life. This journey has had many, many ups and downs, but they never gave up. Their faith and perseverance has been our movement's guiding light. We are here today because of them. This is their day, their victory, one I never thought I would see in my lifetime, and our country owes them a tremendous debt of gratitude. When we talk about what we have fought for, it is this simple truth: every soul is precious and deserves life. As a mom, I can tell you the bond that grows between you and your child over those 9 months is a sacred miracle. It is something you feel in every moment, from the second you find out you're expecting to months later when you watch your precious and innocent child take those first beautiful breaths. While today is a monumental win for the unborn, I would like to note that being pro-life is about more than saving a child's life. It's a commitment to supporting our mothers. As policymakers, we must work together to bring forward legislation that helps families build nurturing home environments where children thrive and build healthy and happy lives. In today's ruling, the Supreme Court made the right decision by moving this debate to where it belongs, in the hands of the people's representatives. And while we know that much work lies ahead, let us take this moment and honor this history that we are witnessing in our own moment in time. Years from now, we will tell our children and grandchildren about the day when the United States finally and firmly stood for life. Thank you, and I yield to my new member, Representative Myra Flores from Texas.
Hallelujah. I woke up this morning praying for this, and I never thought that it would happen. This was a big win, not only for South Texas, because we are pro-life, somos pro vida, but it's also a big win for our country. If we want to see real change in bringing crime down, we need to raise a generation to respect life in the womb. Esta victoria es para nuestra comunidad hispana. Y si tanto orgullo tenemos de nuestra gente, Debemos de defender la vida. Si tanto orgullo tenemos de nuestra cultura, de nuestros valores, de nuestras raíces, debemos de defender nuestra gente. Porque la vida no tiene precio. Thank you so much. And now, Whip Steve Scalise, que siempre ha defendido la vida también. Es un orgullo para mí presentarlo, porque necesitamos más personas como él, que entiende el valor no solamente de nuestra comunidad aquí en este país, pero que defiende la vida de nuestra comunidad hispana, que para mí es muy valiosa. Siempre tendré orgullo de donde soy, de quién soy, de mi familia. Gracias, Steve Scalise, por siempre defender la vida de nuestra comunidad. Thank you for always defending the life of the unborn.
Thank you so much, Myra. What an historic day this is, and what a great victory for life. And it's not just a victory for life, it's a victory for millions of people who have been part of this pro-life movement for decades, who have gone to state legislatures, who have gotten involved in the political process, who've prayed, and prayers were answered today. The decades of work is celebrated today, but the work just begins now to go and protect life even more, because the Supreme Court's decision overturning Roe v. Wade, correcting that flawed decision, finally allows states and Congress to protect life in ways that we never were able to for the last 50 years. That debate was silenced during the years Roe v. Wade was the law of the land, but that debate just begins again in so many places in this country. You know, one of the most inspirational days of the year is the March for Life. It's a day where thousands of young people come to Washington, not to cause violence, but to celebrate life and to pray and work that we can end abortion in this country. Because for many of them, the first picture they have of themselves is in their mother's womb. And so when we celebrate this victory, I think back to 2006 when I was a state representative in Louisiana, and I co-authored a law that I wondered if I would ever see implemented. That law says if Roe v. Wade is overturned, then abortion would end in Louisiana. It was signed by our Democrat governor, Kathleen Babino-Blanco. Because you see, life across this country has been a bipartisan battle. People in the pro-life movement have been bipartisan. When you see the debate up here, unfortunately, it's become partisan because the far left has tried to shut down this debate. But in so many states, Republicans and Democrats come together to support life. And I'm so proud to say that right now, in my state, that law from 2006, even strengthened by recent actions, will now become law today. I wondered if I would see that, but I now see that moment. And about a dozen other states are going to have their similar laws take effect right now on this historic day. And many other states are going to start a renewed debate that had been shut down for decades, but finally begins anew. God bless life. God answers prayers. And with that, let me bring up our leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Only a few of us are speaking today, but I hope you acknowledge everyone who's standing behind us. I hope you acknowledge everybody who's sitting at home, saying the exact same words that we are. You know, today's Supreme Court decision in Dobbs is the most important pro-life ruling in American history. By a vote of 6-3, the court affirmed that the power to protect unborn life is returned to the people and their elected representatives. The people have won a victory. The right to life has been vindicated. The voiceless will finally have a voice. This great nation can now live up to its core principle that all are created equal, not born equal, created equal. Americans celebrate this historic victory because we know it will save the lives of millions of children and it will give families hope.
But as encouraging as today's decision is, our work is far from done. Americans remain one of only 7 countries on earth that allow elective abortions in the 3rd trimester. Of those 7 countries that America's one of them, there's 2 others, China and North Korea. That is radical. The House Democrats continue to support it against the wishes of the American people. This Congress, every House Democrat has voted for extreme policies, like taxpayer-funded abortion on demand until the point of birth. But Democrats' radical agenda does not have America's support. To the contrary, America rejects it because they remain committed to our values and our principles. The Supreme Court was not bullied by the far-left mob. Threats of violence against the justices did not win. And the truth is, pro-life Americans are not planning a night of rage. The reaction to this principled decision by the court, it must be peaceful. And the DOJ must step up to protect our justices, their families, churches, and pro-life pregnancy centers from unprovoked violence. To the DOJ, do not be silent. Do not stand back and uphold the rule of law. We live in a country that is based on the dignity of all human life. With that, we'll take some questions. Yes, ma'am.
Senator McCarthy, Justice Thomas, as part of this ruling, has said that he wants to revisit things like the Supreme Court's decision on gay marriage and contraception. What do you all say to that?
Well, the Supreme Court is a different branch of government. They can look at whatever comes before them. I just know in what we are doing and what we have today is that life matters. That for so many years, life has stood up.
But would you all support
yes,
those
ma'am.
decisions being revisited?
The Supreme Court is a separate branch of government. They take their positions, yes.
If you were Speaker and House Republicans in the majority, what are some of the abortion bills that you would put on the floor?
Well, first and foremost, I believe in saving every life possible. Look at what we have done. Hyde Amendment, but more importantly, look at what the Democrats have done. For decades, that was a bipartisan position. Why did this new radical agenda, when the Democrats took the House, the Senate, and the White House, even the President Biden, who had supported that, removed that? You look at Ann Wagner's bill. And when you look at what we can do, we will continue to look wherever we can go to save as many lives as possible. Yes.
Leader, you touched on this a little bit, but current laws are still in place right now where the Attorney General is just not doing anything about it and playing politics. What would you want to tell him specifically?
I would tell him in less than 140 days, things are going to change here. And he will have now a Congress that will call him up. He will now have the ability of a Congress to have oversight. He will now have a Congress that will hold him accountable. Thank you all, and most importantly, to America. I continue to pray, one, for the safety of everyone, but more importantly, we now have a voice for all life. Thank you, and God bless.
And you can see there just how many House Republicans were stepping out, all praising and in support of each other after this decision came down. I'm sure all of our viewers watching here with us have been noticing our cameras. We are still live on these pictures coming to us from Capitol Hill. Also have a live picture showing you what's coming up next. Vice President Kamala Harris is meeting with maternal health care providers. She's at the YMCA in Plainfield, Illinois. She's set to make remarks at any moment. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll bring you more reaction coming to us from Capitol Hill, plus Vice President Harris's event live once that does begin. It's all happening here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Do want to just let our viewers know, once we do see Vice President Harris stepping out to the podium, this is going to be something we'll bring to you right here live on Live Now. Right now, we do know that she is in the Illinois area, where she is speaking with maternal health care providers at the YMCA in Plainfield. So let's go ahead and bring you more content. We did have some reaction be given from our House floor. Going to take you out to just some very brief remarks that we caught from Representative Ocasio-Cortez. She's from New York. She was speaking out in as far as abortion rights go. She's in support of abortion rights. Let's go ahead and listen into those remarks here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Whether that be Republican or Democrat. But we cannot allow this to go on unanswered. We are talking about a court with the majority of justices appointed by a party that has not won a popular presidential election more than once in 30 years. Ruling against the majority of Americans. We have a Senate that is controlled by minority rule. And we have a House suffering from the impacts of gerrymandering that amplifies and undermines our democracy. We are in a very dangerous moment, not just for women, not just for LGBT communities, not just for all of us, but we are in a dangerous moment in the world. Because this is not just about the right to choice. This is about rule of law and democracy. And who is a full person in the eyes of the law. But to all of those who are watching today's events unfold in fear, in anger, in rage, in depression, in anxiety, one thing remains steady, that we will not stop fighting until this is fixed. And I say that to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. We are not going away. We stay. We fight. We push. And we will not be silenced. With that, I yield back to the gentleman. Thank you very much.
All right, so more reaction continuing to come in live now from Fox, always bringing you the latest, especially as we're continuing to have our crews here showing the amount of people who have stepped out here in Washington, D.C. There's definitely been people on both sides of the issue speaking out already here this morning. Let's go ahead. Our camera crews had caught up with Representative Jamie Raskin. He is from Maryland. He was giving some remarks. Let's listen into those here on Live Now from Fox.
Congressman, I just got your name and title for the camera.
I'm Jamie Raskin from Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, as a constitutional lawyer, what is your take on what happened at the Supreme Court today and yesterday?
Well, the court toppled more than a half century of legal precedent upholding a woman's right to choose an abortion in consultation with her physician and her family and her conscience. If Justice Thomas is to be believed in his decision, he's targeting a lot of other privacy decisions as well. Because Roe versus Wade depended upon Griswold versus Connecticut, which upheld the right of all women, including married women, to access contraception. That is now being put up for grabs as the same right-wing forces that targeted abortion are targeting contraception as well. The Obergefell and the right of gay people to get married also depends on this constitutional right to privacy. So it's a terrible day in terms of American jurisprudence, and even worse day for the women of America.
And what do you think is going to be the fallout from the right to privacy being broken down here?
Well, if you believe the framers, one incursion into the liberties and rights of the people will lead to the next and will lead to the next. So it's a wake-up moment for the American public to reject this assault on the healthcare rights of women. The idea of government-compelled childbirth is completely anathema, to people who have believed in the right to make their own decisions.
Do you think that this is a sign the court has become politicized, that it's a political body as opposed to?
Yeah, it might be a little clue that that's happened. I mean, I think that the Republicans just bought the Tortilla Coast building on the corner of First Street Southeast. I think maybe the Supreme Court should move in there for a while because they're basically acting as an adjunct to the Republican Party.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
All right, so just more reaction. We're always bringing it to you, especially as we've been getting so much from both sides. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. When we come back, more to give you right here on Live Now from Fox, not only from Capitol Hill, but also hopefully we see Vice President Kamala Harris stepping out to that podium. We'll be back with more content here for you in just a few moments. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A lot of live pictures coming to us from Capitol Hill, where more and more people each and every single time we come out to these shots continue to gather here in the D.C. area. This all coming, we were expecting it to be dropped at any time, and today it happened. Supreme Court ending constitutional protections for abortion that had been in place nearly 50 years in a decision by its conservative majority to overturn Roe v. Wade. So this outcome definitely has led to a number of people stepping out, both sides, on the anti-abortion side as well as abortion rights. All of these supporters out here voicing their opinions. Live Now from Fox doing our best to continue to share both of those sides. I'm going to take us out to more reaction because right now I do want to let everyone know we're still waiting for Vice President Kamala Harris. Now she's in Illinois and she's been meeting with some maternal health care providers. She's going to be speaking at the YMCA in Plainfield, Illinois. As soon as she steps out, we're going to take this in full for you. But until that time, we're going to continue to show you just more of that reaction, especially as we've had a number of people who are in support of abortion rights speaking out, upset about this decision here today. So let's go ahead, listen in, as we did have just a little bit earlier, Mayor Lori Lightfoot out of Chicago speaking at a Planned Parenthood.
For travel, for lodging, for childcare, but also, frankly, for security. We've got to make sure and be conscious of the fact that these clinics and the clinicians themselves are going to face even, I think, heightened challenges. We've made sure as a city that we've been in contact with the various clinics, paying special attention by them. We instituted those protocols again today when we saw the news come out from the Supreme Court. But there's a lot of different factors and considerations that all cost money and need resources, and these providers shouldn't be footing the bill by themselves. We've got to step up as a city government, as a state government, as a county government, and make sure that we're doing our part as well.
Okay, so just a quick follow-up on another question. So no specific immediate timetable for any increase to that 500,000 other than, the upcoming.
No, what we're going to continue to do is talk to the providers, the people that are closest to this, to understand what their needs are and what their pain points are. If we need to do something before next year's budget is passed, certainly we're open to that. And again, I'm going to urge my colleagues in the General Assembly to engage in the same conversation that I know that they already are, to talk to providers across the state and see what is the immediate need and how can we best fulfill it. That's critically important, but we don't move without the people who are closest to the solutions. We've got to move in concert together.
Okay, and then obviously a lot of enraged Chicagoans, you heard it from several lawmakers today, language that this is a war on people's rights. Earlier, President Biden echoed that sentiment but urged peaceful protest. Can you be specific about what actions, other than voting in the upcoming elections, you're calling on Chicagoans to take?
Well, listen, I want to underscore what my friend Kelly Cassidy said. Voting matters. And part of the reason I referred back to 2016 is we heard so many people, particularly on the left, say, elections don't matter, this isn't my thing, I'm not going to vote. And look where we are as a result of that. That is, what we got today is a direct result of people staying home and not voting and not exercising the most patriotic thing that we can do in a democracy, which is voting. So I don't want to pass that off as something trivial. It's really important. Please, please.
By the way, the roadmap that got us here counted on people not voting. They were counting on us to say, but her emails. They were counting on us to stay home. That was part of the plan. So everyone who says voting didn't matter or doesn't matter, or I voted once and it didn't work, was a part of their plan.
I mean, say it again.
I said the second part of my question, other than voting, what specific actions are you calling on Chicagoans to take for the right wing?
Look, we have a long tradition of peaceful protests in this city, and I think we've got to let our voices heard. I think Representative Cassidy is 100% right. Apathy and silence is complicity, and we have to understand that. So being active, being engaged, making sure that the organizations that are on the front lines have the resources they need to be able to handle what I think is going to be a surge, and frankly was already a surge pre the leaking of the draft opinion. That, the providers here can speak more to it, but we already saw women coming from Texas, for example, after the Supreme Court allowed that onerous abortion restriction law to go into effect. This is real. This surge is happening, and we need to make sure that we are ready, absolutely voting, peaceful protests, but making sure that the providers have the resources they need to be able to respond to this increased need. Do you want to speak to that issue?
Yeah, I think what I would add is the language of war. I think we see it being thrown around a lot in terms of like a culture war, and I feel like, to me, the decision today is a legacy of voting, but also a deeper legacy of white supremacy and a deeper legacy of an attack on people's autonomy, on criminalizing people for their reproductive choices, and also just a general legacy of criminalizing Black and brown bodies in our country. And I think that in some ways we can think of an expanding definition of violence. Violence isn't constrained. I guess I would say the Supreme Court's decision today is violence. Colonization, racism, systemic violence is, we can just say it's violence, and that requires people to speak out and really dismantle that within their own communities, as well as on, I guess, levels that we can think of in terms of the state legislature and even on a national level. But this isn't just about this isn't just about voting, it's also about mobilizing your communities to speak out, mobilizing your communities to talk about abortion, talk about racism frankly and candidly, and to really support each other in building safe communities and building communities where we have access to health care, where we have access to the things that we need, rather than calling for more criminalization, calling for people to, in reference to SB 8 in the Texas bill, to criminalize people who are just trying to provide care. And this, we can see that in a lot of different ways, but I think in terms of what I am hoping for my communities, for the people that are in my life following this decision, is that people don't just plug in today. People are committing to make a longer and uncomfortable, even sometimes, commitment to dismantling white supremacy within themselves, white supremacy within their communities, and the ways that we see white supremacy leaking into all facets of our health and our safety and our relationships with other people.
Thank you.
Mayor, regarding the city-funded efforts to support people from out of state, what specific states do you want to offer transportation to Chicago?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Regarding the city-funded efforts, what specific states do you want to offer transportation to Chicago from? Where would they stay, and when would that start?
Well, we don't make those decisions. We're providing the information or the resources to the providers. They're closest to it. They understand what their individual clients need. And obviously, a lot of these things have to be done on an individualized basis. So we're not providing, as the City of Chicago, the transportation and the lodging. We're empowering the clinicians who are taking those calls, who are providing those frontline services with the resources they need. I think that's the best way for us to be most impactful.
Do you want to talk about what states you would offer those transportation services for?
Well, at Planned Parenthood of Illinois, we have welcomed patients from states all over the country, and we have seen an increased number of patients from other states. In fact, last month was our highest number of out-of-state patients than ever before, from patients as far away as Texas and Oklahoma and Missouri. And so we really are fortunate to work with partners like CAF and other organizations like the Midwest Access Coalition to bring patients in for care wherever they're from. Not with a focus on any particular state, but with a focus on serving the patients who need care.
If I could follow up.
I'm sorry.
Are you worried about red states going after Chicago or Planned Parenthood, especially if minors are patients?
So it's interesting, the question of other states trying to hold Illinois responsible for actions that are legal in our state, it keeps coming up, but we don't have an example of that. Cannabis is legal in Illinois and not in other states. And there's no opportunity for other states to have criminal jurisdiction over us in Illinois. So we are not concerned about that. We're looking at it, but there's no evidence of that so far on any other topic.
Thank you. Mark Herrera, this could be for you, Jennifer, as well. As an island of abortion rights in the Midwest, how many people are you expecting in this next few months, few years, and an influx that you're seeing?
With all of the states around us having more restrictions or outright bans, we anticipate 20,000 to 30,000 additional abortion patients per year.
Charlie Wachowski?
Well, I think you asked the question, but I think some of these states have bounty hunter laws, the Oklahoma provision, the Texas provisions.
Right.
And while cannabis is something you can sue in Illinois and not take it back to Texas with you, having had an abortion is something you take back with you when you go home. Is that a consideration as far as providing care for out-of-state patients? How do we handle people who might be prosecuted upon their return? Are we doing anything to protect them or shield them?
Well, look, here's what I will say. I mean, think about the absurdity of that. Someone who leaves the state to get health care because they can't get it in their home state, and they're going to criminalize them, and we're going to incentivize bounties for them. I mean, think about the absurdity of that. This is America. This is America in 2022. This is not America in 1822, right? When I hear that, that harbors back to a horrible, dark, original sin in our country of slavery and people leaving states where they were enslaved to find freedom. So we have to be real careful in talking about those kinds of laws. But let me just tell you this. If for some reason this Supreme Court upholds those laws, then I'm going to use that same precedent to sue states like Indiana, like other states that are bringing illegal guns into my city and my state with reckless abandon and taking lives. So careful what you wish for in those other states. This is America. We've got to stand for justice and freedom for all. And what we should not be doing is demonizing and incentivizing people to deprive people of basic human rights like access to health care. And if that's where we're going, there's a lot of other ways we can use that tool pointed in the other direction.
So just specifically to the question of what we can do for those patients when they go home, there's obviously limits on what we can do about when they leave our borders. But part of the mission of this special session will be to make sure that we've got all the protections in place that we can, looking at like what Connecticut has done, New York has done, California has done, states that were in session longer than we were, had an opportunity to put some of those protections into place. So I'm mission focused on making sure that what we do in special session is creating protections for patients and providers who are here for reproductive health care or gender affirming care so that we can protect them while they're within our state.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Sabrina, CBS.
My question is for the mayor. If you could speak directly to a woman watching this in a surrounding state, just to summarize what you're willing to offer people coming here as a safe haven, what would you tell them?
Well, exactly that. Come to Chicago. We will protect you. We will make sure that your rights are respected. We will make sure that you get access to the health care that you deserve, and we will protect you on the back end. Look, I think there's got to be a serious conversation here in Illinois and in Chicago in particular about what we need to do to promote ourselves as a place that is a safe haven, where we respect other people's rights. This isn't just a business case, and there's plenty to do there. This isn't about lowering trade shows and conventions. This is about who do you want to be, what kind of life do you want to live, and do you want to live a life in freedom? That is what we offer here in Chicago and Illinois, and I think that's going to resonate with a lot of other people. You know, we do have, I think, a legitimate concern.
All right, guys. So we've been listening in here. Mayor Lori Lightfoot out of Chicago, there with Planned Parenthood, speaking about protecting those who are seeking abortions after today's historic ruling by the Supreme Court. I do want to just let everyone see we do finally have this event taking place out of Illinois, where we're going to be hearing from Vice President Kamala Harris. Now, she's going to be speaking about this decision made by the Supreme Court, as well as talking about her meeting with maternal health care providers. I'm going to put it in a double box so we can continue to also keep an eye on all of those people who have gathered on Capitol Hill outside of the Supreme Court. It is happening live, raw, and unfiltered right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
And it's a value that we share with our Vice President. I have been so proud to see how she has continued to elevate the maternal health crisis as a priority as Vice President. There has never been an administration as dedicated to saving moms' lives as the Biden-Harris administration. And we have Vice President Harris to take credit for that. Representation matters. I'm glad to be joined by other leaders who have committed themselves to ending our nation's maternal health crisis. Senator Dick Durbin, who along with my esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Robin Kelly, made possible the year-long expansion of postpartum Medicaid. And my former colleagues, Administrator Chiquita Brooks-LaSure, Carol Johnson, and Undersecretary Gil Cisneros, who have long been valued partners in this work. This is a room full of people dedicated to the mission of saving moms' lives and ensuring every family can thrive. And yes, We are dedicated to protecting women's fundamental freedoms to make decisions about their own bodies, their own lives, and their own futures. Reproductive freedom and maternal health are inextricably linked, and today's ruling ignores our stark reality that pregnancy in the U.S. is deadlier than in any other high-income country. We won't stand by silently. We are taking action to ensure women and families have access to health care and the support that they need and deserve. That includes the full spectrum of reproductive health services, including abortion. This maternal health crisis affects too many of us. Women who live in cities, in suburbs, those with and without higher education degrees, those who have private health insurance coverage, and those who don't. Too many of us have stories of loved ones who have experienced trauma and loss during what should have been one of the most joyous times of their lives. Congresswoman Alma Adams and I both recognize that the Black maternal health crisis has touched far too many women and families and communities, and so we co-founded the Black Maternal Health Caucus in 2019. And together, we wrote the Momnibus, a sweeping package of 12 bills to address the key drivers of maternal mortality. And I was so honored to partner with then Senator Kamala Harris to introduce the Black Maternal Health Momnibus Act in 2020. The Momnibus invests in empowering women at every stage of pregnancy. And through this work, we've made tremendous progress. Much of the legislation has already passed the House, and one Momnibus bill was signed into law, and that one is to support pregnant and postpartum veterans. President Biden signed it in November of 2021. We also secured new funding for the National Maternal Mental Health Hotline and funding to expand obstetric care in rural communities. The Biden-Harris administration shares our sense of urgency, and I'm so pleased about these important commitments being announced today. These new administrative actions will improve maternal care in this country and give women in Illinois greater confidence that they will be seen and heard during pregnancy, delivery, and the postpartum period. They complement the progress we are building in Congress, progress that would not be possible without the leadership of Illinois' distinguished senior senator, Dick Durbin. Senator Durbin is the Senate Majority Whip, the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the lead Senate sponsor of the critical maternal health legislation like the Mamas Act, which would make sure that every state follows Illinois' lead and extends postpartum Medicaid coverage to a full year. Senator Durbin, thank you for all that you do to help Illinois moms and all moms. It is now my honor to introduce Senator Dick Durbin.
What a great Congresswoman Lauren Underwood is. She's an amazing asset to the state of Illinois, but to the United States Congress as well. To have her background as a nurse, NIH researcher, and somebody who understood the battle for the Affordable Care Act in the United States Congress is invaluable at this moment. We're lucky to have you, Lauren. Thank you for the kind words. And a nice introduction to you. My favorite introduction occurred years ago. I was going to a summer feeding program for kids in Chicago schools. Kids that ordinarily got school lunches, well, during the summer they offered them a real lunch as well. It's probably the best meal they had. And I went to visit this with some television cameras to advertise it and promote it. And I looked around and there were tables full of kids, and I thought, no politician will miss this opportunity. So I went over and sat down with some second and third graders, and the television cameras followed me. And this one little girl looked at me and she said, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm Dick Durbin." She said, "What do you do?" And I said, "I'm a United States Senator." She said, "Well, good for you." So it's a humbling experience to be in politics, but there are great moments, and this is one of them, to have the Vice President of the United States join us today. We had a little change in plans, and I thank you for your patience and for being here at this moment. But during the course of the day, we had to make an adjustment because of breaking news in Washington, which you've all heard something about, I'm sure. But I also received some news on my own. It turns out that at the District 14 PS 129 graduation ceremony for the 4th grade in Brooklyn, New York, Ona Chambers, my granddaughter, won the top award for literacy. She's the best reader in her class. I got that noted today. And you know, I couldn't help but think at the time, as I thought about little Ona, how she came to this world. It wasn't an easy path. Her mom wanted to have children, and she went through fertilization, in vitro fertilization, and we were all pulling for her. She tried twice and it didn't work, and we were just about ready to give up. I see some heads nodding in the audience. You know these stories well. But thank goodness it paid off. And thank goodness she and her brother Floyd came to this world and gave us so much joy. It was a decision made by my daughter and her husband and our family. It was a decision which at that time was guaranteed to them by the Constitution of the United States. That guarantee ended this morning at 10 o'clock Eastern Time with the decision of the Supreme Court. I think it's the wrong step in terms of the future of this country. The decision on whether or not a child should go forward, be born, whether a family should grow it or at some point decide not to increase their number is a very personal decision. It's one that should be made by individuals. Until now, we have said under our Constitution, it's a woman's right, with her family if she wishes, with her physician, to make this decision. We've lost some ground today when it comes to freedom in America. This is the first time that I know of in the history of the United States that we've taken away a constitutional freedom, and it happened this morning in Washington. We have a battle that needs to be waged, and the Vice President is going to address it. In the meantime, whatever your feelings about that issue, as controversial as the issue of abortion may be, can we all agree that we want mothers to survive childbirth? Can we all agree that we live in a country now which is one of 13 countries in the world which has a higher maternal mortality rate today than it did 25 years ago? This is the United States of America. We're better than that. We should be. We ought to be dedicated to making certain that mothers survive. I'm glad that Lauren Underwood and, of course, Robin Kelly, 2 congresswomen in our delegation, are not only state leaders, but national leaders on this subject. And I thank everyone here who is interested in it. We have important things to do in Washington, and this is one of them. Make sure that our public health system responds to the needs of families in the United States and across this whole nation, and we can get that done. Leading the charge in Washington, D.C. is a person I came to know very well. She and I served in the Senate together. She was on the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I now chair, and I can remember she was sat in the last chair, so she had to sit patiently as 10 or 11 others asked questions. But we all waited for her because we knew it was worth the wait. Former Attorney General in the state of California, the first woman to ever be elected Vice President of the United States. Welcome to Plainfield, Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States.
Well, first I want to thank Senator Durbin. I had the privilege of serving with him, as he mentioned, on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I can tell you, Illinois, you are very, very well represented by Senator Dick Durbin. He is an extraordinary leader, a great fighter for all of America, and in particular for the people of Illinois. So thank you, Dick Durbin, and congratulations to your grandchild for her honor today as well. And I want to thank all the leaders for joining us today. And a special thank you, of course, to Lauren Underwood. Where are you? Lauren, I have seen you when the cameras are on and when the cameras are off. She is always fighting for the people of her district, and all that you have done for our government, for the people of our country, and for Plainfield. I thank you for that. I thank you for your partnership and your leadership. So as Senator Durbin mentioned, we traveled here today. In fact, they both joined me along with the Secretary on Air Force Two. And we traveled here from D.C. today to talk with you about maternal health, which should be one of our highest priorities as a nation. And I had planned to speak about our strategy for improving care for pregnant women and mothers across our country. And as you know, on the way here, however, we learned that the United States Supreme Court had rendered its decision in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization. Here's what that decision means. For nearly 50 years, we have talked about what Roe v. Wade protects. Today, as of right now, as of this minute, we can only talk about what Roe v. Wade protected. Past tense. This is a healthcare crisis. Because understand, millions of women in America will go to bed tonight without access to the health care and reproductive care that they had this morning, without access to the same health care or reproductive health care that their mothers and grandmothers had for 50 years. This is the first time in the history of our nation that a constitutional right has been taken from the people of America. And what is that right? Some might ask. It's the right to privacy. Think about it as the right for each person to make intimate decisions about heart and home. Decisions about the right to start a family, including contraception, such as IUDs, the morning after pill. Decisions about whether to have a child, including, as Senator Durbin mentioned, through in vitro fertilization. Decisions to marry the person you love. Obergefell v. Hodges. Loving versus Virginia. This opinion also says, when you read it, that abortion is not deeply rooted in our nation's history. They offer that in the opinion as a foundation for the decision they rendered today. In holding that it is not deeply rooted in our history, today's decision on that theory then calls into question other rights that we thought were settled, such as the right to use birth control, the right to same-sex marriage, the right to interracial marriage. The great aspiration of our nation has been to expand freedom. But the expansion of freedom clearly is not inevitable. It is not something that just happens. Not unless we defend our most fundamental principles. Not unless we elect leaders who stand up for those principles. The strength of our nation has always been that we move forward. Today, I invite all people to stand together in defense of one of the most fundamental ideals and principles that for generations, for centuries, I believe we had held dear, which is that fundamental principle about the importance of liberty. To stand for liberty, to stand for freedom, to stand for self-determination, and for the right to privacy. You have the power to elect leaders who will defend and protect your rights. And as the President said earlier today, with your vote, you can act, and you have the final word. So this is not over. God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, some brief remarks there from Vice President Kamala Harris. You can see our shots. We have multiple cameras outside here on Capitol Hill as they are continuing to have more and more people, both anti-abortion as well as abortion rights supporters, all stepping out here outside of Supreme Court. I do want to say viewer discretion advised, as there is a number of signs out there. Some of them do have profanity as well. So we're trying to keep an eye on that, but of course we'll always do our best. Here's just yet another angle of just how many people here are outside of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. Live now from Fox, going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more reaction coming to us from across the country. Not only do we have lawmakers speaking out on Capitol Hill, but we do have officials and other city leaders, state leaders from, we have some from California, Minnesota, as well as Arizona, all speaking out here today. We'll bring it all to you right here, again, in just 2 minutes.
DSEYHORVATH. Following Councilmember Horvath will be a representative from Adam Schiff's office, Mike Aguilar. And then I'll be back to read two statements from two council members who couldn't be here. Please welcome Mayor Pro Tem of the City of West Hollywood, Seppi Shine.
Hi everyone. First I want to let you know that this evening at 7 p.m. we will hold a vigil, a candlelight vigil at West Hollywood Park at 7 p.m. followed by an 8 p.m. march to the Planned Parenthood West Hollywood headquarters. So please join us there tonight. Today, my heart is broken and my emotion is pure rage. But my spirit is determined. Today, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court of the United States of America just broke this country in half by reversing 50 years of reproductive rights for women and transgender men. Today, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court took away individual choice from more than half of the population of our country. Today, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court told women, little girls, trans men, victims of incest and victims of rape that your lives don't matter. Yesterday, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court gave all people in this country where mass shootings are an epidemic and gun violence is an epidemic, the further right to carry concealed handguns in public. But today, the rights of women and trans men to make our own choice, to be safe, and to have proper medical care were stolen. Today, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court made it possible for the fundamental rights of gay marriage, interracial marriage, the right to contraceptives, and the right to have consensual sex in the privacy of our own homes with whoever we want, to be the next right to be taken away. Today, the far-right wing of the Supreme Court said to me that as a woman, I have less rights in our country. As a lesbian, I may soon have less rights in our country. As a person who is married to my wife for 8 years, I may soon have less rights in our country. As a person that is in an interracial marriage, I may soon have less rights in our country. Today, my nieces, my cousins, my aunts, my friends and trans siblings that live in 13 states that automatically triggered bans on abortion as a result of this ruling, they all have less rights in our country. Soon, it is expected that 26 states will pass total or near total abortion bans. Your daughters, your family, your friends, your aunts, your sisters, your mothers, your trans siblings now have less rights in our country. We know from history what is next. Most people cannot afford to fly to the other states, including California, that will continue to provide abortion rights. Most of those people are Black and other people of color, and all of them are low income that will be starkly affected. We know from history what is next: fear, anxiety, back alley abortions, forced birth, and death. That is why